So come on up.
Oh, okay. Where would you like me to go?
Yeah, when you come right up here.
Okay, so I spoke to a couple of you ahead of time, but my public comment is just related to students speaking at the board meetings. And we haven't run into a problem this year, which is good. Last year we ran into a little bit of a sticky problem. And so I just wanted to share, I'd like to request a protocol for students speaking at meetings, that they be allowed to speak during the open forum, whether an item's on the agenda or not. This year they've come to speak, and most of the items have been on the agenda, so it hasn't been a problem. But that's my public comments.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Just leave your, just say it's, when you put the card down, just right next to it that it was open forum.
Okay.
Or public comment, whatever.
Okay.
Okay. So welcome, everybody.
Wow,
We have
wow.
2 full days, and I want to introduce you to Bill Attia, if you don't know him. Some of you know him.
I think I met everybody before the meeting. Terry for the first time. Melissa, you claimed you met me years ago, but that's fine.
Claim it.
And of course, I did work when Camille was here. Ken, this is our first meeting. Are you a reporter or?
I am myself, reporting to myself.
But apparently a scholar, because apparently he also recognizes me.
Mm-hmm.
I told him maybe he recognized me because I didn't have any hair on my head, but he said no.
It's not uncommon around here.
So I'm going to turn the meeting over to Bill. He's our facilitator for the next 2 days.
Well, thank you. It was a pleasure getting the call from Dr. McGee, inviting me back. I've had the good fortune of working with a number of your former colleagues ever since Don Phillips was hired during the Don Phillips and Mary Frances Callan tenure. So it is good to be back. My task today is really to facilitate a discussion. I talked to Max, and then I talked to every one of the board members individually, trying to find out how I could be best service to you as a board. And I think the best service I could be is facilitating dialogue. And so I developed the agenda around facilitation. And this is the opening statement. And the opening statement is done. And I just thought we'd quickly review the agenda and the handouts we have. And basically, my experiences with Palo Alto in the past is that you are a high-performing district with a relatively high-functioning board. I have had the good fortune of working with about 400 school districts since I started doing my consulting work, and many of them are high-performing districts. And what I really would like to talk about today is what separates the really high performers from the high performers, from the ones that are wobbly to those that are down. And you can see the spectrum if you look at the spectrum of public schools. Generally speaking, thanks to affluence and resources, districts like Palo Alto, Scarsdale, New Trier, Oak Park Valley Forest, Cherry Creek, we can name them, Poway. Those districts, by and large, are doing well. Are they doing as well as people think they are? There isn't a single school district that is really blowing anything off the charts. And it's because your more affluent districts have high performers that pull the averages up. When No Child Left Behind came along, a lot of your best performing school districts in the country were theirs. When they disaggregated that, that's what was happening to all their sub-populations. So, is there a perfect school district? There isn't. But the districts that are striving to be perfect, that are striving to be excellent, that really believe in continuous improvement for all children, those are the districts that I would like to reference in my discussions and dialogues with you today. And there are some school districts. Now, you are blessed with your resources, as are many of the districts I just mentioned a few minutes ago. But regardless how many resources we have in any public schools, we can't do everything we want. So what you have to do is be selective and determine what your priorities are. You can do anything you want with your dollars in Palo Alto. If you pick something and want to direct your resources to it, you can do it. But it may be a poor use of resources. So you can do anything you want, but you can't do everything. And so the role of the board really is to take a hard look at resources and needs of students and use the dollars as effectively and efficiently as possible to get the biggest bang for the buck for the kids. And you're going to hear me referencing kids a lot today too, because a lot of school districts spend a lot of money placating adults at the expense of kids. And your responsibility as trustees are the students in Palo Alto. It's not the parents, it's not the taxpayers, it's the students. You are trustees of the Palo Alto Unified School District, which is a state-authorized corporation, so to speak. And you are trustees for the benefit of kids. And I'm going to say this up front because if I say it in response to a question later on, people will think I'm picking on them. We probably have failed Americans' children and adults by not helping people understand what a democratic republic is. And too many people feel they are elected to represent the people who elected them. They are not. They are elected to represent all the people in their constituency. And unfortunately, when you look at Congress, when you look at our local governments, when you look at state governments, generally speaking, as you come to the local government, you generally find that happening much more in a better manner than at the federal level. Money is buying America. Money is buying many of our states, and it even is infringing on schools and local government. And that is not a democratic republic. And you know, if I hear once more time a board member telling me, well, I was elected by the public and I've got to do what they want. Who is they? The 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 1,000 people that are speaking up? No, it isn't. They is all the people. They may not have voted, but they is all the people. And in the school district, all the people is all the kids. And so I want to take that back to what I said earlier in framing the discussion is in Palo Alto and in many school districts across the country, you can do anything you want. You can't do everything you want. And that's where you come in as board members in determining what the priorities are to meet the needs of the students in the best manner possible, but understanding the constraints of dollars, time, and people. And those are your three basic resources. Now you can redeploy those things to get other things done. But as a board, you have to use your best judgment. Your best judgment. Not the judgment or pressure of others outside the organization pressuring you. You are elected to use your best judgment, based on input you get from as many people as possible, to use those dollars in as effective and efficient a manner as possible for the kids of Palo Alto. So that's really all I am going to give a speech on. From now on, it's going to be a discussion on topics of interest to you. I've got some items on the agenda from talking to all of you. Some of you talked about roadblocks to successful board operation. Some of you talked about politics of being a board member and what that means. Some of you talked about improving relationships between and among yourself and with the superintendent, with your various constituencies. Some of you said, really, what is the role of a board? What is the role of the superintendent? What is the role of a board member? And what are the constraints to my role? And what are my roles? Others wanted to talk about communication. In the whole area of evaluation of the superintendent, and one of the important parts of governance, oversight and evaluation. I've given you two more documents, and I really do apologize for getting these out so late. There have been circumstances in the past 2 weeks that nobody could control that really sort of put me a little behind. But the concepts relative to the board of the role of the board, I'm going to reference this and use it as a discussion guide. And then I had another document here called discussion guide, where I sort of listed a lot of items that I heard you people talk about, but I didn't want to put it specifically on the agenda because it's a separate document, Ken. That's it right there, right? These are things, all of these things were brought up in talking to one of you. Generally, the things that are on the agenda were brought up by 2 or 3 of you. But I want to make sure that we discuss what you want to discuss, even if it means chucking the whole agenda. Because this is your retreat, this is your workshop, and I want to help you by discussing how you can become an even better board than you are. So those are the two documents. The protocols are protocols that I believe the Palo Alto Board in the past have approved on what the board and superintendent will do, what a board member will do, what the superintendent will do.
And we reviewed these in January with these newer board members.
Fine. So I'm not going to even reference them. I will let you be the monitor on that, Chairman. If we talk about it, you can say that is a protocol, and then we won't talk about it any further. But you know what I'd like to do to start, just to make sure, because I know in my phone conversation, I probably tweaked some of your interests. I'm going to give each of you 3 or 4 cards. And I'd like you to write on the card and use a separate card for each. A roadblock you perceive that might, and what is a roadblock? A roadblock in my mind is something you perceive that might be hindering you from becoming the best board you can become. And so, having retreats in the middle of the week, bad time, have to get out of work, is that a roadblock to your, you know what I'm saying? It's, if there's anything that hinders your performance, here's a one, just bring it.
Okay.
But please put a separate topic on each card. If you don't, and I'm going to ask you one more thing. If you don't have cards in front of you after you're done, I'll give you more. Because as the day goes on, if there's anything that comes up that you think of, rather than interrupting, jot down on the card and push it up, okay?
Do you guys need anything for later?
Any questions on the structure and the process we're going to use today? Would you like to change it, or do you feel that will address your needs?
That's good.
Give you a few minutes to write down perceived roadblocks. I don't want any names on them or anything, just.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much.
I think you're all aware that the whole session today is going to be videoed by the newspaper, and the reporters are here. And thank you for coming. I'm sorry you're got my back to you, but you've probably got the better half of me anyways. So.
Melissa, do you want to ask if Christina wanted to make any phone call?
Were you hoping to make a public comment?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Mary has one.
She's never been she's never been shy, so I'm.
Yeah. I'll let you.
I know you will.
Melissa. Thank you.
Just if you got me done, just pass it on.
So I'm comfortable. I mean, you guys know.
Okay. Good. Just.
Thank you.
Well, some of you are finishing up. I mentioned, I sent out the concepts relative to the role of the board. This paper was really prepared for board orientation and helping new board members, but many people told me they felt that it provided clarity for a lot of things that related to their board. I'm not going to read it. I hope you had a chance to read it. Again, I apologize for not getting it to you earlier. But I'll just highlight each one of them and then open it for discussion if you have any questions, if you'd like to make comments. But I referenced the word trusteeship. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, in California, you are referred to trustees rather than school board members in school code, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And thank you. And there's reason for that. That is true probably in about half the states. Not all the states refer to you as trustees. But have any of you ever served as a trustee for anything? For a child, for a state, for an account, for anything? And what is the responsibility of a trustee?
I feel like I have a fiduciary responsibility and the government's responsibility to the trust
That's
of which
right.
I am trustee.
That's right. Your responsibility is to make the best decisions for that trust. If it's a fiscal trust, best investment. If it's a child and he's a trustee or she's a trustee, the best decisions on behalf of the child. And here in the school district, it's making decisions, as we said earlier. So, and that's an important concept because that's going to tie in when we talk about politics of government, the politics of being a board member. Because I do think, generally speaking, too often board members feel that they are beholden to the electorate that elected them, not even to the total electorate, but the electorate that hired them, their support base in the community, whoever that might be, PTA, special interest group, even a broad-based coalition. As I implied earlier in my opening statements, I've worked in many, many school districts, and I should preface this, I think most of you are aware, I was a superintendent for 24 years. And rarely did vocal groups represent the majority of the people. Rarely. Never. I don't want to say that, but rarely. Because special groups have a special interest which coalesces them to approach whether it's Congress or a local school board or the legislature in California or Illinois, where I come from, etc. You need to have them heard. And one of the things that I'm going to encourage this board to do, your best boards are the boards that are as open and transparent as possible. The boards that understand through that openness and transparency, they get input that helps them make better decisions for kids. And so, I think you are to be commended for having the press here and videotaping this and all the rest, because it serves you well for the people to see you dialogue, especially if your dialogue is focused on what's best for kids. And it serves you well if you are an efficient and effective board and have respect for each other's role as a board. I always tell board members, you don't have to like each other, but you've got an ethical responsibility to respect each other. Because each of you were elected in the same manner by the same people. You're not elected by district. No, you're elected at large. So you've been elected by the same electorate. Different people may have voted for you, then voted for you, then voted for you, or you. But regardless, it is the people of Palo Alto. So, and you have to be sensitive to their concerns, etc. One of the things that I think is very important is communication. And in the role of trustee and the role of a board, I think too often we make decisions thinking everybody understands why we make a decision without telling them why it's made. And also, too often we make decisions without the most important of communication being engaged. And in my mind, what is the most important part of communication?
Listening.
Listening. Very, very definitely. And I've told many classes, college seminars, if I could count the number of people that came in and unloaded on me and walked away saying, Bill, I don't care if you do anything, but thanks for listening. And I think that's an important part of the board, in board members, to listen. But you have to put it in context and make sure that you don't overstate or put undue emphasis on one segment at the cost of the whole group. And so that's trusteeship, and I'd be happy to open that up for discussion. If anybody has questions or comments, or if you disagree, and incidentally, feel free to disagree with me. That doesn't bother me at all. But anybody comment on trusteeship?
It's hard to disagree with that.
Pardon?
It's hard to disagree with that.
Sorry. And then let's go to governance. You said.
So, Bill, I want to come back from it, because I think, well, we understand it, I'm not sure the community does. So I think there's expectations from community members that if I tell you my problem, I'm going to expect you to solve it. Not necessarily you, but you're going to go to this staff and that staff and that staff. And I think that's been, at least my understanding, that's been part of the culture here for a while.
It's a poor culture.
Right, can you talk about that? Because
I'll be very happy to talk about it. Lots of board members get monkeys on their back.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing in the world a board can do, is get a monkey on its back. Individual board member, or the board.
What does that mean?
A monkey on the back means that you're going to solve somebody else's problem. So somebody comes up to you and says, did you know what Mrs. Smith did to my child in the classroom? And she gives you a very, or he gives you a very...
I know what that is, I didn't understand the monkey on the back.
Okay, right. And the monkey on the back is when you leave the impression that you're going to take care of it. Chain of command, I presume you have one in your district. So...
This is a cultural issue. This is not just this board. This is a...
It's a cultural issue in most affluent communities, because most affluent people get their way because they know people in power, which is all the more reason why it's important for a community like Palo Alto and New Trier and Lake Forest and Cherry Creek and Lake Washington and districts that, and I'm not name dropping, but I've worked in all of those districts. They all have the same problem, and board members feel they have an obligation because Bill Gates came up to them and said something to them. I don't care who the person is. Everybody should be treated the same. Again, going back to the trusteeship. You should have a chain of command and direct it to the person in the organization. And this is something that the six of you have to agree on. Some districts want everything channeled through the superintendent to the staff. Others feel comfortable having the board members go to cabinet members. Others feel comfortable having to go. You've got to work that out. But whatever that chain of command is, but letting the people know that if it is not addressed, that, within a reasonable time, to let you know. Letting them know that you're going to do something by directing it to the right person, but even better, having them directed. Having them directed. And I'm going to share with you, most of the times I listened, is when a parent would come in and I would say, that's a teacher problem, you need to talk to the teacher. I can't talk to the teacher. And I says, well, if you talk to me without talking to the teacher, I can't do anything. And they said, well, can I tell you? And I said, yes. And I would end up by saying, unless you talk to the teacher, I really can't do anything. And that's where they said, I just feel a lot better that you know about it. But they knew very well I would do nothing about it. Now, obviously, if it was something egregious, yes, I would do something. But if it was a personality thing or something like that, or, children are parents' most precious possession. And they look at the lens of the whole organization from the lens of their child. And very honestly, parents aren't the most objective people when it comes to their children.
What?
I've had five of them. And I swear that if I could blame it on 5 different mothers, I would, because they're very different. But I assure you they were the same mother and the same father, but they're very different. And so, and you could, kids that are whizzes have one set of problems. The average child that people are afraid of falling through the cracks have other issues. The slow child that has special needs, other issues. They're all issues that we have to address in context. So when a parent comes up to you, and it may not even be about their child, it may be about the bleachers, about kids making too much noise in the schoolyard and bothering them. I think the best thing you can do is direct them to either Max or the person that's responsible for that area. Now, one of the things, I think it was Lake Washington, but I might be wrong, printed a business card for each board member. And on the back, it had the concern is about your child and your teacher. You need to see the teacher, then the principal, then the assistant superintendent. And the chain of command is, and they passed it out when they had the Little League and somebody brought something up to, I really would like to help you. The best way I can help you is to share with you who you need to talk to. Now, we all know we're an organization of people. And we all know that it's harder to talk to some people than it is to other people. And that's where intervention will have to come in. If it's a principal, probably Max is the one, or a deputy superintendent that's going to have to intervene with that principal and help him or her to see both sides. If it's a teacher, a principal has to intervene. If it's a custodian, your director of buildings and grounds. So, you know, but your most effective organizations are the organizations that train all people that kids are their primary customers, the public is their secondary customers, and we have to be customer-friendly organizations that address the needs of people. And I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on trusteeship?
I was just thinking of the number of emails that we all get that come to all of us. Sometimes Max is included, sometimes Max is not included. And I know as a board member, your initial reaction is, I better respond to this. Somebody has to respond to it. Who's going to respond to it? I better respond. But that often gets us into a tight situation. And I try to remember to forward it on to Max if he hasn't gotten it. Because my hope is always that he will respond before I get pinged the second time.
Well, you know, what some school districts do is any email that's gotten, the board member thanks the constituent and says, I'm forwarding it to the superintendent to take care of it. If it is an administrative issue, if it's a policy issue, thank you for, I'll bring it to the attention of the board. And that goes into another issue. As I said, I'm not going to follow the agenda.
I'm sorry, I just
don't pay
took
my
you
bill
off.
when you get it, Max. But you know, that's another question that people always bring up: questions at board meetings. What if somebody brings up a question at a board meeting? How do we respond? And do we agendize it? What do we do? Just like the question that Mary Vincent brought up today: student protocol allowing students to speak during open forums on any item. That's obviously a board prerogative. There's nothing I'll talk about, because too many boards abdicate the responsibility of their board to someone else. You are the 5 board members elected to run the district, govern the district, excuse me. And in governing the district doesn't mean you run it, you just have to make sure it's run well. But in governing the district, and you should take control of your meeting and things like this. But let's say somebody came up and brought up the question of noisy kids in the backyard of one of the schools or something like that. What I recommend boards do is on every issue that's brought before them, determine if this is something that's administrative or policy. If it's administrative, it's to refer to the superintendent, to refer to the appropriate person to take care of it. No further discussion. Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Vincent, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We've directed it to the superintendent, and I'm sure he'll report back to us when it's taken care of. If it's something related to policy, again, I think the board needs to determine, is this implementing policy or changing policy? If it's the implementation of policy, it's referred to the superintendent. The superintendent is your go-to man to run the district within your parameters, and we'll talk about that in governance very shortly. And your policy is your parameters. If they don't like the way what he did, yes, the board is the review, but if he's following policy, he's following the laws you defined. Now, if the request is to change the law, because somebody came to Max and they want the school bus to stop here, and the policy says it'll stop here, and that is a prerogative of the board, then the board can decide one of two things. Do we want to discuss it or don't we want to discuss it? If you want to discuss it, my recommendation is you never discuss it at the meeting that it's brought up in. My recommendation is that you always ask the administrator or administration and the person bringing the question to provide you with the background information and all the data so that you could have an informed discussion on the topic. I think too many boards spend far too much time sharing ignorance over important topics because they discuss things before they get the information they need to discuss it intelligently. So my recommendation is that anything that the board decides to take up and this is going to go later on if we talk about your agenda. I think anything that's agendized, the board should direct the administration or someone else. It might be your state education department, it may be a parent that's brought the question to the issue, it may be students that want you to do something, but you should get all the information that you think you need to discuss it in a manner that you can bring it to a successful decision. And now, I'm going to give you another caution on that, because there are some people that will not make a decision until they have all the data. And very honestly, you're never going to have all the data on anything, especially in a world that changes because of communication and other reasons so rapidly. The success of a good board is knowing when enough data is enough data to make an intelligent and probably right decision. So, does that answer the question about emails and questions that is referring to the people that you either paid to do it or to the board as a whole? But I think any board member that gets out on the ice trying to resolve an issue which appropriately should be addressed by the administration or the board as a whole is going to fall through the ice eventually. And it's not so.
So I feel like for us, the input that we get frequently when someone's asking a question is really valuable, right? It's highlighted something that you likely don't even know about. Big district, lots going on, and it's a specific question about a specific school, specific, perhaps site-based policy, right? So maybe we don't have a policy on that, and the site has come up with their own sort of way to handle things. But I find those really valuable to know. You know, after all, I sort of see a pattern of how some sites deal with things or not. Those are the ones for me that are harder, where there's not particularly a policy, but it's a site has made a decision and they're doing it whatever way they're doing it. And those kind of fall into the sort of gray area for me. But I find it very valuable to be alerted to those things. And I appreciate that Max is happy to jump on those and figure out who really needs to do something. So for me, that's great. And then the other thing that you mentioned about having enough data to get to a decision, I find that you know, the turnaround time between when the agenda and the packet arrives to us and when we have to discuss it, you know, it's a few days, which is great. We all have a chance to try and digest it and ask our questions. It feels almost impossible for the staff to be able to get all of our questions answered in time for us to come together on Tuesday and get to a decision. And I'm not sure how other people do that, but they give us tons of stuff. But frequently you've gone through it and you're like, oh, this is just giving me more questions. And so now I have a bunch of questions and I'm slamming the staff with questions on Sunday night that they're going to spend Monday scrambling. So they probably spend every other Monday scrambling to get our stuff answered.
You have 2 meetings a month.
Well, actually, and you brought up something that actually sort of even scares me, because I'm remembering a particular discussion of an earlier board where we were discussing the calendar, and one particular board member felt the need to have information from all the boards of all comparable districts. And that board member went out and did that research themselves and came to the board meeting and said, I did this research and I have all this information. And maybe you could talk about whether that is the way that boards should operate, or whether there's some other suggestion that you would make. Because just given what Terry just brought up, in 4 days, she has a job, she has 2 kids, she probably can't go do that same research that somebody that doesn't have the same constraints might have on them.
Right. I'm going to comment on all 3 things. 2 things Terry brought up and the thing you brought up, Melissa. And real quickly, I think, I always told my board, I had a 7-member board, I always told them that they were part of my 16 eyes, 16 years, but I didn't want them to be part of my 8 mouths.
Part of my what?
8 mouths.
Oh, 8 mouths.
I didn't want them to speak for the district or for me, but I did want them to hear and see and listen and share with me, because it helped me be a better superintendent, and I think it helped our district become a better district. So hearing things like that does help a board member get a feel. We're a board member individually or collectively, and I think you were alluding that this happens at a meeting, But individually, you're going to get people coming up and telling you these things. The important thing that you have to remember is you've got to be careful how you react, because the thing Max said earlier, I'm going to use a personal experience. I was an assistant superintendent in Wilmette, Illinois for 3 years before I became superintendent in Glenview, neighboring districts. This was back in the 70s when money really was flowing. We built a great learning center and all the rest. We did a lot of exciting things, but when I worked with teachers and all that, I didn't have the authority to make the final decision. And I would say, I would see, and people knew what that meant is I'll take it to cabinet, I'll take it to administrative council, I'll talk to the superintendent about it and come back. I became a superintendent and I used that same thing, I'll see. As a superintendent, when I said, I'll see, if I didn't deliver on it, I lied to them. As an assistant superintendent in saying I'll see, they understood that I had to go. And so I had to change my whole mode. As candidates for the board, and as John Q. citizen, you can say anything you want. The minute you were elected to the board, you really have taken on a different responsibility and a very different persona. And I tell teachers, I tell board members this all the time. When you walk into schools, some of the teachers are ready to start genuflecting. And I don't mean to say that sacrilegiously, but they fear you, they respect you, they're scared of you, they like to see you there. It's all of the above. Mm-hmm. And principals the same way. And even some central office administrators in their beginning jobs. I don't think board members, I'm elected to the board and the next day I feel I'm the same person. You really aren't. And so you've got to be careful what you say to people, because the expectation level from the time you were John Q. Public to the time you're elected to the board overnight goes like this. And they expect you to deliver when you are sympathetic to them. And you're going to find that many times you're not going to be able to deliver because it's not within your prerogative to deliver. If you can come together and get 5 people to recognize it as a priority, then you might be able to deliver. But even there I found out that rarely are you really able to deliver exactly the way people want it delivered, because they don't have all the constraints. Their ideas are in a vacuum. They're theoretical, they're ideal. You have to work in reality. So I'm just cautioning you on that as board members. So when they talk to you, listen, thank them. If it's something that's a problem, direct them to who they should see, and don't walk away having them feel that you put the monkey on your back and you're going to do something about it. Just a caution. Okay, your second question, your second comment was timing. Are both your meetings every month business meetings, or is one?
No, they're both the same. We have a 2 agenda item rule, so it's a discussion then an action.
Okay.
And then we also have information items, which are just information reports, which.
There are 2 a month.
Yeah, but we have 2 a month generally, yeah.
If you have 2 a month, it's almost impossible. I'm going to share with you what some boards do. They go to 1 meeting a month. They have an information meeting where they talk about anything else they may want to put on the agenda and the information they need and all that, and they give reports. And then they have the business meeting. But the agenda for the business meeting is sent a full week before the board meeting. So if your meetings are on Monday, or Tuesday. When is your meeting?
Tuesday.
And you send out things on
Thursday. Well, sometimes Friday.
Thursday or Friday. We try to hit Thursday.
The weekend, yeah. Okay. You send it a week in advance, you get 2 weekends to get it, but that's pretty hard to do when you have 2 meetings a month.
Yeah.
But if you do have 2 meetings a month and you have the discussion and the action item, most of the questions should really be raised at that discussion period. I mean, if you develop a process whereby the board determines whether they're going to agendize something, and at that time let you know what they need before they act on it, that information would come to a discussion meeting. And then at the discussion meeting, if all their questions aren't answered, now you've got 2 weeks to get those answers before the action meeting. Do you follow that sequence? And I think that would do it. Just
we sort of do that. I think, to Terry's point, I don't know that every question that gets brought up there, we're clear about which ones will be answered in time for the next board meeting. Is that
well, and I think when we agendize things, we do board operations at the end of a meeting. I would say it is not our best operating time at the end of a meeting. And so we don't have a lot of discussion about, like, what would I need to make that decision. there's, in amongst other things in the board operations is, what do we want to agendize? And I think, I don't know, just me, but by that time, I'm not fully present to say, these are the 5 things I need to make that decision.
What time is it now?
11:30?
10.
Between 11 and 12 has been when they've been going.
No, it's between 10 and 11:30. And we have not.
We haven't finished at 10 in a long
A
time.
long time. But, so, I mean, maybe there's a way to tighten that process so that you've got it documented before you walk in and you know what it is. But frequently it's things that come up in the course of the meeting. You think, I'd like to spend more time talking about that in a subsequent agenda.
Yeah.
And then you've got to think while you're going along, what would I need to make that a fruitful discussion? So there must be some better way to do that.
Well, I mean, there's one way some boards, when they have things like that board members feel they want to get before either the audience or the board gets too tired, is clearly state that, at 10 o'clock we're going to pause and agendize for the future, or at 9 o'clock, or at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, we are going to give public an opportunity to talk. So they don't have to stay until midnight to address the board. I don't know if you have it at the beginning of your meeting or the end of your meeting.
Open forums at the beginning.
Pardon?
Open forums at the beginning.
Beginning, okay, so that would not be a problem. But you could do it that way.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. But the other thing you may want to do is take a look at your agendas. If you're meeting twice a month and you're going beyond 10 o'clock, many boards now just have one meeting a month and they're over by 10.
Mm-hmm.
And so, sometimes.
And Evanston, tell me about those. They start at what time and they're done by what time?
Some boards start at anywhere between 6:30 and 7:30 and they're done by 10 o'clock.
These other high-achieving districts that you mentioned, I'm just curious.
Some of them,
Virginia, Fairfax, I'd just be really curious. With an engaged community.
In Virginia and Fairfax, those real big districts,
Yeah.
they have a board meeting that starts at 10 in the morning and generally finishes at 5 in the afternoon. But that's because of the breadth of their responsibilities, 150, 160,000 kids. And you take a different dynamic when you are elected by area. So you're not only trying to meld the board to address the entire district, you're trying to get them out of the concerns of their area that they're elected. So there are dynamics. But there are even some very large districts will limit their meetings to 2.5 hours, starting at 7:30 and closing at 10 o'clock, unless there's a majority of the board that requests that goes long and carries things over. I think there is a point of diminishing returns, and I do think that sometimes poor decisions are made when you're too tired, and just to get it over, you take action without having all the information. So
just to that point,
I've got another question on the table, but go ahead.
oh God, I'm
I haven't
sorry.
forgotten.
Go ahead, I'll answer that and then we'll come back to my
Okay,
my
well,
question.
hold that question. The other thing is about somebody doing their own research. That doesn't bother me if it's solid research. I mean, if they got all the data and they felt that it's important for them to present it to the data, to you. If we get into a discussion about the role of the board, I think a board member does have a responsibility to put on the table how he or she feels about an issue. And if you're developing the calendar and he or she feels that it's important, he or she feels it's important, and he or she wants to do the work together, that doesn't bother me. What would bother me is if, I'll pick on Ken, if you're discussing calendars and Ken wanted that done and the rest of the board said, no, we don't need that. If he wants to do it, that's okay, but it's wrong for him to do it. What happens a lot of time is the superintendent is scrambling with his staff to provide reports that only Terry, Melissa, you, or Heidi, or Camille, or Ken may want. And when you come to an agreement, when you say we're going to discuss revising our transportation, we're going to discuss a new calendar, whatever it is, the board comes to agreement on what information it wants. There are some board members, and I remember one that came up to me after every one of these retreats and said, Bill, I'm that person. I can consume the entire organization getting me information, and I have a voracious appetite for as much information as possible. And I'm glad you reminded me that everybody doesn't need it, and that the superintendent works for the board and not for me. Because there are some people, and I don't know if any of you are that way, but there are some people that just want to know about everything. You need to, as a board of 5, you need to determine what you really need for a decision. And I say that from the perspective that, I said, you've got 3 resources. You've got time, people, and dollars. Every minute you take from your administrative staff for a report is taken away from doing something else. And you've got limited people to do the work. So, you know, if you're directing the superintendent to develop a report, I mean, I just conducted a retreat where the report the board asked the superintendent to do literally tied him up for 2 full weeks, and they wanted the superintendent to do it. They didn't believe it would take that much time, but it does if you want to do a report well. And so I think it's important that the 5 of you, any significant report that's wanted of the administration, have come to a consensus that it's important. I shouldn't say 5, 3 of you have to at least. But if it's just 1 or 2 that want something, I don't think the administration should be saddled with getting that report. Now, if the individual wants to go out on his or her own to get it, then that's, you know, we all have the right to inform ourselves. That doesn't bother me, okay? I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, I think it becomes sort of a cultural thing. Is that just something that happens occasionally when you really want information? Or does that become the norm of the board, that each board member feels they have to go out and do research for every item?
No, I don't think, that's not a board's responsibility. You've got a staff hired to get that information. But, I'm going to come back to your comment. If Terry wanted it, and the board felt it wasn't important, Terry has every right to go out and get it, and share it with you. And you could, but it would be wrong for Max and staff to go out and get it if just you and Terry wanted it, and the other 3 said, no, we really don't need that. In short, the majority of you should feel you need the information before administrative time is spent.
Yeah, and I think you made a very good point, which is what do you really need to make a decision, or what's just interesting?
That's right.
So, which sort of leads to my question about, can I ask my question, or?
And please disagree with me if you disagree with me, people. And this is, as I said, I don't want to pontificate. I really want to discuss. I'm giving you my ideas, but, you know, Ken, Camille, everybody, Heidi, please feel to jump in. Go ahead.
I think I'd like some feedback on how other districts are handling a challenge we're having with the agenda, and that is there's so many items that we need to cover in order to complete our business, and that we either will end up with board meetings that are very long, or we'll end up with more board meetings. And, you know, I certainly have gone through and said, can we put this on consent? Can we put this on consent? Can we put this on consent? And only some things can go on consent. So then it means that we're probably spending a longer time on each item. Or maybe not. I mean, how are other districts handling this?
Well, number 1, I would encourage you to take your last 5 agendas, or have somebody who is neutral take the last 5 agendas, and really discuss whether or not all the items on your agenda pertain to board business. Boards put things on their agendas that sometimes they have no business really discussing as an agenda item. And we do a lot for PR at our board meetings, and I'm not criticizing that, because the PR is communicating. You know, before I said being transparent and communicating is very important. But you may want to find a method of separating the communication and the PR from a board meeting to another arena. But, you know, some board members spend well over half their time recognizing students and parents and teachers, and all that is good. I'm not being negative on that. But that's not the business of the board. Your board is to govern the district. And that's why I said, if you have 2 business meetings, I mean, what you might want to go to is 1 real business meeting a month and just handle business. And I bet you can get over, if you're an efficient board, you can do it in an hour to an hour and a half. The business of the district, I'll bet you $1, and I'm not being critical of you. I haven't looked at your agendas. Even the agenda I have today, you know, I've got things on here that aren't necessarily board issues, but they're board issues to this board. So,
I would say we have business items, but Max, maybe you want to talk to.
No, I just, so this is another historic, and this was a comment that came from the leadership team, because I asked our leadership team retreat about, you know, what could I share, advice that you would like me to share with the board from your perspective. And there were a few comments, but not many, on policies be more policy and less on practices. But by and large, it was too much repetitive conversation. So the historical way, and I had never experienced this before I got here, and I talked with our former board president about it, is that every board member comments on every item, and we go right down the line. We never did that in Wilmette, Deerfield, Math. We didn't even do it at the state board. But here it's a common historical practice. And the sense from, and I was sharing with a board member this morning, a lot more people, at least, let me put that, a lot more staff members watch our board meetings on TV than I even thought. A lot of them do. We've had television in Wilmette and very few people saw it. I mean, very few, because we surveyed people on that. But here, there, and so the sense is too much repetition. Everybody senses they have to make comments. A couple even mentioned, one board member tried to outdo the other. And I think that adds, in my perception, and that of the leadership team, makes the meetings far longer than they need to be. It's not necessarily the agenda items, it's the fact that everybody has to say a lot. And then sometimes we get off topic. They also talked about getting off topic. But primarily, it's just a lot, as they told me, just a lot of repetition, as I'm repeating myself right now.
I think a mistake boards make
Yeah.
is feeling an obligation to discuss things
Right.
out of context and without all the information.
Yeah.
And, as I indicated earlier, sharing
Yeah.
things. I'm finding some boards are becoming much, much more proficient, utilizing their strategic plan and focusing board dialogue and action on the strategic plan according to a cycle. I mean, I don't know where you spend a lot of time talking about new programs. What do you spend a lot of time talking
So
about?
pretty much any item that has any controversy ends up taking an enormous amount of time because each one of us speaks for a long time on it.
Well, now, are the controversies the board should be addressing? Or are they controversies the administration should be addressing? Or are they controversies that are totally irrelevant to the schools?
All of the
But
above.
I will tell you,
I could
all of it's about 2/3 of them are unnecessary.
And I noted when I was reading this working together document, the working together section, it says, governance policy should stipulate that each board member should be heard on every issue except for routine legislative and mandated issues before a decision is made. And providing the opportunity to be heard, each board member should present his or her position on the issue and the rationale behind his or her position. And I was thinking, oh my God, we'll be there till 2 in the morning.
We would be there even longer,
That's
right?
even worse than what we do.
Not necessarily. I think one of the things that bothers me more than not having people talk is people not talking and then voting.
That's not a problem of ours.
Okay, and I heard you say that, somebody brought it up earlier, when I was going to come back to it, is I was going to commend you for giving people an opportunity, unless they're being redundant, and talking over, and bringing issues up and up. Once, bring it up, if I don't get my way, I'll bring it up again. If I don't bring my way, I'm going to bring it up again in a different way, and keep on bringing. That's wrong. You bring it up once, you get all the information, you're a body of 5, you make a decision. If the majority voting wanted to bring it up again, so let's say, Melissa, you had a thing, and you and Terry voted for it, and the other 3 voted against it. If one of the 3 of them wanted to bring it up, it's okay. But if you brought something up and lost, in fact, Robert's Rules of Order doesn't permit you to bring it up again for a period of time, and I don't recall what that time is. But I've seen at board meetings where somebody would every meeting bring up the same issue.
That certainly happened for us.
Okay.
That certainly happened.
Okay. But now, let's talk a little bit about everybody being heard. You are elected by the public, and I think the public should know your position on an issue of a matter that is public. And so, now does that mean that you should pontificate for 4 hours on it? No. But, and I don't want to be critical because I don't know what you're referring to.
No.
I told several of you I was going to look at videotapes of your meeting. I failed. Give me a C on that or an F, because I did not look at videos. I had planned to, but circumstances just didn't permit it. So, but and I probably will go back and look at it, and probably will look at this video and be sorry for saying what I may be saying. But let me go back. I think people should be heard. Nothing bothers me more than anything that a person votes yes or no on an issue and never brought up any reason why he was going to vote yes or no. And I think that's doing a disservice. You know, if you had a topic and Camille was totally silent and you didn't know which way she was going to vote, and then she votes, and you're not privy to why she voted that way, that would bother me as a fellow board member. I think from team, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing. Ken may have a position, Camille may be totally opposite, and I may have a third. That's fine. That's the reason you got 5 board members. I'm not a believer in a rubber stamp board. I don't want it, as a superintendent, I don't want everybody to believe me, agree with me. And, that's the reason you got 5 different people. You bring 5 different perspectives. A lot of perspectives, you're going to be in sync. I'm a firm believer that on most issues, give a group of adults the same information, they'll come to the same conclusion on most issues. On some you won't. But if you're not going to come, I want to know why you're not going to vote with the majority, or why it's a 4-1 vote, or why it's a 3-2 vote. And as a chair, I think in there it also says, Chair, that as a chair going around, as I hear the input, if I sense that by tweaking, let's say we're talking about having a new school built, and Heidi really feels we should not build a middle school without a swimming pool. And I think it's important to know that the only thing that's preventing her from voting in favor of the school is because it doesn't have a swimming pool. So at least the remainder of the board members can decide whether or not they want to throw the swimming pool and make a unanimous vote, or make it a 4-1 vote and not have the swimming pool. And in high schools, I've heard this argument I've heard it once on swimming, but more often on parking. How large a parking lot should we have? And some people will withhold supporting the building of the whole high school because the board is not going to provide enough parking for the kids. Silly things like that. So I think it's the responsibility of the chair to try to ascertain and say, Heidi, I sense you're not agreeing with this. How do we need to change this to get your vote? Not to say that they're going to change to get your vote, but I think the board should know where you're coming from so they could go, because you may have an idea that might change all their minds and make it a better decision.
So Camille had a question, I think.
Well, I just want to jump on that bandwagon. I like this, Terry pointed out on this working together piece that you did. I did highlight what I found really good advice. It says here, says many good boards have a high number of unanimous votes, and sometimes these boards are criticized for being rubber stamped because those who make the allegation either don't understand the process of governance and decision making or are intent on being negative and disruptive. We don't have to disagree about everything. I mean, it sells newspapers, but we don't. Here, though, was the kernel. The minority position is then given an opportunity to indicate how the majority position might be modified to garner its support and to see if you can get to a greater unanimity. I remember we did this, it's actually before our 2 new board members came on, but it was probably one of the last decisions we made with the last board was a calendar, adopting a calendar, which has been quite controversial through the years, but and I did feel heard by my colleagues because I had a slightly minority position, and I said, can't we get to unanimous on this? And everybody listened, and we did, and I felt eventually it was better for all of our kids and our parents if we could get that behind us and move on. So, I mean, we take on a lot of controversial things, and is it because we're here in the Valley? I don't know. Is it because parents are wealthy and believe they have a lot of ideas? I don't know. Who knows? Frankly, I think we deal with good issues. I do, and I think they warrant thought. But, how do we as a board, I guess our whole 2 days is about how we work as a board together. I do remember the first meeting I was at this year, I remember I felt like, it might have been you even, Bill, I don't know if you did that retreat. I felt like I was being scolded that I might have different ideas, and And I realized, through the years, it wasn't personal then. How do you work as a board? You're not an individual on your own anymore. You're a board. And you may or may not know this, but the latest Palo Alto survey that came out, run by the city, 95% of our community highly ranked how it felt the schools were doing. I mean, you can't get that number anywhere. I mean, that's a huge number. It went up from 93 to 94 to 95%. And is it because we agree on everything? No. It's because I think people felt heard, and in general, we're doing a really good job for their kids. So, when we have these retreats, you think again, okay, what are we doing for our students? How do we do it as a group? How do you retain your individuality? I've never felt that I've lost my individuality through my years on the board, but I can assure that through the years we were getting to more unanimous votes because we learned to listen to each other a little bit more. So I know that's my duty, to listen to my colleagues, see what they're really saying, seeing how we can come to some agreements, how do we move agendas that people got on the board for. If someone got on the board because they want a certain agenda, I want to hear what it is and see if I can help them get there, because we are all motivated by how do we do better for these kids in Palo Alto, and frankly, Palo Alto, sometimes it rolls across the nation. So I find these helpful, but I really like this working together part that Terry pointed out, and I do want to hear what my colleagues have to say.
I think it's important.
Yeah.
But we've gotten a little bit away from Melissa's issue, of the length of your agenda.
Well, it does strike me that it's probably possible to look at the items on the agenda and decide which of them is going to benefit from hearing from each board member, and which items are essentially routine, where the chair might ask, rather than us going around, might say, do we have common comments? Right. And I think that might speed up, just as a logistical matter.
So where I'm noticing real pain, and as the chair, I'm kind of like, oh my God, we thought an hour was way more than enough, and now we're on an hour and a half. One thing I'm noticing, and it might be helpful for each of us to watch these longer items, is that if we don't have agreement from our other board members, we tend to repeat our point. And I'm sure I'm guilty of this, but that makes the discussion go much longer. And if we trusted that by making our point it was heard, it might not be agreed to, but repeating it or saying it again isn't necessarily going to change anything. I think that we would honor the intent of what this says, but we also have to show that we're listening to our board members. If you come in with a predetermined statement or predetermined position on something, and all you're focusing on is how you're going to put that forth, then you're probably not listening to your colleagues as to what they're saying. And then you can't do what you were just bringing up, Camille, is saying, okay, it seems like there's one little thing that if we tweaked, everyone would be happy with this item. And that might not happen. There are going to be some items where you can't tweak. I actually have been impressed with us a couple of times when people have said, well, what if it was this instead of that? Or can I make a motion? Can I change that motion? But that doesn't solve our repetitive thing. We're just taking too long to go through items.
Well, I think, number one, again, I don't know how you operate. One of the guidelines that a lot of people give is that if you go around, which I do support, is that you don't repeat anything that the prior person said. So it's not repeating, simply say, I agree with everything that's been said, and I disagree with this, and then put your position on it. Anything new, rather than being repetitive. And I do think that a lot of times people are repetitive. But I think Ken does have a point. I think you've got to be judicious on which items everybody talks on. Hiring the new coach at Palo Alto is a routine thing. That's really an administrative factor. You shouldn't have to spend any time on it. And I think you really need to look at your agenda and see if you are addressing administrative matters. I'm going to say it's much easier for one administrator to address an issue than all. Now, again, I'm not picking on you. Sometimes superintendents are at fault because they want to push hard decisions onto the board rather than address them themselves. And if that's the case, then his hands should be slammed. So, and again, I don't know, I know that most agendas I look at are populated with PR items rather than substantive items. And I'm going to say the other thing is boards don't tend to group items. For instance, I'm going to, and I don't know if you do this, throughout the year, if somebody brings up an idea, to discuss it throughout the year, or do you say, we're going to put that in the hopper, and at the end of the year, when we're preparing for next year, we're going to discuss all new suggestions? Or do you discuss them as they're brought up by the public, or by the superintendent, or by a board member throughout the year? My recommendation is you put them all in the hopper. Going back to my original, you can't do everything you want. You can do anything you want, but everything you can't do. And if you already allocate resources to buy a new hot rod stadium over here because somebody said they wanted hot rods, and now when you come to the end of the year, you said, we wish we had that money so we could buy this Tiddlywinks thing. You've already committed it here without knowing what your total choice of options are. And we encourage boards, once they establish their goals for the year, that they don't waver from those goals and put anything else on the superintendent and staff's plate until the following year, and then they look at all the options then when they make their goals, rather than making decisions throughout the year that constantly adds to the plate of the administration, whereby they end up doing nothing well, but they do a lot of things. I'd rather see a superintendent and staff do a couple things well and build on that each year. And I'll say,
So this is a challenge for us. I know that
It's a big challenge for us.
Max comes to us and he's like, well, I'm supposed to do these things. I'm supposed to add these things on the agenda.
Because we
and
did
then we
set
end
a
up with
big
this
deal.
really long agenda.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have the patience and wherewithal to push everything.
Yeah.
it's not patience, it's the discipline.
Discipline.
It's a discipline. A board needs to be discipline itself. And by discipline in itself, you've got to remind all your members that these are the protocols that we agreed to. And I think boards that do structure their whole year so that certain things don't clutter up their agenda, so that when Mrs. Smith comes, and again, Mrs. Vincent is
Mary, that's it, right.
she brought up allowing students to speak during open forums on any items. Rather than discuss that, delegate maybe twice a year. You're going to review board operations and tweak board operations so that every time somebody comes up, you don't spend 3 hours talking about it, but you have 1 3-hour discussion on whether you want to change anything. So what I'm saying is you become more efficient. You still discuss all the items, but you become more efficient. And when somebody brings it up, such as Mary Vincent, you say, well, we're going to hold that for the meeting we've got scheduled for August, when we agreed we were going to discuss matters like this. Then you have them in context, so you're not really talking about the same thing 3 or 4 times, yes.
So are there boards then that just print their year-long board agenda schedule in every packet so that people can see when things are coming back to the board? And so then we can say, well, in our conversation on achievement, we can talk about this in that report. Maybe we could ask the superintendent, can you fold in this question into that report? I mean, that would be probably useful.
I know boards that had an August meeting. There was a planning meeting for the board.
Right.
And at that meeting, the board decided the reports it wanted every month, when they were going to discuss major items during the year, how long before the item was discussed, they would discuss it. And so anything that came up with student achievement was held off till the March meeting, which was a student achievement report. Anything that dealt with athletics or student activities or anything, and they didn't do it every year. In an 18-month cycle or 24 or 36-month cycle, all the big things would be discussed. But that they were, and so sometimes it's put off. Now, obviously, you can't be rigid. Obviously, if you had a fire in Palo Alto High School, that's something you don't want to talk about immediately at the board meeting. You're not going to wait until you talk about facilities 6 months from now. And that also impacts goals. I was, in Greenwich yesterday. I'm going to give you a real example. New superintendent came out 3 years ago. That was the year of Sandy and Sandy Hook. I don't know if you remember what those two were. Sandy was a terrible snowstorm. Sandy Hook was the shooting of the kids. Well, the board on their own said, Bill, you did a great job addressing those two, and we understand why the goals weren't achieved, because it took a substantial amount of time. At another time, the board would not have been as generous. So what I'm saying is that there are circumstances. The board has to be flexible. You know, the more rigid you become as a board, the less well your organization is going to work. But the more disciplined you are as a board, the better your organization is going to work. And again, the better your organization works, the better it is for kids. The more you'd be respected, the more you would be complimented. And I know you're not looking for compliments, but I want to say something about the board that I don't think board members realize. And that your behavior is seen throughout the district. And if you're sloppy on some things, administrators and teachers and parents feel that they could be sloppy. And if you're disciplined, they're going to recognize that they need to be disciplined. If you're structured and focused and hold people accountable, you're going to have a different organization than if you just talk and walk away and have no follow through. And so you are a much more powerful entity in having a high performing, continuously improving district than you think you are. And I say that without sincerity. I mean, I've worked with a lot of districts. And so you could see, and I'm going to say one of the reasons, and this is not a generalization for all, but one of the reasons suburban districts tend to perform better than urban districts. I say a lot of other things, but suburban districts tend to be governed better than urban districts, where there is very little discipline and follow through and more politics and adult issues than student issues. Any other comments on this topic? We're still in trusteeship, or have we gone to governance yet?
Sorry, what do you mean that they're both better run? When you say suburban districts, so what's the goal that you're going to? I just want you to finish that out.
I'm going to be very clear.
Yeah.
That you have a long-term plan and know where you're taking the district. And that you adhere to that plan and don't digress with every new fad or idea that comes across unless it fits into your plan or unless you modify your plan. And if you modify your plan, you're restructuring it. I'm not one that thinks a strategic plan is carved in stone. In fact, you know, well, you know, Camille, every year when you brought me in, I says, is your mission and vision still appropriate? Do you need to tweak your strategic plan? If things changed in Palo Alto, so you can tweak it. Then you go from there and start looking at your things. And religiously, if it doesn't fit into your strategic plan, you shouldn't be discussing it. If it fits into your strategic plan, if you find out that there are things you really need to discuss and they don't fit into your strategic plan isn't the right plan, you need to modify it. So what I'm saying is that they fit hand in hand. And so I think your districts that are disciplined and focused on improvement perform far better than districts that just run from the seat of your pants. And a lot of districts are running from the seat of your pants.
So we've done a strategic plan process over several years. I mean, like a 3-year strategic plan. So are you what?
5 with a refresh in the middle.
Right, 5 with a refresh in the middle. So are you suggesting there are boards that redo their strategic plan as needed every year?
They tweak it.
They tweak it. So you keep your long-term goals. If they haven't been met, you may change shorter-term goals.
Well, you know, the board that I talked about, right, tweaked their strategic plan because of the intervention.
Right.
Okay. So, you know, they got off schedule.
But let's say you don't have something so dramatic.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, and I think it should be a pretty significant thing to tweak the plan if the plan is developed well. Because generally, plans are developed with significant input from the board.
Yeah, well, this was like a 6-month
and the staff,
effort.
And the
everybody here was involved.
So, I mean, it's a significant document. And unfortunately, a lot of districts go through the process and they have a document this big that's a great doorstop.
Right.
But they don't implement it.
Right.
I believe in keeping it simple, but very workable.
So you brought up something that we haven't talked about doing, and I'm almost thinking we should document some of these things that we haven't kind of, oh, you're documenting?
I think he's taking notes.
Oh, I didn't know you were taking notes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I put the stars.
Okay. I just think it's helpful to have things up so people can, you know, like major items to have up so that we can kind of come back to them.
Well,
Does anyone else feel that way, or am I the only
If you want
person?
me, do you want me to put something up there, we can come back to it? I'm fine.
Well, I have 2 questions I'd like to come back to at some point.
Sure.
The first is, how do we take discussion items that are things we should talk about, and how do we use the time that we discuss it better, so that we're not having discussion items that go for 2 and 3 hours? It's a question. I'm not providing an answer, I'm just a question. Because I think this is a bigger problem than whether we're all commenting on something that's not important. It seems like we go pretty fast. Oh, the high-back system. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like we go pretty fast on those. Although your suggestion isn't a bad one, I'm just not sure we would gain that much time. The other question, I'm not sure exactly how to frame this, but when new items come up that aren't part of our plan for the year, right now our strategy has been to try to find a place during the year, within the next month or couple of weeks, that we can put them into an upcoming agenda. Is there a better way to do that? I mean, your suggestion was that some boards push them all to one part of the year, the end of the year, to handle them during the planning time for the next year. And then you said another suggestion where sometimes you just pick a time where you can handle a whole bunch of them at once. That might not be at the end of the year, it might be sometime in the middle, but you let everyone know we're going to handle all these things at this time in the future. So to me, those are 2 questions, because there aren't things we've drilled down into, and I'm just, as the chair, I am looking for ways for us to be more efficient in our meetings, not because I don't love to discuss and hear new information, but because I think we're exhausting ourselves and the people around us, and not necessarily making better decisions.
I know you alluded to a retreat where you establish goals. What do you normally establish?
So we're going to do that this spring, and that's the usual, but last year was different because I was hired August 1st, so we did the goals early in August. But we set the agenda for the year shortly after that. It was either the August or first meeting in September for the year. But we had our own, I mean, we had 3 suicides this year, 4 if we count the alum. And that does change things. And it needs to change some of our agenda items. But we did not drop goals off, I guarantee. I mean, we have persisted. We're moving some reports back, but we'll talk more about that tomorrow.
Sure.
So we do have a schedule of reports that is made.
An agenda item, right?
That is made in August. So we did have a schedule in August. And it's not just this past year, we have traditionally in the summer, it might be August, it might be July, or June, set the goals for the following year. So that's been a traditional thing we've done, and they've been a subset of what our strategic plan goals are.
Well, and that's the thing I was going to bring up, is establishing goals so that you're planning and then executing.
But we don't ever take anything off, we just pile on.
But the question is, how many goals do you establish a year, significant goals?
Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow. We had 5 this year. We used to have more.
I went through 17 pages last night, running through something that you wrote.
That was mine.
About goals.
Yeah, those were 5 goals and umpteen measures and deliverables underneath them.
And that's another thing, is
Yeah.
being disciplined on what your priorities are. I mean, you could have an organization implode under goals, or what I found is that the more goals you have, the more you start writing goals, that things you should expect without having them as goals. Goals should be things that improve the district significantly. They are the huge things that make you a better district. To schedule a retreat every year is not a goal, as far as I'm concerned. That's normal operating procedure. So I think that you've got to, make a distinction between goals and for improvement. But I think if you go through more than 2 to 4 goals a year, you're probably overloading an organization and not getting the function. The other thing is, and how you have the dribble down effect. You establish a goal at the board, is everybody in the organization addressing that goal if it pertains there? That holding everybody accountable for that goal is rather significant. We can talk about that later. I do want to get back to your agenda. You know, think back to your last meeting. What did you spend a lot of time on? Give me 2 or 3 things you just spent a lot of time on.
I'd like to go 2 agendas back, because the last one we were missing 1 board member, so actually we did through things faster, because we had 1 less person.
And we still want that tidy.
It's got me.
But we still didn't finish till 11:35, so.
Well, we scheduled it to finish later than that, so that's part of
Are
the
they
problem.
talking about you? Were you not there, no?
I dominate every meeting. I talk so much.
Any
No,
one of
I'm
us
kidding.
being missing.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I gotta pull it up.
Max, maybe you can pull up 2 meetings
Well, I
ago.
gotta pull up a hotspot first, so.
What did we cover, budget?
What were the big issues
The
that
things
took up
that
the
have
most
taken
time?
us a long time to have.
Well, the last meeting, right, was
No,
the,
the
we
time
talked
before.
about the legal counsel, took a long time. We talked about the Measure A, took a long time.
Parcel tax.
The parcel tax measure, that took a long
A lot of
time.
money things.
Right, which following previous agendas had been, I mean, I don't know if they,
Nothing's ever been for us.
well,
No.
well, the legal review was.
The
Yeah,
legal
but-
review was, yes, you were right, but
You
no
hired
budget
you
items
hired
have
your
ever
attorney,
been
is
short.
that it? Or you reviewed the attorney, is that it?
We were, I wasn't there.
Yeah, we're in the, I mean, it's an annual thing, it's in the board policy, but, you know, in a merited conversation. But you asked what took, so we spent a lot of time on that, we spent a lot of time on Measure A. The student recognition was, we only had 2. We were done with all the we the
Oh,
people by
LCAT,
7.
we discussed the LCAT.
Yeah, I
We-
think
yeah.
we've talked about the we the people, reducing that a little bit, but that hasn't
Yeah.
been our big problem.
Right.
Our big problem is there'll be a controversial item. Try to move through by giving everyone just a short period of time to ask their questions or make their comments and keep going around. But we do repeat the same things over and over again. I do think that gives us, and Mr. Worman, you seem to need to talk, and I'm thinking it's on this topic, so maybe you say your piece.
I wanted to throw in an idea on board operation to maybe shorten the discussion a bit. I think things that are scheduled long time ago, and you know that they will come at a certain point, you have the annual calendar or there's
Right.
enough lead time. You may want to have an early report by the staff and superintendent, not on Thursday or Friday, maybe before the meeting, at least a week and a half ahead. Early draft. This will give you a chance to ask questions, and they will provide the answers in the final thing that they will submit indeed the weekend before. In other words, hopefully the information, much of it will be there already written by the staff. But you have enough time. Why don't you give it a 2 cycle internally quickly so you have some question answer? That should cut through a lot of it.
Thank you. And I'll let the superintendent talk to that. We need to write down that you did a public comment on our very formal comment cards.
I'll let you.
Well, he can write it down.
He can write his, thank you though.
Well, you know, we're not going to really, but I would suggest that you
Oh, yeah, the
sit down and
agenda,
evaluate your
too.
agenda and determine. Let's just quickly go through, because I want to talk a little bit about governance and management, and anything else you want to talk about on this paper. I'm glad you brought up the working together, but the governance and management bit, I think, is important. Because really, at your board meetings, what is the role of governance? It's determining the purpose of the organization, or clarifying the purpose, which is your mission. And you have a mission, and generally missions don't change. Generally, missions of schools throughout the country, public schools, are quite similar. They may word them differently, but they're quite similar. I think the vision is more unique to the respective districts. And generally, vision will reflect the values of a community. And, you know, more is expected from those who have more, and more is expected by parents in Palo Alto, probably than from parents in East Palo Alto. And I'm not making a comparison, but it's the expectation level. And unfortunately, those expectations are correlated with wealth generally, which, but it's a factor. You know, we've been talking about high-performing school districts. There's a lot of high-performing school districts. Their divisions are quite similar. But it is the board's responsibility to determine these two things. The things that boards don't tend to spend as much time on are determining and clarifying goals and parameters, expectations and parameters. I think it is the board's responsibility to set the expectations for the district, and that's done through a strategic plan and annual goal setting. And I'm a firm believer in SMART goals. They should be specific, they should be measurable, they should be attainable, they should be relevant, and they should be time-bound. And so, and a lot of boards do this better than they do this. Accountability or effective evaluation. And I'm going to say, and I know that you're evaluating Max in a few weeks, that's a critical thing for the public and the staff to know. Because if you do a good job evaluating your superintendent, you're going to find that there's going to be a better job evaluating right down the ladder. Max is going to do a better job of evaluating his subordinates. The principals are going to do a better job. I'll never forget the time when I was brought in, and usually I'm brought in for marriages and divorces to find superintendents and to help people get rid of superintendents. And I'll never forget, the biggest gripe this board had was the superintendent was not holding his subordinates accountable. And I asked him, well, why didn't you tell him that in the evaluation? Well, evaluation? We never evaluated our superintendent. Well, if the superintendent isn't evaluated, he's not going to think it's very important to the board, so why should he evaluate his subordinates? You follow me? Or do a poor job. So what I'm saying is but that modeling is very important. Parameters, that's your policy. And it's the board's responsibility to determine the parameters within which Max and the district will operate. Not only Max, parents, students, everyone. These are the policies. So, determining mission, vision, establishing expectation, policy, accountability, and hiring a superintendent. If you do that well, there should not be a need to discuss everything at your board. Corollary, this is board, administration, superintendent, CEO, I don't care what you want to call him, but the superintendent is the chief executive officer of the district. And even though your district is very different than a General Motors and much smaller, or a big hospital organization, or manufacturing, the superintendent pretty much is hired to run the district, to make sure it moves towards its mission. No organization ever really completes its mission, because when you get there, you change the mission and make it a little more difficult to get there. To fulfill the vision, people do fulfill the vision. If you have a realistic vision, in a matter of 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you could fulfill it by successfully implementing goals that is established by the board within policy, within the parameters, and then hires and holds all other staff accountable through the organization. Personally, no. His immediate reports, yes, but then he delegates it probably to HR and principals and someone else. That's the superintendent. So there's a corollary for everything in governance. Now, if at your board meetings you're doing some of these things, you probably shouldn't be doing them. That should be the superintendent's job. Now, the superintendent and you need to have a mechanism so that he keeps you informed of what he's doing. But there's no need to talk about everything. I think when I talked to one of you, you said, couldn't reports take the place of a long deliberation? I think reports can take can save a lot of time at board meetings. but they should be concise executive reports. I mean, I'm working with a board that every report is 40 or 50 pages long. I say that's all the administration does all year, is prepare reports. They've got a report on almost every aspect of that district, and they're all 40, very honestly, I couldn't read that much, you know, if I was a board member, and my hunch is it, so you want to be efficient also. You want to be efficient and effective. But probably a 2 to 3 page executive report could very well take some items right off your agenda. And again, I don't know what the agenda items are. But is there any question about the respective roles of the superintendent and board? Talking to one or two of you, some of you said, well, what if there isn't a policy? What happens? If there isn't a policy that is needed, it's the superintendent's responsibility to bring to the board's attention, hey, you know, we've got an issue here that's come up and we didn't have a policy. What if that thing came up between meetings? What happens? Who should handle it?
So what if it's something that a board policy wouldn't really make sense?
Pardon?
So I'm just trying to think of something that's come
Of
up
what?
recently.
What's your question?
Something that a board policy wouldn't necessarily make sense.
Okay.
Someone asks a question or comes up during discussions at a board meeting. We don't have a process to answer that issue, but it's not clear whether it's a policy issue or whether it's an operational issue. So what's the process you would use if that came up?
Well, number one, I'm going to say it's very simple. If you don't have a policy, it's a process. It's a procedure. It's operational. And the superintendent is responsible for addressing it. That's why you're here, and is to keep the organization running. He can't, well, not legally, he can't call you all together tomorrow morning and say, hey, this issue came up, there's not a policy for it, let's develop a policy. You got a 3 days notice or something for a meeting?
Right.
It's an emergency.
Sorry,
So that's why you hire him. But if there's an issue that he has to address that is of significance because you don't have a policy, he should address it. And at the following meeting, say, you know, this came up, this is how I addressed it. But this really falls into your bailiwick as a policy.
So in a well-functioning, if we're well-functioning on this, when an issue comes up, it should go to Max, and he should respond whether he believes it's an operational issue or whether we need to create policy about it, whether it's at a board level. He should do that. We shouldn't have a whole board discussion about whether it's policy or not.
It all depends how it came up. Now you have a policy committee, right?
Yes, we do.
Because if I recall, that should go to the policy committee. If there's a question, it should go to the policy committee. The policy committee can determine, is this something we need a policy on, or is it operational? You know, I'm going to say every policy restricts how much authority and responsibility you give to your superintendent. And when you have a policy, you no longer can hold the superintendent accountable for decisions made relative to that policy. You can't say, you know, it's a stupid thing, Max, you know, it's smarter to pick up the kid here, but the policy says, you set the policy that I'm not allowed to have the kid picked up here. So, you know,
Well, so now I'm gonna push back on you a little bit because if every issue that comes out that we don't have a process for goes to the board policy committee
No,
first.
I'm not saying that.
Oh, you're not saying that, okay.
Absolutely not,
Okay.
absolutely not. No, I'm saying that if the board feels that an issue should have a policy, what did I say policy was? It sets parameters around the administration, parents, students, whoever this policy relates to, or the board, your governance policies, limit some of the things you as individuals would like to do, but you have policy that says we can't do it. See, policy has the law, the force of law. You know that, don't you? I mean, I don't want to get that basic. But once you pass a policy, it's a legal decision that is technically the law, and you can go to court over it. So, I mean, I think that's important. So policies are not something you know, it's just, I got an idea and I want to do something. It's really you're taking legal action. A board, the school board is a very unique body in that it's both legislative and judicial. And most other strands of government. But that does not mean that you're the final judicial body, because people can go to the courts to sue over one of your policies or laws. So I think, you know, policy governance, I don't know, do you attest to operate under policy governance here? Carter's approach that the superintendent can do anything at all except what's in policy?
No, I don't, personally.
I don't think you do that either.
No.
So what the policy really is to set the parameters and say these are. Now, if there's an issue that Max feels, or a board member feels, more appropriately should be made by the board than by the superintendent, that's where you have policy discussion. And,
Right.
and so, but if there's not a policy there right now, and it comes up, your superintendent should address it and apprise the board of the fact, hey, I made this decision, it probably more appropriately should be made via policy, but it was an issue that came up, this is what I did, I recommend the policy be developed, and the policy committee can determine and say, yes, we think you should have a policy on that, or, you know, we'd rather be a little looser on that and give you the authority to look at all the situations and make the decision. That's part of governance. So part of governance is not only establishing the parameters,
Right.
but determining what you want to put parameters around.
So I would say historically, we've tried to have less policy and give the superintendent more authority. That's historically what this district's culture has been. And
Nothing wrong with
when we
that.
went to using the CSBA policies, we said, let's use the CSBA policies that are required, and let's decide for the optional ones whether they're too restrictive for the district or not. I don't know whether we're still doing that. I mean, whether we haven't discussed it with the new board members, that this has been our way of working. And maybe we need to.
Since I'm on the board policy committee, I think we've addressed this a couple of times, is that since the superintendent also sits on that committee, I think we're relying on him to tell us whether he thinks that the policy that is being considered for adoption is overly restrictive or not. You know, it's not that we don't have that responsibility as well, but I think that we're relying implicitly on Max to.
So I guess I'm saying something even a little different than that, because historically, if it seems like it's too restrictive, we've talked about whether this is a policy we should even have.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, that's what you mean,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, because we have optional policies
Right.
that are considered for adoption, and so that's one of what I would expect to hear from the superintendent in considering such a policy is, actually, I don't think that we need a policy in this area because it will restrict my discretion in a way that isn't useful.
So maybe we don't need to have a conversation.
I think
about
our
maybe
policy
this is-
committee functions well. I mean,
Are there issues that have come up with policy?
This is,
Go ahead.
when we get past policy, I have another topic, so
Okay.
this is my hand up for the next topic.
Okay.
We're done with policy. Any other questions about policy? Okay. And any other questions about governance and management?
Well, this is kind of a governance and management,
Okay, good.
I think.
Okay.
So when we talk about the way things get onto our agenda, or make it onto our radar, you know, we have things that are cyclical, and we know they're going to come. We're going to do a math book textbook adoption, which means there's going to be a lot of discussion about math, and we know when that's going to happen, and we can be prepared for that. Or we have things that bubble up, and we say, this is important to talk about now, like we're just in the process of doing an enrollment management discussion about maybe new sites or things like that. So those things come up. And then we have an agenda that's set out at the beginning of the year, which I think the framework for that is kind of a strategic plan. Let's talk about different things along the way. The thing that I can never quite figure out where it fits is from my corporate life. So I spent a long time in corporations, and we would have a strategic plan. But before we even did the strategic plan, we would frequently just have sort of visioning exercises around things that are important for our particular industry. That days it was semiconductors. Now it's students. And I've never quite figured out where we do that. Like frequently these things double up, or there will be community members who come and talk about a particular thing we should be looking at. But we don't seem to have a way where we're looking sort of across a couple of years and going, we should talk about what's good for elementary school kids and what's new in the world for elementary school kids and like what we should be going after. Or what's new in the special ed world that we should be spending time on. Like those sorts of things that don't just have a cycle like textbooks and aren't, you know, points of pain like enrollment growth, but are just things that many of the folks who are in our districts spend a lot of time thinking about them and do professional development around or go to conferences. And like our district, many of our district teachers go onto Twitter all the time. They're having these ed conversations weekly, and I can see them going by, and I'm thinking, God, I'm so proud of this, because we're just doing this thing, and they're learning, and they're talking to each other. But I never quite understood how those things happen so that they can inform our strategic plan. So I'd be interested to know other places you've been where that works. Like, I know for us, what we used to do, the strategic long-range plan, and we spend all this time digging up data and thinking about it, and then we'd go just lock in a big room and talk about it. And it was like this painful, exhausting experience, but you'd come out and like, okay, those are like 3 things we're going to pursue. So what's the education?
Generally speaking, that happens depending on your strategic plan cycle. Every 3 to 5 years. How you go 5-year strategic plan?
It's 5 years.
It's 5 with the midterm refresh.
Okay.
And I would just, having been involved, because McKinsey came in and did our, a major consulting firm, not to be named major consulting firm, came in and helped us, and they have a process. And their process isn't everyone coming into a room and brainstorming. Their process is more, they go and they interview people that are key strategic people. And then they pull it together, and with a couple of people in the district that are, like our superintendent, deputy superintendent, they say, okay, what are the nuggets here that we need to focus on? So it clearly feels like we're not doing any brainstorming, because the community as a whole is not brainstorming in any way.
McKinsey brainstorm with the board, though?
They came individually with board members.
They did?
And they did lots of focus groups, and they did a lot of things that you normally do in a strategic plan process. But I guess what I was thinking was, there are inflection points that after you've talked to enough people, you get a little bit of Pablo back, right? It's like, of course we want achievement for all of our students, and we want them to all have 1 year's worth of growth. And we have the things that are like the nuts of getting it done. But what I felt like we've lacked, and that it would be great to have kind of in the process, is the time to reflect on things that aren't necessarily going to be in the nuts and bolts of what we do, but they might be new things that we would like to consider.
A lot of that is culture, Terry, and the culture that you permit to bubble up in your district. You're going to get a lot more of that if you're a bubble up district than if you're a top-down district. And I don't know what kind of district you are right now. I mean, I'm not being critical.
We're a cat dog.
Pardon?
We're a cat dog. We're a dog on one side, a cat on the other.
Okay. Okay. Well, you don't want to be a dog and cat. You really want to be if you build a culture of risk-taking, you're going to find that there's a lot more ideas bubbling up in a district. If failure and risk-taking is not acceptable, you're going to find that you're going to have far less risk-taking. And so you've got to build a culture of, I always call it a balanced culture, of reasonable risk-taking, recognizing people are going to fail on some of it, and celebrate the failures as well as the successes, because you learn from the failures, and get people to try things. I mean, if that's what you want. Now, that could be in culture, or it could be a structured process through the strategic plan. McKinsey uses one way. A lot of other people would bring groups together and bring it all back to the board.
They did bring the groups together, but in terms of what she's talking about for the visioning exercise, the groups were very tight. It was input from these interviews given to the core team, which was the consulting group leaders and some core members of the administrative staff.
And they do it with the board. See, I would encourage them to do that. See, I'm a firm believer that the board has to own that strategic plan. It's the board's strategic plan.
I think we felt ownership for it. But I do hear what Terry is saying, and maybe even a bigger way. We went a lot of years where we're cutting so much that saying, oh, we could do this in the future was sort of demoralizing. But now we're not. We're in a different place now. We're saying, what could we do in the future that would really change this district? And we haven't had that kind of conversation.
If you don't have that culture of risk-taking and culture of bubbling up, then it's going to have to come from the top and trickle down. And I find bubbling up enthusiasm is far more effective than trickling down approach.
Can I ask, so when you talk about bubbling up, are you saying that new innovations, interesting ideas should come from within the district and not necessarily from board members?
I think your most effective improvements come from the people that are implementers. And, find a core of teachers who are really dynamic. The Twitter group that you're talking about, I don't even know who they are, but if they're twittering all the time about improved opportunities for kids, and give them a little bit of rein, they're going to convince a lot more people to be like them, and you'll have a more dynamic district. I think the worst thing is the board independently determining how the district's going to implement things. It's okay to determine what, but the teachers, the principals have got to determine the how under the supervision of the superintendent.
I think
Rarely have I seen that school districts succeed where boards give out edicts, because people resent the edicts. They will comply with them, but they won't enthusiastically embrace them. And you're in a people business. It's not like doing a better job of building a car. It's a people business, and people have got to be committed and really sold on it to do it well. And I found the most dynamic districts are the districts where boards spend a substantial amount of time on developing the staff, but then giving the staff a significant amount of leeway to really, I'm going to say the most dynamic thing I saw, and then I'll get back to you, Camille, is a consultant come in and vision with a group of 40 teachers. And the teachers, as they said, what would be the ideal school district? And they built the image of teachers not only being students of kids, but teachers being colleague teachers and teaching each other. And they talked about teachers being adjuncts at the university while they were classroom teachers, and how they would team and how they would diagnose student needs. And it was professional learning teams. This was 25, 30 years ago. And that vision within 10 years was achieved by that staff, because the district gave them the leeway and the training to do it.
We actually have some very creative people on our staff, but I don't think they feel empowered to change our trajectory. And if I look back a few years, it was because we never had enough money. And figuring out how to empower them so that they feel like their ideas actually would go farther would be a good thing for us to figure out.
Money is not the controlling thing. Control is the controlling thing. A lot of people feel a little uncomfortable in giving up that control and that authority, but you really need to forget about it.
Good conversation. It is interesting, you're thinking of real examples in your district trying to make this interesting thing. Okay, so there's been a debate about, anti-bullying programs. And I remember one principal saying to me, tell me what outcome you want and on what measure you want it, and leave it to us to come up with a program, which I actually have no problem with. Now, certain newspapers have problems with that, certain community members have problems. And so there becomes a debate about who controls what is the absolute. We do spend a lot of time churning on these kinds of things. And so then it gets into this debate. We have a district, but we have a lot of individual school has a fair amount of autonomy too, right. And it's finding that balance. And Max, when we married Max said, there's too much autonomy here. It's finding that balance and having this conversation is always good again, because you're always searching for that balance. And where is it? And maybe sometimes why we have board meetings that take too long, because we're trying to find that balance. The community's trying to find it, the board's trying to find it, the superintendent, who is new, is trying to find it. It is, these aren't necessarily easy, but I'm in agreement with you on that. But, not everybody agrees, so you try to find the balance.
Well, but the balance requires different things. I mean, if you don't have clarity of purpose in a district, you need structure. The less clarity you have of purpose, the more structure you need. And a lot of people think clarity of purpose and structure are the same thing. They're very different things. Clarity of purpose is understanding what you want to accomplish.
Absolutely.
And if you can clearly define what you want to accomplish, I don't care how much authority you give to the local group, as long as you hold them accountable for accomplishing that.
Right.
Structure is predetermining how they're going to do it. And I find structure is nowhere as effective as clarity of purpose. And that goes back to governance and management. It's not enough to say, we want the highest achieving schools. You know,
Right.
You got to be clear what you mean by high achieving.
Right.
And you've got to have metrics as to what high achieving means to you. And then if you've got really talented staff, then you let the staff loose and let them achieve it in their own way. See, one of the things that, I don't care how similar people feel Palo Alto is,
How what? How similar?
how similar the schools are, how
Oh,
similar
I
the
see,
community
yeah.
is. Every one of your schools is unique.
Oh, yeah.
And the student population is unique, and if it wasn't unique because the kids may be different, but I'm sure they are, the faculty is different. And you get the most out of faculty to address the unique needs of an organization, their local school, if they clearly understand what is expected of them, but they're not told how to do it. And you've got competent people, and you let them.
You're bringing up though something else that, I mean, we tend to think of either everything's controlled from the center or each school does whatever they want. We sort of see it as that.
It's not either or.
But one thing that we haven't talked about is, can you empower the people that are closest to the students to come up with ideas together so you have a collective community
Right.
instead of a collection of communities? I think you always say that.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm just thinking in general, like when our kindergarten teachers
That's what I was just gonna use,
decided
yeah.
to come together and make a pretty strong statement about how old kids should be when they come to kindergarten and what kindergarten should look like, it wasn't about one school doing it. It was about, it started with a couple of people at one school, but it became a collective community of
It bubbled
kindergarten.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, enthusiasm bubbles over through a district.
Well,
But I
it
don't-
became state law.
I
But
did,
we
yeah.
don't make it state
Yeah.
law.
Yeah,
I
we
just
do
wonder,
fully kindergarten.
I just wonder if we've,
Age code.
No, I know, that's TK.
back to Terry's point, if we were looking for the new innovative things and we let the people who are closest to that brainstorm on the new innovative things, not school by school, but collectively, would we end up with some more powerful things to go after? I mean, we don't want to do it right now, but maybe this is part of our strategic planning process.
But all I want to say, and I don't want to, all I want to say is that if you want to do that, you've got to build up the structure to support it. And I call it culture. You know, you can't just tell teachers, we're going to let you run wild.
Right.
No.
What you got to do is build up the expectations with clarity and provide the resources to develop them so that they can take on that extra responsibility. And what you really do is you find the core of teachers, and you know, there's always a core in everything that's really excited, and that enthusiasm gets generated throughout the district. And, you know, my hunch is you're hiring some of the best because, you know, districts like you do attract the best. And so,
Ken?
Ken?
Oh, I was, I think it's important to balance again the desire to produce as much flexibility at the local level as possible against the fact that some of these decisions, I mean, there's two things. Some of these things can be done in a lot of different ways, and providing the one way to do it can take off something from folks' plate, right? So, you know, we should get the benefit of providing, if we think about the district office as providing services, right? One of the services they provide is, here's a good way to do X, Y, and Z. You don't have to invent it yourself. You know, we're gonna free you from routine or from making decisions about among a set of alternatives that are functionally equivalent so that you can focusing on what are really the unique needs. Because I actually don't believe it's true that each of our school sites is unique or that our teachers are unique in a way that doesn't make it possible to have common practices. In a lot of areas, I think that's probably an overstatement, probably not what you really meant in that strong way. But I also think that part of the job of the superintendent is to look for teachers and teacher leaders who are moving in the direction that he wants to go based on the goals that we've set, and empowering them in all the ways that can happen. I think that's a useful role for district leader to play. And I imagine he's playing that.
Right.
Based on my understanding of Max's management style.
Sure, and you're absolutely right, Ken. Most teachers are going to feel more comfortable being given the structure. But if you really want to see an organization grow, you provide that within a culture that risk-taking is okay. And if you feel you have a better way, let's try it. And so it's a combination of both, but you can't provide that culture if you don't have clarity of what you expect them to accomplish.
Right.
And that's the important thing. So, it's probably time to take a break.
Are we on an agenda for you, or are we going to be finished?
We are going to be
I mean, this is lovely, but I just want to make sure that we're feeling like we're going to hit the mark at 6 o'clock.
I think the important thing is, are we hitting the things that 5 of you want? And we're going to take a reality check when we come back.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Like during an agendized item, we seem to have a process now where it's one person, next person, you each have X number of minutes, and that's all pretty good. It's toward the end when we get tired, we're a little more punchy and stuff is just sort of coming out.
And maybe that's too long a meeting.
Yes, it is.
I would look at limiting your meeting and looking at your agendas and really determining what you have to do, and maybe considering grouping topics periodically during the year rather than just putting them on at any one time. And so the other thing is too much board conversation offline. Work is at the micro level. I presume what they're saying is, because there's 2 or 3 of them, board members go beyond their role, well no, that's not that one, deals with the staff, and I apologize, maybe I should put these together. Internal conversations with staff. We at times seem to overwhelm the staff with questions about agenda items, and they seem to scramble to get us answers. I imagine it's frustrating. Individual board members setting priorities for superintendent and or staff work without board consensus. Micromanagement of superintendent and staff. I'm going to talk about all of these as a group. Again, effective boards, and obviously my opinion is formed of there's only one body that directs Max, and this is like, no.
It is right. I said that early on, yes dear, are the words I live by, yeah.
And too often people think the body is there, the president. It's not the president. The body is the corporate body of the board. No one board member has the authority or the right or the responsibility to direct Max. His directions come in public meetings and executive sessions, because some of the directives come in executive sessions, and in his evaluation, and the goals you set for him. Those are all areas in which the board has the opportunity to direct him, but it's a collective body. So it's not Ken or Camille or Heidi or Melissa or Terry. It's the collective body. And the collective body is 3 votes. Not 2, not 1. It's 3, 4, 5. And so, and it's sometimes difficult, I'm going to go back to the new board member, because many times board members get elected and feel that the election means they have special access to the superintendent. They sort of do have special access to the superintendent, but not as an individual in terms of directing the superintendent. I mean, what I said earlier is your persona goes from here to here when you're elected with John Q. Public. With the superintendent, it's got to go like this, because obviously you're one of the people that's going to be governing the organization. But it goes that high as one of 5, not as an individual. So I think that's very important. And the other thing, and it's not mentioned here at all, is relating to the superintendent and staff, praise in public, criticize in private. If you want to demoralize the staff, I'm talking about not only a superintendent, but a superintendent at times has developed thicker skin because he is more on the dais and takes more shots from the press than everybody else. But even there, I don't think the board should join that outside group that takes shots. But praise in public, criticize in private. And so I'm not saying that you accept behaviors carte blanche. None of us is perfect, and I'm sure Max, and I knew I was when I was a superintendent, even as a consultant, I like feedback. And so, in fact, you're going to get an evaluation. I had it on the agenda, and Melissa suggested I email it to you afterwards. But I'd like to know how you feel this went, because I do this with other boards. If it's helpful here, you know. So I think that's a very important thing. Micromanagement, I think you've got to be very careful. You may not realize you're micromanaging. The superintendent can take your individual comments, and that's his job, and so to speak, ignore them because it is the board directive, and tell you, you know, Camille, I appreciate it, but you know, if you really think that report needs to be made, you should go to the board and let the board decide whether I should use staff time to get that done. But when you go to anybody under the superintendent, and you go up and say, I want, they feel that it's a directive, an order, and they have to respond. Now, Max, I hope you've had sessions with your staff and say, you know, if it's a request, an official request that you think is going to take some of your time, you come to me first. I use the 10 to 20 minute limit. Max, I understand you have a little bit slightly more. I think boards, the courtesy to a board, it's not due them. But as a board member, an elected board member, I think as a courtesy, if it takes 10 to 20 minutes of staff time to pull something together for you, that's to be expected. I think if it goes much beyond that, it should be a directive of the board. Because it goes to what I said earlier. Every minute that Max and his staff spend on one of your requests, it's taken away from working on your goals, and we alluded to it earlier, and I want to get into it, getting away from the prime purpose of central office as I see it. And central office's prime responsibility is to be supporting principals, teachers, and kids in the schools, and not be the, and this is where, when we were talking earlier about directives top down, I think that you have to have expectations clearly stated, and that you've got to develop a structure for delivering that expectation, because everybody doesn't want to be self-motivated, but you also have got to provide that opportunity for self-motivation and creativity and risk-taking, maybe to do things even better than central office thinks they can be done.
So I have a question about that. So we get a board packet. This is pretty specific. You get a board packet, and you have a question, and you ask that question. Let's say we're really good at read our board packets on Friday night. And so Friday night we send a question, so they actually have time to do this. But actually what you've asked is something they have to go research, and it could take an hour or two.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that? Because I don't think we have clarity on that. We can talk about it in general, but I'd like to have some clarity on that.
I prefer to talk about it as it comes up. We alluded to it earlier. I think once an item is agendized, I think it's the responsibility of the board to let the administration, let the superintendent, and obviously it's the administration that's going to gather it, or outside agencies, know what information you need. Now, as I understand it from the earlier discussion, that then goes to a discussion topic at a board meeting. You have the discussion. There are going to be other questions that come up.
Yeah.
They should be clarified at the end of that discussion. Max, before we vote on this, we need this, 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 and this. And then you should get that in your packet before the vote is taken.
Right.
Now, occasionally, when that second packet comes, you think of another thing.
Right.
That thing, if it's critical to the decision and you think it's critical to the board, this is something you may channel through the board president. Now, you know, the board president's role, many people feel, is to direct the superintendent. I do not believe that is the board president's role. The board's president's role is to serve the board and make sure the board is operating effectively. And that's a question, you know, Terry brought it up earlier. I think she said something came up, and I don't have the time, I wish we had more time. I think questions, of a short nature, hey, you've got something in here about the cost, and it doesn't look right. Is it really $7 million, or is it supposed to be $700,000 or $70,000? That's a question that doesn't have to go through anybody, you can go right to the person. But you're saying, this thing is coming up, and the question you brought, before I vote on the calendar, I want to know what all the other districts of a high-performing nature are doing with their calendar. That should have been brought up earlier. Bring it up with the board. If the board thinks it's important to make their decision, delay the decision for another meeting.
Okay, but let's say it comes up to during discussion, so we do have another time. At that point, you're recommending that we ask Max, and if Max says, okay, this is reasonable, this is going to take X amount of time, do 3 people on the board want it? Is that what you're saying? Or
if 3 people on the board want it, I think that's a direct.
No, but what if it's not 3 people? What if one person really feels they need it in order to make a decision?
I don't think, I'm going to be very blunt. He doesn't work for 1 board member, he doesn't work for 2 board members. He works for the board.
Okay.
And if 3 board members feel it's important, it gets done. If 1 or 2 board members feel it's important, as you said earlier, and they want to go out and do it themselves, that's fine. And bring it back to the board. But I don't think the superintendent or the staff should spend time at the request of 2 board members. I think that should be an understanding. It's not that Max doesn't want to do what you would like and get you information that you would like. He's hired by the board with the directive by the board to get something accomplished. And if he's going to spend his time getting things for you or you, and probably, and I don't know this board, but probably none of you are as voracious as some people might be. But your next board member might be. And if it's the habit that he has to respond to every board member, you can get a board member that would have Max working for him full time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I've seen that. And it just doesn't work. So a board's responsibility is to develop protocols that ensure the effective operation of the board.
So right now, we're not doing this.
In perpetuity.
So right now, at the end of an item, we say, do you understand? We do say, do you understand what we've asked for? Usually you just list what it is, and maybe we've never asked for anything ridiculous, so maybe that's why. But it seems like it would be good process for us, for you to tell us what the things we've asked for and how much time you think that's going to take, so that we're all in agreement that you should.
So at the board meeting's not the issue. So I'll just give you an example, and I don't remember who it is, so don't take offense, please, if it's you. The last week of school is insane, right? The counselors are meeting with all the kids. I'd like to know, it was a Naviance report, where everybody's going to college, where everybody's what that. That's going to take somebody a while to pull that together. And I have not fulfilled that request. But it wasn't part of a board. Somebody's interested in it. It is interesting information. So, but as you know, Bill, or maybe you don't, but California, you can't say, well, that board member could say, well, 2 other board members want this, because they couldn't have had that conversation outside a board meeting because of the Brown Act. So this is where I personally run into confusion, is we don't have a lot of time at the board meeting for these kind of, I don't know if we don't have a lot of time, or how does it come up? Because people are interested in something. And it may inform a policy decision, it's something they want to know, something they're thinking about, but we don't have that protocol right now to decide if this really matters to the full board.
Well, I'm going to react to that. That's a complete example.
Yeah.
Number 1, high schools usually prepare a list of where the kids go to college.
Right, but not the last week of school when we need tomorrow. Right, yeah.
I would tell this that why did this person need to know it?
Yeah.
I mean, I would deny it. I mean, as a superintendent, I would have, now, as a superintendent, don't go denying it until the board agrees.
Yeah, right.
What I'm saying is, if it's going to take you time to pull it together, because the board member just wants to know, and if you waited 3 weeks, it's going to be a public document because it is going to be gathered.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's your job to have to go out and duplicate what the school's going to do,
Mm-hmm.
or expect the schools to do it at a time when they've got other priorities.
Right.
And so, again, it's effectiveness and efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why redo it now when it's going to be done in two weeks? And it's really their responsibility to get done.
So let's change that a little bit. Let's pretend it's something that actually we don't do. it's a request for information that
Oh, I
he
don't-
didn't have a
Yeah,
plan
there's
for.
a group,
So
yeah.
now what he's asking is, so how does he bring it up with the whole board
Right.
without having weird Brown Act things happen? It sounds like we
Mhm.
may need to use board operations as a time where people ask for, I would like this report, how do other
I think-
board members feel?
I think if there's a request for that type, it should come up in a public board meeting, and the board should, by action, say, yes, I think that's an appropriate thing to do.
And
I don't
that's
think it's gonna come up, I don't think that's gonna
historically
come
it
up
was
that
like
often. I mean, Barry, I was superintendent for 24 years. I can only think of maybe 3 or 4 times in the 24 years that is, but fortunately, we had protocols in place,
Mhm.
so maybe it would have come up more often. But how often does that come up here? I mean, if it comes up, you should address it.
What's the this if what comes up?
If the superintendent or the staff is being addressed by a single board member for reports that take more than, I say 20 minutes, I think you have
45, yeah.
in 45 minutes, more than that time to prepare it as a special report for an individual. Now, we're not talking about materials already prepared.
Mhm.
Anything that's already prepared that would be foiable or has been distributed. I mean, I presume, Max, and I shouldn't ask you this in
Right.
public, I presume if you distribute something to Ken, it goes to all board members.
Right.
To
Yep,
Melissa, it goes to all
exactly,
board
yeah.
members, except things that maybe she has
Yes,
to sign. when
exactly,
she's
right,
present.
right.
So if a single board member, Ken, has a request
Mhm.
for, and the one that many times, I'm gonna give you one that I did get, that I did not comply with. They wanted to know the absence rate of every teacher in the district. They want a special report
Mhm.
because they felt the teachers were being absent far too much. And I said, if you want that, you gotta ask the board for that, because we don't have that. I mean, we had the individual, but to put it into a report. And see, sometimes you've got the individual information, but it's gotta go into a report. But in that one, we also felt it was personnel. And I don't think a superintendent has a right to provide personnel data without the board directing it, even to an individual board member. My hunch is if Terry came in and said she wanted to see a personnel record, you're not gonna give it to her without the direction of the board, right?
Actually, we would. I mean, probably. We have, excuse me?
Because they're all discoverable now. They're all FOIA.
Yeah.
Are personnel records foible?
Well, if somebody wants to see what evaluations, I want to
Yeah, we
see
had to turn over.
Mrs. Smith's evaluation, who teaches 4th grade at
And
whatever.
you've got to give it. If somebody comes.
You don't have to, but it's that, so I think that my sense, again,
No, I'm talking about John Q.
historically.
Public.
Right.
John Q. Public came.
No,
on to say-
no, but a board member comes in.
Oh, see,
I thought the question was about a board
I
member.
don't think a board member, I'm gonna give you my opinion.
Yeah.
I would not give the board member any privilege beyond what a John Q. Public has on items that are of personnel nature, unless the board directs it, and the board is held accountable for it. Because very honestly, if Terry came in and you shared with her the record of Mrs. Smith in the 4th
You
grade.
need to be with everybody, though.
Something,
Right.
and something happened, I'm not so sure the district would not be liable, because Terry, as an individual, does not have right to those records. The board has a right, but Terry's not the board.
Right, right.
And so I'm just saying, legal rights, but let's get away from that and just say, Terry has come in and said she wants a special report prepared that's gonna take a staff member the better part of the day to pull things together. I think that definitely should come through the board.
Question. I know historically, if superintendent was asked for something, the superintendent would respond back saying, this will take too long, can it hold off, or I'll take it to the board. So I think for Max, a really good thing would be just respond and just say, I think it's going to take longer than you think it is. We don't normally do that, because we don't know. Some of this stuff sounds so automatic.
Right.
Because everything's computerized, but maybe it's not. So I think it's worked for us in the past, but I do appreciate that when something takes more than, this is how historically, again, and we'll have to look through our rules, but if something took more than like 10 or 20 minutes, it was to come to the board for the board direction. If it's going to take staff longer on anything. So I know we've had discussions about that, but I think it does warrant a conversation and what our rules are regarding that if it's less than reasonable.
So I'm thinking board operations might not be the right place to bring it.
It might be agendized.
It might just be
frankly,
something you agendize at the beginning of the
Yep.
meeting and say, I've been asked for this, is this, is this something the board wants to direct or not direct? I worry about having it in board operations because it's not agendized and
One of
be a
the
problem.
things-
Yeah.
One of the things might be to depersonalize is just simply state, board members have requested the following documents and give a estimated time amount. Is there enough interest and desire on the part of the board to just use this amount of time to get this report?
Could we do that without discussion? Are we able to do that without discussion?
Well,
I would think so.
no, you have to have conversation.
So, well, agenda
That's why
items is
you
one
would
thing.
agenda.
People are really good about agenda items. So the questions come in, they're organized, we respond or not. We generally say if we can't respond. But it's, again, it's the interest, it's part of it's my neighbor said this. Can you check on this? My neighbor, it goes back to our earlier conversation about my expectation is if I tell you my problem, you're going to make sure somebody,
Although
solve
even
it.
if we send them if we're sending them the right place, you probably want a heads up that
Yeah, I do.
came up.
Yeah. And-
Not to do anything, but to
Yeah.
be aware.
Absolutely.
But, yeah.
Communication is key on this, and
Mhm.
that's one of the areas, it's on the agenda, we haven't gotten to it.
Yeah.
Communication and developing relationships
Right.
among the 5 of you,
Yeah.
and then among the 6 of you.
Yeah.
Communication is, because a lot of times we misperceive or misinterpret why somebody says something or wants something. And that goes back to what I said earlier. If you're really looking at developing strong cohesiveness as a board, and cohesiveness is not saying rubber stamp and you all don't have to be alike.
Mhm.
Okay? It's preferable that you do have your 5 identities.
Mhm.
But in the corporate structure, to be free to ask each other, what did you mean by that, or what did you really want? Because sometimes we do misinterpret what people want. And reminds me of a little story. The kid said, Mommy, where did I come from? And Mom said, oh gosh, I knew the question was coming. She sat the kid down for about half an hour talking about the birds and bees. And, I don't know what you're talking about. Johnny came from Cleveland. Where did I come from? So, so sometimes you misinterpret what people want. And so I think
Yeah.
being direct with each other will improve your relationship with each other. I really do. But I want to get back to,
Are you raising your hand?
No, I'm not raising my hand. I mean, I think, I would think that nearly all of these issues could be resolved with a conversation between Max and the board member just requesting them. So I would wonder whether a process is needed beyond just that communication that's going on. I do think that it's important for the board acts as a corporate body. Board members, it works best when board members are who after all are elected, officials, when they are well enough informed in their own judgment to participate effectively in those decisions. So I think there's more than just the board acting corporately around this issue of enabling individual board members to feel as if they are fully informed. So that, that doesn't mean 100 hours, but it also does mean that part of the effective functioning of the board and the whole organization depends on well-informed board members. And so I think that we have to think about the fact that we have to acknowledge the fact that part of the operation of the organization and the funding of the organization is premised on the idea that board members are going to be able to participate fully, as board members, as individual board members. So I feel like we have a set of practices that's working in this area, but I do think that it's important to understand, what I just said, that the access to information is part of the role of board members, part of the oversight function of board members, part of the role of board members or trustee who has fiduciary responsibilities.
I I think information access is one thing. I think the thing we're really talking about is development of reports.
Yeah, preparing reports is, right,
Could
that
be very,
can be.
very time consuming.
Right.
No,
I agree.
Are you talking about producing information that takes 20 to 32 hours? I mean, I don't think it's just about reports, it's producing information for individual board members that takes a lot of time.
It depends what the information is. But I mean, you know, if the information, if
Right.
Max can call somebody and say, you know, pull up in your computer, how much did we spend on
Right.
Tiddlywinks last year? I mean,
That's
that's
easy,
information
right.
that might be helpful.
Certainly the
Your
provider.
website.
That's, you know, but it, I thought I had it sound, I apologize. That's information, you know, that might be needed, but I'm really talking about taking time for report. It's primarily reports.
I do
So-
think with us, sometimes it's more than reports.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I know that Max has brought this up a couple of times. So maybe you should talk to what you think it is beyond reports. What kind of things are burdening the staff?
Yeah, just, and again, some of this comes from the leadership team. You know, I learned from Phil Rock, right, president of Illinois, said, you know, the science desk, nobody ever stops by just to say hello. Yeah, right? And so
I saw that on your.
yeah, I saw the test, yeah. So when a board member stops by to talk to a staff member, it's a big deal.
Well, I think.
And, you know, that person will come in and, okay, there's this request which seems simple, but what's the real reason behind it? A board member comes in, hey, we ought to have these questions on the strategic plan survey. So rather than say, well, because we don't have time, say, well, let's take this back and redo it. First of all, I think the strategic survey is staff business, but out of respect to the board member, okay, we'll put these on. But then they're not really good questions, so then we have to really frame them the right way. So we, you know, they're good, the concept's good, but the questions are poorly worded, right? So, because we're not McKinsey or Boston Consulting, I mean, you know, but we need to word the questions so we get good information. There's just, and a lot of it's just my neighbor said, or I heard from this community on this issue. This community member said, it's, and that takes up a lot of time. Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a report, but it's digging down to find out if that's true, I think.
Yeah, a lot of it's just weed stuff. It's not, it's practice, not policy.
Yeah. But the weed stuff,
Yeah.
sometimes you have to look into because it is true.
You do, right.
You don't want to,
Yeah.
you don't want to oversee it. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
most of the scandals we have in organizations and schools are things, big one right now, I don't know if you're following the Max, is DuPage College.
Oh, yeah,
Page.
yeah.
You know, it's
Right.
with the payoff of $700,000 as he's gone out, and now they found that there's millions of dollars that has been missing and absconded with and everything else.
Right.
So by not looking at little things, sometimes it's.
There is an oversight role,
Yeah,
absolutely.
So you've got to have oversight. So, you know, if there's a legitimate
Yeah.
concern, in this day and age, I think you almost have to
Right.
fall on the side of giving it the time unless you oversee something
Yeah.
or don't provide sufficient oversight,
Right.
and it's something bigger
Right.
than it is.
But I think it comes back to, it would help our staff immensely to have a protocol in place for what's a board question directive, what's an individual, and what's a board
Okay.
request. And if we do that in operations, because our meetings go so long, we don't take time for it.
Yeah. But I think you got three categories here.
Okay,
You know, what's a board's request?
right, individual board.
What's an individual board member's request, and what is a concern a board member is bringing to you that he's heard in the community?
Right,
I would add that because that one's the one that I think you have to use your judgment on.
right, yeah,
That's not one
exactly,
that I would,
yeah,
I don't think you
yeah.
can put a protocol on that.
Oh,
I don't
right.
think you can say you can, you should, or you shouldn't.
Right,
I think the board makes a mistake if they say you should or you shouldn't.
yeah,
Because you could be chasing butterflies all day.
Right.
On the other hand, if you say he doesn't respond, it could be a significant thing that can get you in trouble. But I think the other two are really pretty cut and dry. I really do. I think if the majority of the board says they need it, after deliberation, I don't want just somebody got a crazy
Right.
idea and says, I want it, and convinces us to it, but after deliberation, understanding of time commitment and all that,
Mhm.
I don't think there's a choice, it needs to be done. An individual board member, I would develop some protocol that on the agenda, if you're looking at a report that's gonna take significant time of staff, that the board weigh in and find out if that time should be spent on it. That justifies it, you know?
So I just think board operations might not be the right place to do it.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
I don't know how other
You've
people
got a
feel.
board
I just think
operations
we're not
item on your
even-
agenda?
It's the last thing on
It's
our
always the
agenda.
last thing.
And we say things like, I went to Ohlone and watched the Chinese Dragon Parade. And so by then we're tired, and to have a discussion at that point on this is not that helpful.
I want to ask you why you're doing
Board operations at the end? Well, and we do reports of our meetings out in
that.
the.
Board
community.
meetings I can understand, but going to a PTA meeting or going to I'm just saying, you asked me earlier, what's
So we
on our
have board
agenda?
liaisons to certain things, and that, the expectation is you share the information of what happened there. Although a lot of times there's typed up stuff and you can just hand it out and be done. Board operations is not a time sink for us, but it's not a great time to have a real discussion.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So how many, back to whether something should be agendized and not at the end of the meeting, I mean, how many big ticket requests come?
Probably not all that many, but there's a volume of requests, so it's both and. There probably aren't that many big ticket requests. And some we've had and we just haven't filled or staff hasn't filled. I mean, which frankly I'd like to know if the answers to. Part of it's because we don't have our data system right now. Is Zefkin and Tessens we found out is rather scattered. It's all there, but it's not readily accessible under one roof. So we have a solution to that. But a lot of it's just a lot of little things. Is a
There's
sense,
several
yeah.
cards in here about
Yeah.
internal conversations with staff,
Yeah.
individual board members setting priorities for superintendent or staff work without board consensus, micromanagement of superintendent and staff, too much board conferences, well, that's offline, at the micro level. And we at times seem to overwhelm the staff with questions about agenda items and then seem to scramble to get us, and they seem to scramble to get us the answers. I think a process and a procedure,
Mhm.
that there's an understanding, and, you may have one in place, I think would be helpful to the board, not necessarily just to this board, but to future boards. And to have them in place, see, I'm a firm believer that a good board has in place protocols and structures to prevent having to discipline a new board member coming on who, because he or she is different and is going to cause these things to happen. You're better off proactively anticipating that along the way you're going to get a board member that's going to do this and get the protocols in place before you do it after the fact and people think you're picking on a board member. And that's really all I'm really getting at on this. Inevitably, in this society, it's going to happen. You're going to get a board member that's going to think that he has a right to all the information, a little bit like Ken said, but he's not, but has a right to directing a superintendent and the staff to get him or her information because of his elected status. And that is not a good use of your limited staff time. That's what I'm saying. And what the time limit is, how you set it up.
Mhm.
I mean, I'd be happy to talk with you, Mac, and Melissa later. Hopefully, we need to talk with the whole group. But I do think that boards do set it up. And let me just state, one of the advantages of having board governance policies, and that's really a board governance policy, is that it's a great orientation tool for new board members. One of the advantages and the strengths of a strong board is there's an enculturation process where they, pass culture on to the next generation of board members. That does not mean that new board members, when they're elected, can't change things. But you're not requiring them to build things. And so you're best off building that structure when you have a board in place. And it can be changed. Everything can be changed with the vote of 3 of the board members. But at least having something in place so that, unfortunately, I don't think you've really had the problem with a real renegade board member.
No.
And I'm talking about renegade board members that are elected with the intent of destroying the board. And they can do it, and you really can't censure them. What you're doing then is becoming very reactive, being punitive against him, which is developing the greater rift. You're better off coming in and saying, I'm elected to the board, Bill, these are the policies that direct our governance. These are governance policies that direct our behavior as a board. And these are what you have to comply with, because these are policies, they have the force of law. If you get 2 other board members to agree with you and you can change them, fine, you can change them. But at least you have a process in place to make sure that a real renegade board member, and a lot of boards, I can show you boards across the country, where one board member has destroyed a board because a board member is relentless, and if you don't have any structures, then it becomes a catfight between that one board and the rest of the board. And you know what happens in the press? You're picking on this new board member, and you don't want that to happen to you. Any comments on that or questions? And, so I suggest that it's a good thing to have. The next thing is concern about being a collection of individuals versus being a collective board. That's the nature of a board. Every board is a collection of individuals, but to get the work of the organization done, you have to become a collective board. And by that it means, back to what Terry was referring to in this document earlier, working together. And working together is giving everybody an opportunity to put his or her perspective on the table, debating the perspectives or discussing them, and coming to an agreement by either consensus or majority vote as to what it is. Now, you are a collection of individuals until that takes place. But as a member of those individuals, you've got now a responsibility to support the collective body until you can change it, just like Congress and everything else. So, once the board acts, it acts, and you're directed to, when the question often comes up, what if the superintendent disagrees with it? The superintendent has an option. If you pass policies and resolutions and that superintendent disagrees with, you got a misfit there. The superintendent should look for another job. If it's a board member that doesn't agree with it, he or she's got a responsibility. More of which I better be careful I say he, because you said one he board member. My he's are non-generic he's. We use he's too often, but
Yeah.
she's got to live with it, because that's the structure of the corporate body. You have your right to, but once it's the law of the land, which your policies are, then you abide by it. Another, and this is individual behavior, individual board members trying to outdo one another at the meetings. I hope that's a perception and not a reality, because none of you should try to outdo anybody else. You've got a responsibility to express your perspective and support, obviously, your perspective, but you also have an opportunity a responsibility to listen and get the perspectives of others and build it into a common perspective. And if that is behavior, that goes back to what I said earlier. Some of us are a little more aggressive than others, and it wouldn't hurt to go up and say, Bill, I felt you tried to outscore me tonight, and I didn't want to get into debate over you, because that's not proper behavior. You're not playing a game here. What you're doing is you're trying to come to the best decision possible for kids, and there's a difference there. Any questions on those so far? I'm discussing your roadblocks.
I'd be interested to know, from my colleagues and examples that you've seen, if our new process by which we do the 5 or 10 minutes, or I'm not sure what we decided on, we ended up with 5 or 10.
Well, so I changed it all the time.
Okay, that's why. These 7.5 minutes plus or minus 2.5 minutes. If that's working for folks, if that's we moved to that sort of a couple of months after I joined the board. Do you have an opinion on that?
So just to the context on it, before that, we just sort of let people talk as long as they wanted, and then they go to the next person. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, but it wasn't working for us to just do that. Some people were hardly talking, and some people were talking a lot. We want to make sure everyone was heard. So it would be good to get feedback on that. And I will just say the reason I've changed the amount of time is if I look at something and think it's going to be, we don't have enough time allocated on the agenda to give everybody a long time, I try to give us a little bit and see how far we can get with that.
Oh, okay, so we think, oh, we're only at a half an hour. So
Yeah.
I mean, some boards do have the 3-minute rule, but it's not limited to 3 minutes, but you can speak 3 minutes and you gotta go around the table before you can have another 3 minutes.
That's what we did.
It's basically.
And then go around the
change
second time,
amount of
or
time.
third
Yeah.
time,
About
whatever.
5 minutes or
Yeah.
10 minutes.
5 minutes is a long time. I mean, really, when it comes to thinking, you got 5 board members, that's half an hour.
Yeah.
And that, you know, I mean, and I'm not doing it very well today.
No.
I think you've got to learn how to be very succinct if you really want a board meeting.
Well, this would be a good time to have some feedback on that. How does it feel for you when we do that? Is that working or not working, or?
I like it because, and I liked when we kind of sort of got to the spot where we're actually asking questions in that time versus, I think at one time we tried asking all of our questions and then having an answer. Because the person who goes before me, I listen to the questions they answer, and I'm editing as I go, and like, okay, never, you know, Heidi asked that question, so I'm not going to ask the question. And so I like the fact that there's a little bit of dialogue and you can have up to 5 minutes, and then you can move it on.
I
So
have
for
done
me,
3 minutes if you can.
yeah, I mean, for me, it's fine. Because sometimes if one person goes on for a long time, they might ask a question that's sort of similar, but not exactly what you're going to ask. And they've asked so many, like, okay, so I remember my questions. So I kind of like the shorter, and then, but I think we just have to stay disciplined to do it versus sometimes once
Yes.
we get through the process, and then we all sort of hop in. Occasionally that happens. It's like,
That's
once
when
we
I
get
stop
through the
monitoring,
process.
and I'm like, oh, I forgot to put the timer on.
Yeah, and occasionally that does happen to us. It's like we've all done our 5 and then a little bit of just ad hoc, which I find a little harder to deal with. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I think it's working fairly well. I do agree that the asking a bunch of questions and then at the end getting answers. I think we tried that once. I didn't think that worked very well. Yeah. I think one thing to realize is that, particularly if we're asking questions of staff, which I think is very useful to do, we are to some extent at the mercy of staff members.
Right.
Yeah.
That's into your time. Yeah.
Succinctness. And so I think it's useful probably for the superintendent to provide guidance
To them,
folks
right.
who he sees maybe as not as succinct, that this is something that
Yeah.
would be valuable given that.
Okay.
So I think that's, and I think it's probably useful if there's a line of interaction that is going on for the chair to exercise some
Yeah.
discretion, although not.
You may have noticed I have.
Yes, you have.
Particularly when we have like a staff person who hasn't normally been up there, and try to give them
Yeah.
the ability to
Yeah,
have
I
this
think it's,
conversation.
because this is in the service of having a useful set of interactions. But I do think that, you know, in going around, it seems like by the second go-around, some folks have exhausted their interest, you know, in saying more, some haven't. So it seems to be, I think it's working fairly well. Yeah. I think that it would probably be useful to have some, I mean, maybe, Melissa, you have a sense about what constitutes a reasonable length of time. I think 3 minutes is too short. Probably 10 minutes is probably too long, except in some cases where we're dealing with something that has something.
We did 10 minutes one time, and it didn't feel like we were moving very well. So just to let you know, we didn't do 10 minutes again
Yeah.
after that.
I like it. I think the 5 minutes forces me to sift my most important questions to the top. And then hopefully someone else will ask one of my other ones, or I'll realize that it doesn't matter the answer to it because I'm going to support it anyway. So do I really need that tiny little tidbit of information that I was just really curious about, or can I just let it go? So
That's a really important thing. You know, I've said to you guys a couple of times, like, ask the questions that you need in order to vote. And I'm not doing that to be mean. I'm doing that so that we don't spend an hour and a half on something that we could have moved quickly through because we all were already supporting it. And this is where maybe asking for reports to be part of the weeklies, because there's something you're really curious about or you think it's important that we know about, maybe we need to figure out how to do that a little bit better. Because sometimes we are really interested in something, but it's not going to keep you from voting on it.
There's two categories of information. I always say the board and the superintendent have got to come to agreement as to what you want. The information that you need to make decisions, that's critical. And the superintendent has to understand what the board needs to make a decision. The other is to be informed and stay informed about the district. And that's where, at times, there's very significantly different expectations of board members. And I think it is appropriate at times to say, okay, what kind of general information do you want to know about the district? And here's where we come into, you know, where the kids from college go.
Right.
There are things that, you know, as protocols, you probably make the board aware immediately. If there's a child there's probably protocols that board members are notified immediately about. If a child is hurt, or if there's an arrest on campus,
right,
or as you mentioned earlier, an unfortunate suicide.
Right.
I mean, I imagine board members immediately are let know about, are notified about that. But then there's other things that board members may want to be informed about, and I think it's worth, and that changes by boards. I mean, you know, you're 5 people today. Who's up for next election next? I mean, when's the next election?
Oh, you mean what's the cycle?
We're the new
So
ones.
these two are the new ones, so
So
the
it's
cycle
gonna
is
be
another year from now.
3 of you will be elected, okay. If one of you don't run, one new board member changes the dynamics on the board. And really, I mean, I think whenever you have a new board member, and this goes back to why I say it's good to have protocols, I'm also a very firm believer in an intensive and extensive orientation session for board members. I'm a firm believer. The thing that bothers me most is when I go and work on a search or something, or first time I work with the board, and what is it, 2-year terms you have, or 3-year terms?
4
terms. That I talked to Ken, and he says, well, my term's up. I say, you're running again? He said, I sure am. I just finally learned what my job is after 4 years. I feel a board member should know what his job is, what his role is, his or hers, excuse me. Not his and our job, not our.
Their role.
His or her. Yeah.
I think they should know what their role is to be a contributing member by their second board member, by the second board meeting. I really am a very firm believer. And we had it was almost a 40-hour orientation program that was spread out over 4 or 5 weeks, which was all operations, instruction, negotiations, personnel, contract, facilities. It ended up with a facility tour, and the staff knew so much about it. Teachers would bake cookies when they knew the board members were coming around, because the whole board did it, this tour. The orientation involved the older board members and the administration, but the building tour, so that now you've got more facilities than.
A lot of facilities.
But you know, it's, and again, I'm not necessarily saying that, but at least a comprehensive enough board orientation so that board members feel they're informed. And then part of that is, what is the communication you need to feel that you're, what you said earlier, Ken, able to contribute? And then have the board discuss that as a board so that they are provided the information. Any other questions on that?
Did you want to comment, Camila, on the 5 minutes?
Sure, I'll add my 2. Yeah, I think it's good.
Since we go around.
We used to try to do this informally by staff actually timing each person, and then after a board meeting, just handing it back to all the board members just to see how much time. And it was an informal way that people kind of monitored themselves. But this is fine too. Either way, I think the never works. And 5 minutes is good, 10 is too long, 3 minutes is probably too short. And I do like the idea that more protocols are more helpful, then new superintendents don't come in and they're caught in the middle of things. I mean, things that I thought were definitely protocols, I guess, have been maybe more their
Practice with.
they're just practice. And it's true that if you have a protocol written, it's there, and then no one feels whatever, you know. And I remember coming on the board and the board members sitting me down and going through some of these things, but they were just practices, and I said, oh, okay.
You know, there was, you know, I've had this a couple times where I've asked old board members, how is this done? And they'll say, well, I think it's written in protocols. I think that we went through the protocols a couple of years ago, and our goal was to have less protocols. And I'm not sure that that was great for us. So if there are things that we don't have protocols about and we feel like we need to talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was about protocols. I think policies, yes,
Policies,
the plan was,
yes.
but
Policies.
not, protocols I don't think we've specifically dealt with, and this is the first time I can recall, unless you recall.
Oh, yeah. Barbara Mitchell led us through an exercise to reduce the number of protocols. It was not the last time she was board president, before that, yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If we're missing protocols, we should identify what we're missing and talk about whether we put them back in. Because I'm not sure short helps us if there's not a process to do something that we're running up against over and over again.
Protocols should be in place for things that are recurring and things that you don't want to recreate the wheel every single time.
Do you, I mean, this would be a good time to document the one, if you think of ones that are coming up regularly.
Yeah, protocols like who receives a class at graduation, those kinds of things that we kind of know over time, but I've looked and I can't find them. I know what I believe them to believe, and the secretary doesn't agree. She remembers things differently. It's nice to know those things. Then people know what the rules are. A graduating parent gets to receive the class. It's a protocol that I really know, but I couldn't find it written anywhere. And it's the kind of thing you like to have down because you like to know. I mean,
Well, it's not-
and they exist for a reason. You know, there's certain reasons why, you know, some people on the board, their kid graduates, of course they want to be. So some of those things we haven't had, and they just come through oral history.
Right, so we had one of these with the agenda. You asked how do we put something on the agenda, and when I couldn't find anything, I called old board members, and they said, oh, well, two people say they want it on. I go, well, that's not a majority of the board. And they said, well, that's how we used to do it. But I couldn't find anything written anywhere except for our board policy, because the request comes to the agenda setting meeting with the superintendent and the board president. So
oral history, that's where
so if you know some other ones, Camille, that you're running up
Yeah.
against, it would be really helpful to let us know so we can figure out if we need them or not.
And Camille, that specific one was at the bottom of that spreadsheet she's been sent out.
Yeah, but it doesn't, while someone may
Not a great
have
place to-
created
yeah.
it, the board didn't, and that's why there's a
I
little.
know, not a great place to put it, right?
Right, so it's not, you know, formal protocol, it's kind of like this oral, and there's been some changes that when were inadvertent, which probably aren't our history, but not to get too detailed into that. Those kinds of things really should be written down because you just feel bad when they don't go according to what you thought was true, and then you can't find them written anywhere. So,
But I think more important thing is everybody claims favoritism on a lot of things.
that's right.
And,
And
you
if
know,
you don't have it
if
written.
Camille's able to do it this year, and next year Terry's not able to do it because there's no thing, or a new superintendent's in or something,
Right.
then there's the friction. And so consistency of behavior
Right.
is an important
I
thing.
mean, the Stanford thing this weekend, to me, was one of those kind of things where,
That's interesting, yeah.
I mean, apparently I have been invited for 7 years to Stanford graduation, but I didn't know about it till this year. So, I mean, these kind of things we probably do need to document, so things are expected. you know what you're expected, what's expected of you.
Right. And any other comments on this before we? I think that there are a lot of protocols and policies that came up today. It wasn't a job today that, but you were taking notes on all of those things, I believe, and probably you and the committee, the policy committee of the board, or somebody can determine which ones you want to follow up on. This next one is one that's a little more difficult, and again, you may want to talk about it. The behavior of board members beyond the board meeting or the boardroom or the district, going beyond their role, wanting to be involved as a board member in non-board activities related to the district. Now, I think you have liaisonships you referenced a few minutes ago, but I presume those are appointed. And I presume this also may non-aligned extended communications by board members with the community and media. Board member.
Can you get that one more time? Sorry.
Non-aligned external communications with the media and community by board members.
Was the first word non-aligned?
Pardon?
What was the first word?
Non-aligned.
Okay.
Non-aligned. Go back to what I said earlier. Each of you are an individual, and by your election to the board, you still have your individuality. And everybody has a right to get engaged in whatever they want to get engaged in. They are a board member, and that's something you can't separate from their individuality. I think each of you have a responsibility when you do anything outside the realm of board business, that you let people know you're doing it as an individual. And I think this is especially true, and I don't know if this happens here, but a lot of times you're invited to speak to a homeowners group, to the Rotary, to Kiwanis as a board member. And you have a responsibility to speak, either I'm speaking as an individual or I am sharing the board perspective. But you need to clarify, because in the public's mind,
Right.
every time each one of you appear in public, you are the board.
You are the board.
And I don't think board members appreciate that. It goes back to what I said about teachers and principals genuflecting when you come into the building. The people who know you are board members look upon you as the board. The truth is, I don't want you to get fat heads, 90% of the people don't know who the board members are. I mean, I don't want to, and so I mean, you have to keep that in. But my hunch is that if you're invited to speak before the Rotary or Kiwanis or Lions, you're going to be introduced as a board member. And so I think it's important to say, I'm here at the invitation. Yes, I am a member of the board, but what I'm talking to you today is my personal opinions. It's not board opinion. Or if there is something the board wants to get out, then you say, yes, I'm here as a board member. I am a member of the board. And today I want to talk to you as a board member about a decision the board made or something that the board is considering. You've got to make that distinction in the public, because the public does not see that.
So the first thing, clearly, if we've already voted, to say the board made a decision to do X, Y, Z, I think it becomes a little harder if the board is considering something and you have a strong opinion one way or the other that may or may not be supported by the rest of the board. Then I don't think you can talk as a board member. I think you have to say, in my opinion, it's my personal opinion, not the board
until there's
opinion.
action. Until there's action,
Yeah.
no, you are not representing the board. In fact, you are not representing the board unless you are sent out as a board representative. So, I mean, I think that's very important. But you can represent the action of the board, but you got to be clear that it's the action of the board versus your own opinion.
So districts that you think do this process well, if an individual board member gets invited to do something like that, do they usually have some sort of process that they tell the superintendent that they're doing it, or what's the ones that you think
It's all
are
over
working well,
the place.
What do you
Well,
think?
I mean, I've seen very structured to very unstructured, and it's working well. I'm going to come back, and it's a people business. It's how the personality and the individual, for protection of a board, structures always help. But there are some boards that have no structure, and the boards have stayed within the correct context of that. They understood that it was part of their orientation process.
I mean, historically, it's another one of these things that's not written down, that it's the practice.
It's the practice.
And the practice, at least as long as I've been on the board, has been you let the superintendent know that you were invited to something.
I think if you're invited as a board member, I think very definitely it would be desirable to probably let the board president and the superintendent know. See, again, I want to come back and say, board members really should be reporting to the board president. The superintendent has no authority over, unless you have a policy where he is the communication link with the rest of the board.
We do have a policy that says it's the board superintendent and the president, is what the policy says.
Right. So, but the purpose of it would be to be informed and to inform the rest of the board members. I think it's a good thing if Terry was invited out to speak before Rotary, to let the whole board know that she, as a board member, was invited out to speak before the Rotary. I think you get into a little bit of a gray area if Terry's invited out. Yes, because she's a board member, but she's not going out as a board member. She's going out because she's Terry. I think when you start saying you need to let the board know you're going out to speak, I think that becomes a little restrictive, and I'm not so sure you could even constitutionally support that. But I think you can constitutionally support that if they are going out to represent the board, that the board is apprised of it. Do you follow? There's a distinction there. But I think the more important thing, Melissa, is that all five of you appreciate that distinction and abide by it so that there is no confusion out there. I mean, as much as you say, I'm not speaking for the board, if you're a board member speaking out there, they're going to say
you're rarely, unless you're invited in your other life. Like, I mean, I'm on the board of the Arts Center, and occasionally I'm invited as an Arts Center board member. People still are like, oh yeah, and she's president of the Palo Alto School Board.
That's right.
So I am representing both. Then, you know, it's like, why'd they pick me versus someone else? It's because I'm representing both.
That's right. That's right. And, you know, when people say, you know, Terry's in, I take you're married, Terry, I'm just
Indeed.
something. Okay. And, you know, this is, what's your husband's name? Steve. This is Steve's wife. Well, why do they do that? I mean, it's just custom that she's married to Steve, you know, but she's really her own self. She's Terry. She's not Steve's wife. She's Terry. Right. As we all are. You know, I joke around the community because Mary Lee used to be my wife. Mary Lee's more active in our community now. I am now Mary's husband. And so, so the tide does turn. But what I'm getting at is you have to be careful that you don't over-legislate. And by that I mean, I think that protocol saying that a board member is invited to represent the board at a meeting probably would be a good idea for you to know about it and to let all board members know about it, to give him or her support. Now, if they're just invited out as an individual, not related to the board, and then you got another area, which we haven't brought up, where he's invited out not to represent the board, but to be a conduit to a board. Now, I'm sure that's happened to all of you, where you've been invited to a session, you're president of the PTA wants your ear because they want to get something to the board. Has that happened to you?
That's never happened. It happens all the time.
It does happen.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, that's another thing where you've got to be very careful and let the PTA know you are, even though you're president, you are one board member.
Yeah.
And you'd be happy to bring up their, but it's not going to be done just because you talk to me. You know, two other board members have to agree with me. And you may not even agree with what they want. So I mean, I just think you have to be very understanding of the role you're in this situation and not exploit it or make the public feel that you are the board. That's the only important thing that I think each of you have got to do.
So the occasions, so I've never been invited, as far as I know, to represent the board. In other words, we want to hear the board's perspective, or I've never been sent as an emissary of the board to deliver the board perspective. I've certainly been invited to talk with lots of folks, formally and informally, as a board member. I don't believe that as long as I'm making it clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, that creates an obligation to inform the entire board that I'm doing that.
Well, so what if you're invited by a community group to, I'm trying to think of a good one. Rotary is maybe a good one, to come, and they'd like you to be a member of Rotary too, but you're not a member, but you're invited to come and talk. By having you up there and saying, Ken Dauber, member of the Board of Education, is speaking, people come to that to hear the Board of Education's perspective on things. So you might not have been invited as the Board of Education representative specifically, but by inviting you to speak and listing you as Board of Education, there's sort of an assumption that you are. This does happen. Maybe this hasn't happened that much to you, but it will happen over time.
There's an assumption that they'll be hearing the board's perspective. Or
That by you speaking, if you're not really clear that it's not the board's perspective, and quite honestly, you talk to a member of the media, and you're the member of the board, or you're president of the board, or whatever, they represent you as that. They don't represent you as Melissa Baden Caswell person, or mom of Kaz. I've never been represented that way, or wife of somebody.
I'm just not sure that this is a confusion that people, we all get quoted in the paper, and we rarely are quoted as, there are other people quoting us. They rarely say.
Will be tomorrow. Yeah.
Camille Townsend, speaking for herself, not for the board, said, but I don't think anybody is terribly confused that it's Camille's perspective or my perspective or your perspective. I'm just not sure that this is a confusion that actually arises much. I am careful to say in these contexts, I'm speaking on behalf of myself.
It's one thing if a member of the press comes to a board meeting and we're all talking and they quote us, whatever, but if an individual goes and gives a speech, or if an individual goes and gives an exclusive interview on something, your title's going to be next to your name.
Oh, sure, I don't think that there's a confusion that necessarily exists between the fact that I'm a member of the board and that I'm speaking on behalf of the board. People are used to elected officials speaking from their own perspective, not their body's perspective.
I think the only one where I've been especially careful, and historically people have had to be, is when you're rep to the PTA council, and that you're going as the rep of the board, and you say, okay, this is my take, but let me tell you, there's not agreement, and these are the positions on this. And I think you have to be very clear about that because you are representing. But I think in the community, I don't think it's as unclear. I think it's these very internal groups that we are reps to. I think that's where we have to be especially careful because it's easy to float over that line and it's appropriate for people to call you on it if you don't. There's been issues throughout the year. Years, calendars, whatever.
Well, but we've had board members write op-eds in the past, and we've then been colored with, oh, well, the board believes this. And it wasn't the board, it was the person who wrote the op-ed, right? So,
yeah, I think you got three things, and I think you have to clarify it, but, regardless how much you clarify it, it's not going to be clarified because
You're right.
I'm either talking as a board member and talking about board action. I'm talking as a board member and sharing with you the differences on the board, or I'm talking as an individual. And you allude to them. But the truth of the matter is, most people out there don't know the difference and don't care what you said. There are people out there who do know the difference and care what you say. And so, and I don't think you can control that when you're at the press or when you're asked to speak publicly. I do think as a courtesy, it would be desirable to know whenever you're invited as a board member to let the board president know, or the superintendent, if that's what your protocol is going to be, and that all board members be apprised of it. I think it's important for board members to know that some people are.
We do have a goal around getting ahead of distractions.
Right, yes, we do.
Have the right words on it. Exactly.
That's
so there is
paraphrased
bit,
well.
There is a little bit of just, giving your fellow board members a heads up if you happen to have something that might somebody might corner them and say, so-and-so said such and such on whatever. It'd just be nice to say, oh, yeah, I knew she was going, yeah, and she's going as an individual.
Right. I found as a superintendent that board members squelched a lot of discussion on major issues because they said, yeah, I know about it.
Right.
You know, if there was a fight in the school, if there was something that happened in the community. So communication is important, and this really mostly comes from the superintendent. That's what I was talking about. I do want to move on some of the other ones and then get back to some of the other things. Reading and pay attention to anonymous comments in the weekly. You know,
What was it again? I didn't
reading
hear.
and paying attention to anonymous comments in the weekly. You know, you can't control anonymous comments, and I always say that if it's anonymous, it doesn't bother me. You know, you can't control what people say, and even if it was signed and it was negative, I'm going to say very publicly what I tell young administrators: you never respond to an article in the paper. Never. Everybody will tell you that the first time something appears in the paper, it's read quickly and forgotten. It only becomes an issue when you respond, and it becomes an issue. And there's nothing more that the press wants than a response to a letter to the editor or an article. Now, if there's a grave error in the article, then I would, you know, an informational error, I would get it. But, you know, most people, you are especially sensitive to it because you're a board member. Most people will read the newspaper, and by day's end will forgot that they read anything at all about the school, unless you make an issue of it. And so that's just my experience. And even if there was a horrendous lie, I would not respond. And I'm going to say something else. Everybody says the newspaper is biased. If the newspaper likes you and they say good things about you, your critics are going to say, he's got that newspaper under his wing. If they criticize you, your critics say it's about time the newspaper got it right. But that's also forgotten very quickly, unless it's consistently, you know, if the newspaper's going to consistently harp on the board negatively or positively, then it'll start hurting. And that's where you need to get professional advice, is how you respond to it. But I would not get upset about an occasional letter to the editor or something like that. I really wouldn't. I think board members are extra sensitive to that, as our superintendents.
Yeah, the issue is not getting upset as much as the perception that this is community sentiment. So it's not.
I would take anything that's anonymous is not community sentiment.
Would you say that again?
Anything that is anonymous is not community sentiment.
Okay.
Anything
I agree.
Yeah.
And I have shared that with my staff repeatedly.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's good practice, but.
Because if it was community issue, people would be delighted to represent the community and let you know that that happened. So, take it for face value. Hope you're not a reporter.
He's not. He signs his things in the paper. He does sign his.
I'm just joking.
Although it is interesting, I mean, staff are very hurt by things that come anonymously. And as a board member, you're always trying to, well, don't read them. Easy to say, when people are personally called out in horrendous ways as to their livelihood. I mean, things that,
I'm going to say the group that should be most ashamed is the paper for printing those things. I think any paper who prints anonymous, you know, I ignore any anonymous letter.
I do too. I don't read them. I've said that publicly, and I'll say it again. Yeah.
You know, if a person can't put his signature or her signature on it, you know, I could write anything at all. Sign it anonymously. I'm not going to spend any more time on it. Simply, in the public interest, I would ignore anonymous things. Just ignore it. Now, but I'll caution you, unless there is an egregious thing, somebody's claiming the child's being molested or something like that, you better darn sure double check and make sure it's not happening. But, you know, criticisms of people, I wouldn't worry about it. The other thing, which is related to it, but not quite, boards overreact to a complaint from an individual or a group of individuals, or overreact to an interest by an individual or a group of individuals. I'm going to go back to my opening comments. I'm not going to say anything else about this, but you can comment on it if you want. You are elected to represent the entire community. And one complaint is not necessarily an indication you should change direction. It might be, don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is, don't get overly excited by it. I would. Anybody feel about that? And I'll even say groups coming to the board. You know, a group of 15, 20, even 100 people, you say, oh my gosh, the whole country's coming down on this. It isn't. How many people do you have in Palo Alto?
66,000.
Yeah.
6,600?
66,000.
That's what I was going to say. That's not
Yeah.
56,000.
66.
66,000, 100 people. So I'm just saying, keep it in perspective. You know, really keep it in perspective. Parental and to a lesser degree staff fear of retaliation. You know, I heard that throughout my entire career. I've never evidenced a teacher or an administrator retaliating against a parent with a legitimate concern. Now, you know, I'm aware where parents have consistently badgered a district and superintendent or board saying, don't respond to that person anymore. And it's gone as far as court orders being that people in the public are not allowed to go into school for the safety of staff or kids. I mean, I'm talking about the extremes. But the retaliation, I think that's an excuse. If there's any evidence of it, it's something that you have to stamp out immediately.
So at the outset, Bill, we talked about, and I've mentioned a couple of times now, that it's part of the community culture. So this is not the board, but the community. My expectation as a community member, I can go to a board member with my complaint and expect that Heidi will help solve this problem. And the rationale that I, as a community member, and I've heard this from community members, is I can't go to the teacher, I can't go to the principal, I can't go to the superintendent, I can't go to the special education director because they will retaliate against me. And this, and I heard it in every district I've been in as well. But it doesn't make it any less real, yeah.
And it's about, usually they say it's retaliation against their kid. They don't say it about them.
Right, yeah.
And I addressed it this morning, but I'll repeat it. Attorney, you want to say something on that?
I think our move toward evaluation system, our move towards an evaluation system,
Yes.
that's about continuous improvement and input, that's just part of the standard way of doing business, I think helps that, because then it's not such a shock to give a piece of input. It's just part of, you know, the gamut of input you get. Some of it is, this thing's going well, this we'd like to see it a little differently, or whatever. It becomes less, it doesn't sting so much when it's, you know, a portfolio of input.
That's right.
That a teacher or a staff member, whatever, is getting, versus the one thing, and it's always a bad thing, and, you know, that there's that sort of sting that I hope will help alleviate some of that.
And I'm going to come back to, how often do you hear that?
I hear it a lot.
What's a lot?
I hear it a lot. I
What's a
mean,
lot?
almost every parent I know has brought this up in
They hear it a
some
lot.
context. And part of the reason, I believe, is that we don't have a structured, safe way to give feedback as a parent. And I think if we did, and people thought that their feedback would be weighed in a safe way, not you're stupid because you're the teacher, but this happened, and you know, how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? I think I wouldn't get that feedback so much. I feel like people don't have a place to have a conversation, and teachers, we do have some parents who are very demanding, and there is a little bit of like, oh no, a parent's coming in, what's that going to mean? So it goes both ways, and unless we have a safe way to have those conversations, I think we're going to keep getting this feedback.
And again, that distracts from the policy work of the board, from the staff's perspective, so, right?
I mean, teachers, there's no question,
detracts from it.
Superintendents, board members, there are people you just do not come to you because you know what they're coming to you for, you know, they're traditional complainers or.
But they're valid people
No,
that come to.
But, you know, no, that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Now, how do you separate the valid from the invalid? I'm just going to say, you know, there are enough channels in the organization that they should, what they're saying is the whole core organization is corrupt because regardless who I talk to is going to retaliate against me. I have difficulty believing that in any organization.
Yeah, I don't hear that as much as I'm not sure. I'm not sure if my kid's going to get treated badly next time, and I'm not sure if anyone's going to listen to me because there's no feedback loop. So I think that the superintendent actually has some suggestions on how to do this with surveys, with regular surveys. So it's not about my one problem.
No.
It's about my good things as well as my bad things.
Well, I mean, also school districts have used the ombudsman approach, where there is an individual on the staff who is trained to be totally unbiased on every issue. And this person goes to him, and he or she listens to every issue of this nature and renders an objective opinion on the basis of the merits of the issue. And there have been districts that have that role. You may want to consider it if it's that pervasive here, Melissa. I never had one because, very honestly, I told you how I handled it. I had parents come to me and say, Bill, I can't talk to anybody else. And just listening to them is I feel so much better. You know, the truth is most parents in those situations know there's not an answer to their problem, but they're carrying the monkey only by themselves, and they feel so much better when they're able to talk it through. And I really feel sorry for some of these parents. I mean, because we do have kids that we don't have solutions to their problems. We don't. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. You know, we can say we're open to all kids, but there are issues with kids. You know, everybody wants to have a perfect child. Everybody wants to have a well-adjusted child. Every kid isn't perfect. Every kid isn't well-adjusted, and they want somebody to tell them how to do it. We can't fix kids. I hate to say that. You know, I wish we could. I wish we could. But the reality is, we cannot fix every kid. We should try to. And I wish we could, and I think we're doing a better job getting more kids. But I think the reality is that many of the issues are not school-related issues, and we don't have the kids all day long. And really, when you look at when problems do come up, and when parents really sit down with you about problems, it's problems that are generated through relationships with, it depends how old the kids are, outside. It's relationships in the family, divorce, or abusive husband and abusive wife. I mean, you know, kids live in very different homes, and I wish we had the magic wand. We don't.
So I actually think the superintendent's suggestion about this, the survey thing, that we haven't done in the past. I mean, the way we've allowed parents to give information back on teachers is the teacher sends something to the parents and say, give me feedback on how, or the principal is, give your teacher feedback on each of them and write your name on it and then write it and send it in. And so the reaction that people that talk to me is, I'm not doing it.
Okay.
I have something to say, but I can't say it this way. You need to give me a different way to say it.
Do they give this input on the survey?
We started with a student. We're doing a universal student survey for the high school students after every class, every semester, starting next year. Yeah.
So it's a student evaluation of the. So you get to the 360 type evaluation.
Right.
I mean, I think 360 type evaluations are great.
Yeah.
If you get them implemented.
Yeah.
But even there, it's not going to address retaliation because it's too late. You're after the fact.
Well, yeah, I think it will to a certain extent because now there's I think your point's a good one. There is an outlet for.
And if we see trends on something, this is the problem is we don't.
Yeah.
People are like, oh yeah, it's been going on forever. Everyone I know
Yeah.
that took this class had this problem, and I'm like, well, why don't we know about it? Because everyone doesn't feel they have a channel to talk about it. This way we can see trends.
But what happens, and I think the reason that this is an obstacle to effective board, to get back to raise it back up to the big theme, is because when it does come back to me, then I, call the principal or I don't go directly to the teacher, but, more often than not, it's to the principal. And then it goes from the principal to the teacher, but the teacher has a perception this is coming from the board member. So it takes on this whole extraordinary life of its own, because some of the problems do need to be, or I'll just ask, well, the homework is a great issue. So we have a teacher who shouldn't be, what was that one we had on Memorial Day or the holiday homework or Sunday night? It was something that was really.
President's weekend.
Yeah, it was a bad deal, and frankly, it needed to be addressed, but the parent was not going to address it with the teacher. I can't remember exactly, but it did come from the board, me, the principal, the teacher, and the teacher had to apologize, which is probably right, but it should have just gone to the teacher. But a lot of these things, so over time this builds up. These are really de facto board members saying, problems coming directly to the teacher. So this is, again, what I'm trying to figure out, and then it does interfere with board business, because the teachers, the narrative becomes the board doesn't trust us, the board doesn't respect us. Yet, I think the board does respect the teachers here. I think the board has high regard for the faculty here. But because of this, I don't know, chain of command, because there's something not clear about this, or the culture, it creates a sense of fear, distrust, and maybe it's more parent education. Maybe as we do these surveys over time, this will change.
Could I say something as a parent?
Well, I'm going to defer to the board president.
Yeah,
no, I think I'm done. But I'm just trying to again bring this in, because the question is what are obstacles to success? And so when faculty feel the board does not trust or respect them, then you do have these little autonomous pockets, or you have just, it really is, because you have to, we don't teach the kids, the faculty teach the kids, right? And we want their good ideas to bubble up. But if they're not going to bubble up if they don't trust or feel we respect them. So,
the next item is also going to be.
Anyway, go ahead, Melissa.
I just have one sentence.
Yeah.
It can be very difficult when you go to when you're a parent.
Yeah.
In my case, a parent, you rarely
Right.
go to somebody. You go to a teacher to say something, and the teacher's very first response to you is, "Oh, I've never had anybody else say that." And it just makes you feel like, oh, I guess I shouldn't have said that. Or, okay, but I am saying it, and I'm only saying it because it's really important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wasting your time, because I respect you as a teacher. So I do think that there is something in this culture in Palo Alto where it can be really difficult to be working in concert. I mean, when the very first thing you get back is like, oh, wow, that's really strange. You're asking about it. It's sometimes not even a complaint. It's just, I have a question about this. So I would just encourage you to look at it from a parent's point of view.
No, I have
heard that as a parent.
Well, and just to that point, if in fact you're a parent that heard this from a lot of other parents, so you're like feeling confident that you can go and have this conversation because a lot of people told you they're having the same issue, and you go in and the teacher acts like that, then you sort of like, well, why am I the one who has to go in and bring this up? We just need a safer way to do this.
But then you go to the principal.
Yeah.
I mean, so the thing is that it becomes, I hate to use the term chain of command because gives this military metaphor, and I wish I had a better metaphor for it. I'm sure there's one somewhere. But the point is that really is important, and in so many different ways. Yeah. And then the principals can do their job.
I would think in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
That if there was a pervasive issue with a certain teacher,
right,
that the parents through the PTA would address it with the principal.
I wish that was true. We need to work on that.
Yeah.
Well, I think that is the appropriate channel. If there's a teacher that is closed to criticism, or a principal that's closed to criticism, or a superintendent that's closed to criticism, the chain of command takes you to the next level.
Right.
And so if a teacher is not going to listen, is insensitive to parents, either through the PTA or some other channel, it should be brought to the attention of the principal.
Mhm.
If a principal's insensitive, it should be brought to the superintendent. If the superintendent's insensitive, it should be brought to the
Then it
board.
goes to board, you're right.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure I would call that insensitive.
It's insensitivity.
You know, it's sort of a power issue. When you go into somebody that has more power than you have, and you don't really know how to bring something up, it's uncomfortable. I'm not sure if they're necessarily being insensitive.
See, I would look at it the other way around, you know, when it was brought up earlier.
Yeah.
I think teachers are more scared of parents than parents are scared of teachers. I'm serious. You know, I mean, teachers, and maybe what you need to do in Palo Alto, we need to do more broadly,
Yeah.
is provide teacher training on responding to parental concerns and criticisms. And, you know, we're going to take a break after the next.
Yeah, okay.
Very quickly, I really support, I'm Christina Schmidt, introduced before. I really support the idea of getting options for a response channel for parents, because I know that you do hear, you know, the retaliation thing coming up often, and I must say that in listening to parents as often as I do, many times it's the frustration of I've gone to so many and haven't gotten, you know, either an answer, definitive answer, or, you know, some type of workable solution. So yes, you go up the chain of command, and I'm always encouraging, go up the chain of command before you get to the top and say everything is falling apart. But I think when they do get to you, or they come to our superintendent, it's because of that frustration that they have. Whereas if we had focus groups, or we had those other options for parents to speak, and in a safe space where they would feel that they're actually part of the conversation and part of the work, that they would feel they would be more ready to really dialogue with the district and the leadership that we have. Because I think that's really what the goal is, so that we sit down at the table and do that. And often I know I have to separate out, okay, versus just the listening, and then what else can we do, where can we respond to help a parent get to where they need to go. So just food for thought for you guys, just to, really those channels are extremely important, because that's a reality for many, many parents that I speak to. I can't speak about everybody else's, but for our particular group, because of the specifics, I think that we need to give them options.
Thank you. Seb, I'm sorry, I didn't see
No,
your
that's
hand.
fine. I agree with everything about the chain of command and communication that can be improved, fine. But the retaliation is a separate issue that you can do something about. I have been here 20-something years fighting with this system on and off in different ways.
Yes.
I always thought if it would happen, I would go ballistic. Other people just kept quiet. If the district would one day stand up and say, listen, retaliation is a no-no. Whatever is the result, however the parent saying, whatever happened, a retaliation by the staff against a child is essentially a cause for firing.
It is,
No, so
absolutely.
waiver.
Yeah.
Now, we all believe it. We possibly even have it in the contract. I don't know. That's not, the problem is we never speak about it because we feel, you know, the teachers, oh, obviously they will not do it, so why should we speak about it? We'll bring it. No. You say, for all I care, in your goals, at the bottom line, retaliation is not going to be tolerated. It will be a reason for expulsion, or immediate firing, or termination, whatever is the nice terminology. The point is, say. This will quiet a lot of parents. And it will also put the teachers, a few teachers that do have some ideas, watch, this is a no. You will see, it's obvious. To me, it was eventually obvious. Most people, it's not.
Well, and I think, Bill, what you said before about training teachers on how to respond productively with parents, I think, I don't know how much we do of that, but, and then you can bring out, you know, this is acceptable, it's like sexual harassment. It's acceptable behavior. Here's an example of unacceptable behavior. I don't know, we might do that today, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think on school by school basis. We do it with the new teachers, but, you know, maybe we need a refresher.
Maybe we do.
Yeah.
it goes back to what we said earlier about protocols for board.
Yeah, exactly.
Board members. I think what you're suggesting and maybe what everyone is suggesting, and we're getting a little bit beyond, today was board relations.
Yeah,
Right.
But I think it's an issue, and I think we address it, is be proactive and develop, some sort of thing. As a general memo to teachers, probably not right now, but better time to do would be right at the beginning of the school year, that this is an issue that's been brought to our attention, as you know, that it's unacceptable behavior, and we would hope that we would not hear ever that any teacher in our organization would retaliate against a parent or a child.
So this is a tangent, but in some ways it's not a tangent because it's taking up our time
Right.
as a board. And
Right.
it's not a good use of board time
Right.
to be involved in those kind of conversations.
And it colors the relationship we have with the staff.
That's exactly
In a way
right.
that's not productive.
No. But I think that there's a way you can do it that is proactive and informing the teachers that this is an attitude and it's not an acceptable attitude, and go from there. And you may want to consider the ombudsman approach. But it goes to the next thing. The general culture and climate of distrust and gotcha is an issue that you feel is one of the roadblocks. Is that among yourselves? Is that how you feel? I mean, I would hope you're not treating each other that way. I hope that you can develop trust. I hope there's none of you that play the game of gotcha as a fellow board member. If it is, that's also, it's like retaliation. That's a no-no. I mean, you can't build a board team if there's distrust among yourselves, or if you feel that Terry or Melissa or any of you are playing the game of gotcha. So very simply stated, I don't know how you can build a relationship as a corporate body if there's not trust. If you want to go back to what I said earlier, you don't have to like each other, but you've got to respect and trust unless there is evidence to the contrary. People's behavior, every one of us behaves differently. If there's concrete evidence to the contrary, I think you've got to assume that you've got to trust everybody that they are behaving as an appropriate board member. Now, if there's evidence, then Melissa, board president, unless it's you that they don't trust, then the other four of you got a job. I mean, very honestly, that's behavior, and now we're back on board, that's behavior that is unacceptable on a board if you're trying to develop a cohesive body. Any questions, any comments, any? And then, well, why don't we take a break? As I said, we're going to take a break at 4:15, it's 4:11. Let's try to get back at 4:20. And then go through the rest of these cards, hopefully, and then go through the rest of this. I do want to give time for a wrap-up, if there's anything anybody wants to say or talk about, because as you put it all together, we're talking about so many different things. I want to make sure that we have a chance at the end to bring it all together. If there's anything special, please bring it up. I want to come back to these cards. I know, last week we talked about the distrust gotcha, the parental, and to a lesser degree staff for retaliation, etc. It wouldn't be on this card if it wasn't a perception. And I want to go back to perception is reality in the minds of people. And so what I would be happy to do, if you think would be helpful, is get these typed up and send them all back to you.
I think it would be really helpful.
And I'd be happy to do that, not to point fingers or anything, but if there is a perception, I think it would be helpful for you to talk about it. Be cognizant of it and talk about it if it occurs. Because now the next one has nothing to do with board as far as board behavior, but it's a roadblock. Lack of good data relevant to goals and decisions.
Boy, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree
Ditto.
on that.
That may appear as a goal in some way, shape, or form tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or at least a recommended one about data.
The data that we need to
We
make
finally got
decisions.
consensus on one of them. I haven't heard from you. Maybe we don't have consensus. Okay, the other one, I observed it myself today, and I've been part of it. too much repetitive talking and off-topic bird walks lead to lengthy meetings, which in turn lead to poor decisions. Now, I don't think we're making any decisions, Stacey, we didn't, but getting involved with the bird walk on parental, that is not board relations, and but I think it's a real matter, and it needs to be addressed, and so I presume you got that. Would you agree that you do bird walk at times?
We bird walk a lot.
You know, I really think you might want to look at bird walking also along with your agenda. And you might, I'm going to share with you, that might work, is rotate it among your members. But, you know, at the next meeting, put Ken in charge of, be the watchdog to make sure we don't bird walk. The next meeting, have Neil do it, the next meeting, have
What's bird walking? When we go on a tangent, when we get off topic. People have different opinions as to whether we're off topic or not, so that might be a little challenging. I think we have to pay attention to.
It is a pest control.
It would be nice, as for someone running the meeting, that if we had a way when we start to go off topic to capture it and suggest that we talk about it another time or respond to it in another way. I think I brought that up a couple of times. Like, could we take this onto another agenda? Can we talk about it? It sounds like we're on a different topic.
I think the 5-minute rule really helps.
When we were talking on the phone, the idea of a garage.
Parking lot.
A garage, whereby...
Parking lot, garage, whatever.
Parking lot, whatever you want to call it. You know, a topic comes up that irrelevant to the discussion, but you want to talk about it. Say, hey, we're not going to talk about it, we'll put it in the parking lot. And as a board later on, decide whether we want to talk about it. And just take it off the table right there for the discussion and get back to the gist of your discussion.
So where it becomes difficult, and I do think the 5 minutes, you're right, does help. It becomes difficult when the person who's brought it up feels it's related. And so I think then maybe we need to go around the horn and ask people if they think this is something we should talk about another time.
I think I would ask the person why he or she thinks it's related. You know, and if, before you go around, because obviously if somebody thinks it's irrelevant, and not he, I think it's only one board member, she, if he thinks it's irrelevant, or is relevant, I think before you go around, the person who feels it's relevant it's an issue before of listening, and because it might be relevant to her. So the other thing, and it's related, and I really do think that it's come up enough in different ways. Meetings are too long, and it's unpredictable due to open forum and agenda items. And again, I'm going to say, you can't control the open forum. By law, you have to have it. Everybody who wants to speak has to be heard. I presume you have a 3-minute limit on the public?
We have a 3 minute.
You do.
Okay. So you've got that control. So my recommendation is really a review of the agenda and a spacing maybe of awards or reports. But I'm going to say that technical reports aren't necessarily good public relations. And so if you've got staff members, and I think you alluded to it, or somebody was talking to Max about one of the, I think it was you, Ken.
About what?
Earlier in a side discussion, one of the board members was saying that you should talk to your staff or a staff member about the length of the report and going on and on and on.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and so I think
He's on it.
I think that is relevant, but I would determine which reports are PR reports. A lot of technical reports you may think are PR reports because you're interested in, because you're so involved, but they aren't. And they could just be a written 2-page executive report to you and save probably half an hour at the meeting. So I'm just suggesting, take a look at the reports you get, take a look at the items you have on your agenda, and work at the rule of trying to get your meetings down to 2.5 hours. And I think everybody would be happy.
I think the your weekly report is a great spot for a lot of that stuff. Like I was talking to one of your leadership team who suggested that she believed the report was for reporting on actions versus a place where she could put a finished product. And I thought, oh, that's a shame, right? It should be a
It should
place
be a
where there
finished
could
product.
Finished products can go, you know, it might be good news, it might be an analysis or whatever. But she was like, oh, I thought we were just supposed to report on what we did during the week. I'm like, oh, no, we don't want herbs of energy, right? We
No,
want
right.
results and deliverables.
Yep.
And so I thought, if she thinks that, somebody else must think that as well.
Yeah. I noticed, and it's not all your staff members, it's only a few, write things that don't really give us information. They say something like, we did the NRQB training this week and trained 100 people.
We have a new head of educational service. Let me just,
Okay, so
this goes back to,
this is hard, so if it's not going to give us a sense of what the benefit was we were doing, what you were actually doing,
think you'll see a
it's hard.
difference.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Because that would be a natural place for a lot of things that we don't need to do more than just read.
that was a
and ask
staffing
questions.
issue, yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree completely.
cool.
Yeah.
Another one,
Right.
inadequate meeting time given the agenda. So I mean, I think
Yeah.
that several of you have frustration. This is an important one, keeping big picture in mind during each discussion. And I'm going to tie that to the last one. which
Bill,
is
what did you say? I'm sorry.
keeping big picture in mind during each discussion. And the one I was saving for last, but I think ties into that, is keeping students at the forefront of your discussions. And I think both of them go together because students are the big picture. Now, granted, it's broader than that, but I think you have to keep both in perspective. And all students. I mean, I think all your discussions should relate to all students because you've got a wide range of them. Do you still have that arrangement with these
Yes.
Palo Alto?
Yes, we do.
So
Oh, yeah.
you've got a wide range. And then these again, relate lack of processes to address some issues that come up, who and how to address applying at board meetings. And the next one, not following protocols for adding agenda items. I think you should have a protocol. I said it earlier, and I'm just going to real quickly. I think no item should go on your agenda unless the majority of your board feels it should go on the agenda. If the topic comes up and the majority of the board doesn't want it to go on the agenda, I think you should give the minority an opportunity to present why it should go on the agenda. I don't think you necessarily need to discuss whether it should go on the agenda until the majority of the board says we don't want to agendize this, and let the minority at least defend why they want it on the agenda so you can reconsider it. But again, I'm trying for time efficiency. If the majority of you already agreed to go on the agenda, why defend putting it on? So that's all I'm saying on that one. But
You're not saying that every single item on the agenda should be a board discussion. You're saying that when somebody requests something on the agenda.
on the agenda, that's right. That's right.
Because there's a certain amount of just business that goes on the, like, we come in
So-
for agenda setting, and there's a certain amount of just business that's already on the agenda.
Right.
But-
And you got your consent, you use the consent agenda.
Yes,
don't you?
Yeah.
we try to use it as much as possible. I wish,
Not enough.
maybe we could find out ways to use it more.
Well, you-
But Bill, here's an, so I'll get an email that says I'd like to agendize this. So that, again, I'm afraid a lot of it goes back to just our timing for board operations. And it's hard for us to have coherent discussion at 11:30
I think
about whether something goes on there, but it needs to be.
Why does
So,
it
I
need to
mean,
be board
yeah.
operations, though? Could we have it?
Excuse
or
me?
Could we not have it as board operations? Could we just agendize it early?
So let's, wait, let me finish.
Okay, sorry, I broke into you.
So, and I may think, hey, this should be on the agenda, or it shouldn't, but the point is what's the process? So I can either say to board member, bring it up at board operations, and then, but if it's one of these 3-2, and some things may be a minority, we just can't have, we can, but they're not productive, and it won't go anywhere.
The board already doesn't want it on the
Right.
agenda. I don't think discussing it's going to change the mind of the board.
No, but we don't know. So see, somebody writes me and says, I want this on the agenda, so the
Who
process.
writes you?
Any board member can write it and
Okay,
say,
board-
Mance, I'd like this on the
okay,
agenda.
okay.
And so the way we do it now
I
is,
thought you were talking about others.
so right now, it's Heidi, Melissa, and me, which is not the majority of the board. And And I think that, I would much prefer if they came to board operations, to tell you the truth.
I'm gonna tell
And then
you-
we can figure out the
I
agenda.
think the
yeah.
advantage of taking it through board operations, in fact, I would even make it a separate item under.
Yes,
board
that's what I would
Yeah.
do too.
Or, and then add to it, when you say you want it on the agenda, automatically, what information do you need, so we're not just gonna waste time sharing our ideas.
So could we just do this earlier in the agenda? I mean, I see it as the kind of thing where if we had an item when it happened, we didn't have it every single time, but when somebody's made a request, it's agendized as request for board discussion on, or a request for agenda item X. And it was a separate item, wasn't board operations.
I have a question. So I'm trying to understand the problem. Are we saying that sometime during the year, one board member feels that a topic, it's of interest to them? So we're saying, okay, put it on the board agenda and decide whether we should take it up. At that time, are we going to look at all the other outstanding things we have? You know, because I think there's a lot of things I would love to see on that board.
I know you would, yeah.
But I leave it up to the superintendent to kind of say, okay, you know, here's the flavor, this is the things. But if given a chance to
Look
say,
out.
okay, you know, all right, let's look at the things we want on the board agendas, and these things I think are really important. I mean, it would seem to me that they should be all, you know, say, okay, here's an open time during the year when we'll consider board ideas for agenda items or something, so that it gets to the topicality of what one board member may think is of importance, and I don't want to undermine that. On the other hand, it's kind of like the budget things. One coming up by itself when I have a whole lot of other things that I'd like to see on there, and then we take two and then we vote on those. I mean, you look like the bad guy if you're not voting for them because you don't have them in context of everything else. So I don't want this
So you'd like a parking lot for new
Kind of
items,
a
and then have
parking lot.
maybe a couple of times a year where
Yes.
we have an agenda
Like a
items where we look at new items
Or
to
even
add.
every 6 months and quarterly, maybe too often. I mean, just think about how many things he's got scheduled. I don't care what it is, frankly.
I mean, right now we don't have a
But you can't
lot.
just be so reactive that everybody doesn't get the chance, and because you sit back and say, okay, I understand how this operates, but I want to get that opportunity along with everybody else, say, you know, this is a matter of importance that I think to this community, and we need to talk about it.
So right now, we're not getting a whole lot of requests for agenda items, but we are getting them, and we don't know where to place them when we get the one here, one there. I think, you know, just going back to our earlier conversation, if, I'm going to use Terry because she brought this up at the last meeting, if Terry says, we got this letter asking how we're going to provide inclusion for after-school activities, how are we going to deal with that? It seems like before that goes into the pile of new agenda items, it goes to Max and he says, this is a staff thing that I can deal with. We don't need to
Here's
create
how
a new
we're dealing
policy
with
in
it.
order to deal with it. And then we say, okay, that doesn't need to be an agenda item. That kind of comes off the table.
I see.
Because we don't do something like that, we will have a huge pile.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
So our current process has 2 entry points, right? One of them is asking the agenda committee to add something to the agenda, which practically means writing to Max.
Right,
And then-
right.
Yeah,
And the other entry point is board operations.
which we added this year because we didn't think that first one was working so well.
Okay, and so as a board member, I can either go to the agenda setting committee and get an answer. If I don't like the answer, then I can go to the board operations, or I can go to board operations first. Is this broken somehow?
It's not working great, right? So at 11 o'clock at night, we're talking about whether we want to put something on the agenda. And that's just not working that well. And it seems like we should let people know that we're deciding whether something goes on or not. Don't you think? I mean,
Let
if
the
we
board
know.
member, or let the
To let the public know that we're considering whether something should go on, and that.
So you want all board member requests to go to the agenda?
Well, unless we're going to have tons of them. I mean, this is the question. We need to discuss this as a group.
I think you could distinguish between, a lot of things are on the agenda because you have to have them on.
Yes.
By law. I think it's the optional things, the new things you want to bring up. And I would not see a problem if you set up a policy that anything, rather than treat it differently. I mean, you know, I think very honestly, your fellow board members are putting you on the spot. Why do you approve Camille's request, but you don't approve Terry's?
That's why I said that wasn't working. That's what went to the board operations.
That's right.
Methodology.
And so I would have everybody treated alike on this. I mean, I just think that, I want to go back, it's the board's agenda, it's not the committee's agenda, it's the board's agenda. Let the board decide what they want on their agenda.
So now the question we're talking about is, board operations is not a great time to do it for us.
That's right.
So is this something that when these requests come in, we agendize it earlier in the meeting to have a discussion? Or do we collect them up and a couple times a year go through a list of them?
I'm going to make a suggestion. And again, I'm a firm believer for efficiency of operation of the board, to bundle things. And
To bundle things?
Bundle,
I
right.
see.
And you have the August planning meeting where you
Right.
discuss topics.
For the whole year, right.
At that meeting would be the ideal time for board members to say, I also would like to see these things put on the agenda sometime during the year, and get the board to discuss them in their totality. But don't let that preclude that they can't bring them up later on also. But I would try to bundle them at one time so you could plan.
So, okay, so, but what I'm not quite understanding in your recommendation is, so in September, suddenly Heidi has something she wants to bring forward. Do we bring it forward in September, or do we bundle it, because in December we're going to have a bundling meeting?
I would bring it up. And, I mean, I would let her put it on, and I would put it in the parking lot, unless it's something that is really urgent. Now let me come back to what I said earlier, Heidi. I really think you want to look at, and something Camille just said, triggered it again. I think you said that they approved budgetary expenditures piece by piece.
Yeah, we need to change that.
We're changing that.
I
yeah.
definitely would not do it until you had the whole budget.
Right.
I want to go to limited resources, and the same thing goes with programs. I would not approve programs as you go along. I mean, you become like the legislature, where we approve the program and we don't approve the appropriation. So you satisfy the parents by thinking that you're going to have the program put in, but then you don't have the money to do it. And so I really would go into a mode of looking at all requests of that nature. Anything that costs money, anything that requires personnel time, you know, a new program or something, look at them in their totality and pick the ones that are going to move your district for your kids the furthest within the resources available.
So just stepping back and talking about new agenda items, which may not be program things. Usually they're just something we want to talk about.
Right.
Would you like to, board colleagues, would you like to bundle them a couple times a year, or would you like us to take them as they come? Because really,
Before we answer that, can I
Yeah.
just ask a question? There should be an internal process too, that each of us goes through before we raise it to that level.
Right.
I think. And that shouldn't have to include checking the agenda for the year, checking back to our goals and our strategic plan goals, and sort of some internal processes in terms of, is this going to move us forward? Is, you know, when should we have this discussion? I know it's hard because new board members that come in next year will come in November, and then we won't have a meeting until.
well, hopefully not
August.
next year, the year after that.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Right.
Next time.
It seems like.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the first year of a board member is challenging because you want to say so much, and you don't have the whole year picture in your mind on how the year goes. So we all, the three of us, sat and did our goals for the year, but two of you weren't involved in that, so it feels like there was no ownership over that part of it. We know it's coming back in August. I don't know, it just feels like there needs to be an internal process that somehow we educate new board members on too, on how you internally process whether you want to raise something to the level of the board or not. Or maybe you talk to the superintendent
I think you
first,
talk
I
to the
don't know.
superintendent, and he says, let's go back to the flow chart I drew.
The nice flow chart,
Well,
yes.
that looks like something we can handle with the policies and staff we have today, or, oh, that sounds like something that we need a new policy for. And so that would be a board discussion, or that's something that's at the board level.
Well, also, if you talk to the superintendent first, he can say, well, we can include that information or that idea in this report that's coming up in
Right.
January, or in this
Or Brenda's coming to the
weekly,
board
or-
with that topic in a month. Can that be part
Exactly.
of that?
I just mean there needs to be some, otherwise our parking lot is going to be,
Picking on Brenda.
huge. And I just worry about that because we're all so interested in education.
You are?
Well, I want to come back to something Melissa said about 10 minutes ago. I didn't want to interrupt anything. She said, we really don't need to talk about it or take action on it, but we want to talk about it.
Yeah.
If you're putting items on your agenda that you're just talking about,
Yeah.
then I know why your meetings are running long. And I don't think I would put them on there. I mean, if you wanted to get, maybe you have a board discussion session.
Study session. or
Where you come and just talk about all the things you want to talk about and get reports and things like that. That's optional.
Oh my God, they could take days and days.
Pardon?
We could have the longest study session of all time.
Well, no, but you're concerned about doing business and cluttering your minds, that you're making poor decisions, and you're doing that just because you want to talk. And again, I'm being pretty bloody bold.
Yeah, I'm not saying I necessarily want to talk, but
No,
as a group, we seem to want to talk.
I realize that. But I'm going to go back to board meetings should be for board business. And you might want to look at a different structure to talk about educational issues rather than at a board meeting.
So I actually agree that we should look with some skepticism at information items and ask whether they are forwarding a decision, right? Because the output of the board has to be decisions, right?
Right.
That's the whole reason we got hired, that's our widget is decisions.
The big salary you're getting.
That's what I
Right. Yeah, we actually pay.
Yeah.
Keep that as a net. But in terms of, so I do think that that's useful, and some of the things that I think we should, I mean, sometimes there are things when, for example, what's the status of implementation of homework policy, or things like that, where we might want to have a discussion, we might just want information, and what we need is a better way to get information, which we can talk about actually. I do think, though, that in terms of the question that you posed, Melissa, about agenda items, that we want to balance efficiency against responsiveness, and if if a board member has something that he or she feels strongly enough after having consulted with the superintendent and checked their own sense about how long they want meetings to be and all that stuff, and still wants it to come forward, then to have a 10 or 15-minute discussion about it at a board meeting to see if others feel similarly doesn't seem unreasonable. And the cost of not doing that is that we might well lose the ability to respond to something that's going on in the community or in the school community that is important, And so there's a cost to an efficiency measure like that we should keep in mind before we decide. I mean, just
Well, this is why I'm asking you guys. So
yeah. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm
Yeah.
just, and in general, I mean, the meetings are, I think the length of the meeting is less of a problem if we have spent 4 hours doing productive work than if we've spent, an hour and a half doing productive work and 2.5 hours doing things that we need to be doing. You know what I mean? I'm not sure that the meeting length at some point becomes an absolute, cost, right? Because we just can't do it. Or we get too tired, or the public doesn't have access because everything happens at midnight. But I think we should just be careful about making efficiency the value that,
So why don't we just go around? I would love to have, it's okay if we just go around and get
But
it around?
I'm going to pick up on what Ken said. You want to balance efficiency and effectiveness. If you're efficient and ineffective,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's right.
Yeah.
If you're effective and efficient, you probably won't be able to do everything you want to do. So you really need both.
Right.
Camille, how do you feel about the, if you don't mind just going around, give me a
What
couple.
do you want an answer on?
If an agenda item is requested by a board member after internal consultation with themselves and Max and the calendar, what would be your preference? Would your preference be that we bring it as an agendized discussion to the board to decide whether we take it on as an agenda item? Or would you like to bundle it a couple of times a year, all the different ones that we have?
So going back to looking at efficiency and effectiveness and timeliness, all those things together, I would bundle things a couple of times a year, because there isn't an item that I can't think of that we don't care desperately about and that, you know, we should have acted on yesterday. So I do think that you want to balance them all. So a couple times a year, you know, figure you would do August and then I don't know, December or something like that. So then it gives you time to even think about. And then it also, back to the other issue, is if we do bundle things, it gives the opportunity to think, okay, this is something I've been thinking about, I want to put that out there in the context of everything else so that one item doesn't, it gives a chance for many ideas that are timely and deal with efficiency and timely and effectiveness and all that, and relate to students, and that it's a payoff for students in looking at it. And understanding, of course, that presumably things have to come off agendas, and so weighing which things will come off the agendas or not. And then to the items of information, I don't think we actually have a whole lot of information items. We used to have a whole lot more, but when they do come, there's been a reason for them. So, you know, that's neither here nor there. That's so.
Heidi, do you have a preference on bundling or unbundling?
I'm happy with the quarterly bundling.
And I like the idea of bundling as long as you can get out of the do loop. You can exit the do loop when there's a decision that doesn't, right, when something's going to come up and it needs a decision that doesn't lend itself to being in that quarterly or whatever.
So if there's something where if we don't talk about it, some bad thing will happen.
Exactly. If our widget is decisions and that decision has to be made by May so that it can be implemented in the summer, then I'd like to be able to get out of the do loop and say.
I would hope things like that would create badness would be things that staff would bring up.
Bring that up,
Yeah.
Hopefully they would be thinking about it. It wouldn't be completely.
But in general, yeah. Just, I think also if you have a cycle like that, it actually encourages you to think about things that you might want to talk about. And you're not so reluctant to say, gosh, I really wish we could talk about foreign language in the elementary schools, but gosh, I don't know.
Right. So this is not a place to discuss the item. It's just to vote on whether we want to
agendize it in coming up.
Because I could see like all of us going, oh great, a time for new agenda items. Everybody submit 5, and then we have. You know what I mean? Like, right?
That sounds good.
So I have to say,
and they may,
then we
may have to weigh them.
Right.
So
we have 25
I have to
votes
say,
to
I don't
take.
have a preference. And I want to share that with you, that I don't have a preference, because I think we could be effective either way, as long as we do it, as long as we're consistent. And we do internal questioning before we ask for things, and we do have a conversation with the superintendent.
So can we revisit the part about board operations where we just tell each other what we've been up to?
Yes, we can.
Can we get rid of that? Or okay, get rid of is not quite the right way, but I mean, a lot of the committees we're on have minutes. And so if the minutes were out in a timely manner, we wouldn't have to tell you if the city school liaison meeting we did yada yada.
I'll tell you one thing that I do want to make sure that we have a time for is if something needs to be done by a board member, or we need a board member to go do something, and that doesn't happen that often, but if it does happen, there's not a really good way, particularly as president of the board, for me to ask you all. So that's, but that doesn't happen that often.
I actually appreciate board operations. I appreciate hearing what people are doing, the minutes by themselves. I wouldn't get rid of it. It doesn't seem like it's the thing that is causing us the most pain.
No.
Well, it is a 5-minute discussion usually.
It's
Right.
just at the
We're
end
so
of
tired
the
of it,
meeting.
start
that's
going
all.
on.
Right, exactly.
We could move board operations to 10 o'clock no matter what, or whatever.
Somebody suggested that earlier on, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bill suggested.
Bill
That's a good
suggested.
suggestion.
Could just say 9 or 10, we do board on.
So things that we've done, so occasionally, in my very few months along on this board, we've had agenda items that bounce, and then disappear.
Yeah.
Like the website.
Yeah.
So that
So we
suggests to
did
me
the-
maybe it should never have been on the
I've
agenda to
noticed.
begin with.
Yep.
So like, how does something like that manage to get over the threshold to get onto the agenda? And then I feel guilty for not giving those guys any input.
Oh, yeah, but you saw it in the weekly, right? So we sent home the reports in the weekly.
I think what happened is we just kept questioning it too, so.
Well, we put on last August.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and we put on because it was a measure for one of the goals, right? So that's what we did. We took the whole goals document with the measures and deliverables, which ones do we need agenda items for, which don't we? And laid that out and actually had 2 meetings on that. And so that we had slotted in for whatever date. And then, board members say, I don't want to be surprised by this website at the end. I want to see iterations along the way,
That's true.
right? And so,
But perception changed along the way too, and what are they really going to report? Is this, we had a
Right.
conversation about that,
Yeah.
right? So when you say bump, gone, it didn't
we've also
go
done
away
that
by
with our board
itself.
policies. So now you have all
I know,
separate
but we're paying the
meetings.
price for that.
And
that's
now we're
clear.
having
We
a
are paying
special
the price.
meeting
I
on
want to get us
police.
back on track. You guys ready?
Thank you.
So I just want to reiterate,
That's-
3 people here felt it'd be helpful to bundle. Maybe what we can do is pick some dates that we
Do it our
can
January
that.
workshop, yeah, right? Don't we do a January workshop?
I think bundling, based on what I heard, it would be helpful maybe to do it 3 times a year. Maybe do it August, maybe do it November, maybe do it sometime in the spring. I think if we wait till January to get that whole list, I don't know, that seems.
That's fine.
Like waiting a long time. But the 3 people that want to do bundling, what do you
I don't
think?
care.
Well,
Like, executive
we will
session.
have done it in August, talked about new potential issues. January is our next retreat, sort of. We usually do a mini retreat in January. What do we call
that's what I
that?
was thinking, right?
Yeah.
Right, and then we do our June, or, we could do one a little earlier, but that seems, I don't know if that's too far apart.
Seems far apart.
And also, I'm rethinking the bundling idea. After I said we could all bring forth issues, I'm feeling like there may be pressure for us all to
Yep.
bring forth the latest new idea that just hasn't been,
I don't feel that pressure.
not yet, but you might. So I'm thinking now, maybe it's better to do it as they come up, because then it's much more likely to be something that someone's really been stewing about or
Well,
just
maybe we
wanting
should
to
think about this for a while.
I would think about it, I would think about it with this,
Yeah.
in this perspective.
Yeah.
How critical is that agenda item
Exactly.
to action? I mean, can it wait 3 months, can it wait 2 months? And when you put it on the parking lot, the agenda parking lot, if you decide to discuss it, you could rate it either urgent, important, get it done when you have a chance, so that you don't clutter up one agenda with a lot of things. Just a suggestion.
Why don't we think about this, guys? It sounds like we need a little work on it, but I do think, when will we talk about it?
Well, August, I guess,
You're
right?
You're gonna-
Yeah, whatever.
You know what, we can make a
August,
decision
actually.
on this in August when we.
Their August
Yes.
agenda setting thing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I-
I mean, we would schedule, at that
Yeah.
time, we would actually schedule this as a separate time.
Okay, why
I
don't we
think
do
that's a
that
good
in
idea.
August, and
I'd like to
hopefully
think
we've all
about it a
thought
little
through
more.
this, and.
I want to get back, we started, and I want to get back to the discussion topics.
Yes.
You had said something earlier today, several of you, about micromanaging. I think if you're spending time talking about things you like to talk about that aren't board business, I think you're going to give the impression even more that you're micromanaging. I think that's all the more reason to consider maybe having 1 or 2 sessions a year where you come up with 10 different topics you want to talk about and spend, at each, not each one, but collectively, and spend half an hour in each. Meet for 2.5 hours and talk about 5 different topics. It's just a suggestion, because I do think there's a concern about micromanaging that I've heard several of you talk about when I called each of you. And I think the more you talk about matters that are not board business, it delivers the impression that you're micromanaging and getting into areas you shouldn't get into. Well, if you leave that for a discussion session where it's more to inform yourself, it probably would not look like micromanaging. So I'm just sharing that as a possibility. And it also will make your meetings more efficient. And I think it does separate the business of the board from the interests of the board. There are two things. There are board interests and there's board business. And we'll clarify what is board business, what are board interests. Just something to think about. You're not making any decisions today.
I did want to make a comment that through the years, actually, board meetings have gotten shorter. So I just want to put that out there. And the number of items on board agendas is less, which is great. Because I know historically there were some board agendas that were just so many topics. There was no way for the community to own in and have half hour, an hour on each of these and expect them at any time. So I do want to say that through the years, things have gotten shorter, and it's, I used to just be devastated, exhausted by the end, and frankly by 11:30, and I'm ready to go, but it's much better.
We used to go to past midnight to 1 o'clock regularly, and it was horrible. So that's why, for me, I'm like, well, it's so much better than it was. That doesn't mean we can't improve things, and we should improve things, but do know that it really was bad. I think one board meeting, they almost could have had breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, my husband came down to knock on the door and see if we were still there, so.
But my suggestion is really to get away from that perception of micromanagement.
I think that's a good piece of input, and I think we should think about that. But if we can all think about this for a while if we're going to make a decision on it in August.
On what?
On bundling for the rest of the year versus going onesie-twosie.
Okay.
Probably onesies, because we don't get a lot of requests. But
just a question. Long ago, there was a possibility for a citizen to place an item on an agenda by written request, and then the scheduling would happen within, say, 2 months or something, in the next 2-3 meetings, whatever it was. Is it still around? I didn't see it in the recent board packets, the notification that you can do it. Not that many people used it, but once in a blue moon, people did it.
yeah, I thought it was on the cover sheet.
You're right. We have used it, but not often.
I've used it.
We talked about we talked about it earlier today.
That's right.
I don't remember.
For somebody coming and talking to the board, I had to open the forum. And
No, that's different.
No. And they want the board to address a topic that the board.
So what's the answer?
Well, the answer was doing the same thing. Put it on the agenda and let the board members decide whether or not they want to discuss that topic.
Okay. It was different in the past, again.
We don't have a formal process. I think I would recommend the board
So-
policy committee actually.
Here's what the bylaw says.
Okay.
A board member, member of the public, or member of the public may request that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on the agenda of a regular meeting. The request shall be in writing and be submitted to the superintendent or designee with supporting documents and information at least 1 week before the scheduled meeting date. So, the board president and superintendent shall decide whether a request is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, and if not within, may not be placed on the agenda. In addition, the board president, vice president, and superintendent shall determine if the item is merely a request for information or the issue is covered by an existing policy or administrative regulation before placing it on the agenda. And then it goes back. Board president, VP, and superintendent shall decide whether an agenda item is appropriate for discussion and open or close. Anyway. So yeah, member of the public.
So it's
It can be
It
done.
still exists, but as we said before, our process of looking at new agenda items in agenda setting is not great.
I don't even know why you say that. It has worked, so why isn't it working now?
It's only 2 members of the board. I think
But
there's
that's your job. As president, vice president, that's your job with the superintendent. Some things are just your job and they may be hard to do, but you've got to do them because that's your job.
Well, so we have been doing it, and there people have been dissatisfied with the answer. And I personally, as board president, have felt like that's not a fabulous problem. I mean, we've talked about this quite a bit. if you guys think this is a great process, we can stick with what we're doing, but people don't seem to be satisfied with it.
Rotate, and everybody's job is to do their role. And if it's hard, I'm sorry, but that's your job. And there will be new presidents and vice presidents.
Well, I think the confusion came from not understanding whether it was one person's request to put it on the agenda, or if we needed to bring it to a board meeting to have 3 people vote on it, putting it on the agenda. Like we're talking about now.
Yeah, it never was. It was the board agenda. Those folks set the agenda. Whoever 3 is, you set the agenda, and that's your agenda. And you have a right, certainly with the public, to get an item on the agenda if it's within the subject matter.
Right.
People have brought it up.
Yeah.
You know, and I realize some things are hard, but if we're trying to shorten our meetings, then I figure you just got to do your job.
So I don't think it's whether it's hard. I think it's been not satisfactory to the board. Now, if everyone thinks it's satisfactory how we've been handling it, that's fine. Then we don't need to do a bundling, and we don't need to do a one-off discussion about whether we put something on. But then you have to live with our decisions.
So the way that I read the bylaw, and I've used that bylaw, like I said, in the past, several years ago, is that a citizen, including a board member, has a right to place an item on the agenda. It's not discretionary, as long as it's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. It's a very powerful tool, actually, and I was surprised at its existence, and Zeb might have been as well, I don't know. And I think that in practice, board members haven't availed themselves of that right, because there really isn't a whole lot of point as a board member in getting something on the agenda, and forcing something onto the agenda, if you don't have anybody else, you know, who's going to support that, right? So it's sort of it's been, I don't think people have asserted the right that exists under the bylaws, and I think there's good reason not to. But that's, I think, that's what the bylaw actually says. My sense, my sense is that the process is working well enough in that I have suggested some things to be on the agenda. Some of them have made it on, some of them haven't.
Right, because we have a discussion about whether it's something relevant for board.
And I take the feedback when that happens, and I decide, well, is this something I care about enough? I've gotten some feedback, right? Other members of the board don't see this as important as other things. So that may moderate my own sense about how important it is. And then there's also this other alternative, right? Which is, okay, well, you can bring it to the whole board in board operations.
Which we added when we thought this wasn't working great.
Yeah, but I'm sort of along with Camille. I think it's not working, as far as I can tell.
Well, if it's bringing it to the board and then getting their feedback, that's exactly what we're talking about, but not doing it at 11 o'clock at night. Now, maybe if we did board operations at 10 o'clock, but that still doesn't decide whether we bundle or not bundle.
Well, we can talk about that in August, right?
That's way beyond.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree to all of this. If we can make it work with whoever's president, vice president, superintendent, whoever works through, it may be working enough. So I'm not sure we're there.
Okay, why don't we take this up in August when we plan our agendas for the year? And if there's enough requests that we need to discuss, then we need to do something about it.
Let's hit the last 2 cards. Lack of process to address some issues that come up, who and how to address. And of course, that's what you're talking about right now. And the last one is lack of clarity in determining what is an individual board member request and what is a board request. We talked about that in considerable length. Does anybody have any question about that? I want to go back to 1:15 this afternoon.
Oh, go back to what?
1:15.
1:15.
Politics of being a board member. We touched upon it a little bit, and 1 or 2 of you passed me on the phone. I can't remember. I think it was 2 of you talked to me, and the whole bit about constituency. And we talked about this morning too. But I want to let you know why I put it on the board. you know, there is a political, you are a public figure. There is a political element, but it's not politics as we know politics. And I think it's important for the public to understand how the board operates. And this whole concept of trusteeship, if you agree with it. And I think that would take the politics with the big P out of it and just make it the small p, the politics of education. Because I really don't think boards should operate under the political structure of constituent pressure. I think you need to operate under the basis of fact and what's going to help kids. And politics, if people feel that you're going to start responding to 100 people showing up at the board meeting, if they are starting to feel that way, and I'm not saying they are, you're going to have a problem in doing the business of the board and doing it with kids and the big picture in sight. So I'm just bringing that up.
So actually, we do have a culture now that's gotten more intense since I've been on the board. Camille, I think you probably feel this way as well, where it feels like certain groups in the community, rather than coming in and talking to the superintendent about their desires on something, decide that the first thing they should do is come to a board meeting and petition in a big way. And I feel like it's setting a bad precedent. And I'd like to figure out how to change that.
Well, it could be changed, again, by your chain of command. If you, and I know you don't like that term, but you've got to come up with
No, there's not. I don't have a better one, Bill. So,
but I think if the expectation is that they talk to the superintendent before it becomes an agenda item, if you want to do that, the public needs, anybody in the public. I mean, I think this might tie right into the policy you develop in August on getting things on the agenda. And you know, it might be that there is a chain of command. It might be that they come and you require supporting documentation as to why the item should be discussed by the board, and that the majority of the board decides whether or not you want to discuss it. Again, I want to come back to controlling your agenda. I mean, you know, the board chair and vice chair and the superintendent. If you're the controllers, that's fine. If it's the majority of board, but I think you should control your agenda. I don't think, and I didn't even read I did not interpret the policy that Max did as broadly as you did, Ken, that it has to go on the agenda.
No.
I think they have to consider it for the agenda.
Right.
It doesn't have to go on the agenda.
Well, we don't have to discuss that, but I've actually looked at that. Well, we don't have to debate this.
Okay.
Because we're not trying to test the.
What I suggest is you look at it and make it clear, because the last thing in the world you want is a citizen thinking he has a right to put something on the agenda,
right,
and you not put it on. And so I'm just saying that. So you want to make sure that that is clear. But even if a citizen wanted to put on, I think the majority of the board should control your agenda. In short, I want to go back to what I said earlier. I think I said it earlier. The law requires you to hold your meeting in public. Your meeting is not a public meeting. And the only thing the law permits or requires is that the public, you provide an opportunity for the public to be heard. But I would be wary of abdicating your right to control your agenda to the public as a matter of policy. Right now, it's no issue, but it can be an issue in the future if people feel that they could control your agenda by making requests for 10, 15 different things to be on every one of your agendas. And that's not good policy for kids or for your district. That's all I'm really concerned about.
Well, I mean, we don't have to debate the bylaw because we have a bylaw and it has a meeting. But I don't think that, I mean, it is a public meeting. The public has an absolute right to attend and to voice their opinion. I appreciate it when the public takes the time to come and speak.
I'm not being against that. I'm very much. Yeah. I opened my comments this morning with saying being as transparent as possible.
Right.
But I think a board has to control its agenda.
Sure.
It's a board meeting. It's not a public meeting.
I don't believe this is a problem that we have. In fact, we're trying to talk about how we can control our agenda.
Well, I do think, I'm just gonna go back to my point. I think that we've let a norm happen. I don't know that we've created it on purpose, where affinity groups around certain things feel the best way to get what they want is to come and march on the board at a board meeting, come in with a petition, or do a major letter writing campaign. And that just doesn't seem great. It seems like there should be a step before that where that group comes in and has a conversation about what their concerns are with the superintendent and their staff, and they talk about whether there's a way to come to a better solution. Because look what we're modeling for our kids, right? Because everything we're doing is modeling. And we're modeling that making demands is the right way to do it, rather than coming in and trying to come to some sort of consensus on better policy or better processes or whatever the problem is, whatever the thing is that people are concerned about. I don't know how we encourage a different way of working, a different way of acting.
I'm not sure I see, like, for example, let's take a concrete example. Many students came and talked about zero period. And I spoke very with a lot of passion about their perspective. Took a lot of time doing that. I didn't agree with much of the policy position that they were taking, but I thought that it was a very positive sign that they felt that the right thing to do in order to affect policy was to present themselves in front of their elected officials and make their case.
So let me give you a slightly different one, because there's not, I mean, there are student leaders, but they change every year and whatever. We've had 2 cases in the past 2 years of doctors feeling strongly about something and doing a letter writing campaign and coming in and basically one speaker after the other at the board meeting. Now, given that we basically have 2 doctor organizations in this town, up in Stanford, it seems like the leaders of those groups could come in and have a conversation with Max and staff and say, this is what we're concerned about. Can we talk about how to address that? And see if it can be worked out at the operational level rather than making it into a political thing. I just feel like we're modeling badly by encouraging this kind of thing. Now, students learning how to be part of the political process is a little bit different to me.
Yeah, I guess I'm not seeing any problem in community. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's right, you can keep talking. This, bring back to Bill's point, years ago when I was a trial attorney, I remember someone telling me, must have been a professor or something, saying, remember, when you instruct the jury, it's not about the number of witnesses, it's about the one witness that's credible and who's informative, and that's what you can make your decision on. And you're advising us that equally so, that's how we should make our decisions to the benefit of students, which I absolutely agree with. It doesn't bother me when hundreds of people do come. Because I think that's their right. You can come in and speak, but I'm going to rely on what I find to be the most credible evidence. Most importantly for me, though, is to have staff prepare documents that do the research that I can rely on. And while I get some of the information from impassioned people, they might have really good evidence and I can follow up on it. It goes back to a conversation we had earlier. Can board members go out and do their own research? Sure they can. But I don't want to have to rely on that, because obviously they're promoting a position. And they should, that's their, but I need to rely on staff to do the good work when things are agendized or not, to do the good work that I can rely on. So going back, I just want to say board reports or weather information, and we're not going to get back into zero period. We hashed that out and about. But my concern will always continue to be that we have a process that when we tell people we're going to do something, we're going to do it. the way that we said we're going to do it in a public forum, and then we follow through on it. And that, to me, is how we ultimately serve students, and how we don't look like we're being dishonest. You know, we're being transparent. Secretive. And even, you know, when we're talking about teachers, and when Zeb had said, you know, just say out front that we're not going to tolerate retaliation. If we say something at a board meeting that we have all agreed to, then we have to follow through on it. So my 2 cents is, people can come, back with the doctors, yeah, these petitions, people were passionate, but even doctors, medical doctors, lawyers, were all passionate, and they may not be as informative as maybe they should be. So when it comes back to...
Yeah, I think in some ways we're sort of saying the same thing. What I'm encouraging is that we have, I don't know if it's an open door, but we would encourage people to discuss things with us first before they march on us with petitions, because that's what we'd like our kids to do in their lives as well. And if that doesn't work out, you always have a political process to fall back on. But when that's the first choice, it just seems like we're going to be exhausted. Everyone's going to be exhausted all the time. And we won't necessarily have the best data, because both sides won't necessarily be represented in those kind of ways.
No. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was just saying, if we have things agendized, it's great when the staff presents, and then we can bounce everybody off against the staff report and understand it. So, anyway.
Do you have any, I mean, is this something that you felt one way or the other about? Or?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts. But one, just going back to the 0 period discussion, brought up a lot of things that we've talked about today.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that encompasses a lot of things.
Problems.
That we've, roadblocks, whatever. One is,
roadblocks, yeah.
Is this a policy level issue or not? Is it a managerial decision or not? We had 3 people vote at the board meeting to put it on an agenda, but then we didn't. We had many students, wait, let me just finish.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
We had many students say to this board bylaw that I didn't read as closely as Ken did, but that says a citizen can put it on the agenda. Every student said, is this a decision or can we talk about it? Including a board member who really wanted to talk about it. So the reason that these cards were submitted is that we're not clear on what are the criteria for, is this a board role or an administrative superintendent issue? And if we talk about it at a meeting and we agree to bring it forth in a meeting, then we should bring it forth in a meeting. Or if a citizen or 40 students come and say they want to talk about it in a meeting, or they want to hear the board discuss it, or to your point, the doctors want to come and talk about sleep deprivation and put forth a petition because there's no way to talk about it because we're not on agenda. I don't know, I think a lot of things came up around this issue that we've been talking about today because we don't have clear processes, or because maybe the clear processes don't exist for every single item on the planet, right?
You've got to use judgment.
Yeah.
And let's take these 2 issues you brought up. Sleep deprivation and scheduling. Is that a role that falls within policy, or is it a role which falls within administration? And if you feel it falls within policy, it's a board prerogative. If you feel it falls within management, it's a superintendent issue. And there are questions. The range of policy, remember what a policy is. It puts parameters around it. And if the board wants to be responsible for putting the parameters around scheduling, then they should vote on 0 budgeting. If they don't, then 0, but not 0 budgeting.
0 period.
Zero period. If the board does not want to get involved in scheduling, then they say, Mr. Superintendent, it's your job. The same thing with sleep deprivation. I don't know what the doctors wanted. Did they want Is this the late start bit, or is it?
Well, so that's a little bit unclear, but
Yeah.
it seemed to be about the late start. Some seem to be confused about when we started anyway. So, but I guess to me the bigger thing, because if you go back a little earlier, we had 100 doctors sign a petition and come to, or not 100, can't be a lot, about epinephrine,
EpiPens.
about EpiPens and having them at every site. And maybe they came in as a group with their leader and said, this is something we need to talk about, and we weren't helpful, and they decided to do it this way. But I don't think that first step happened.
Basically, EpiPens generally is an administrative decision.
I wasn't here for that,
No,
but
no,
you're
no,
right,
no.
yeah.
But
I agree.
if the administration doesn't act, it's the hierarchy.
Yeah.
They
You know,
did come to the
if-
administration. They came
If
to
the administration
Linda.
decided to put EpiPens in, you'd never seen the doctors, if they
And
found
she
the
said
chain of
no.
command.
And so then
Bill,
they came to the board.
just to be clear, and not to beat a dead horse, I don't, I was on a position where I think the superintendent has incredible power, and ultimately, I defer many decisions. This 0 period, to me, had nothing to do about people's power. Max has power to do many of these things. It was that there was a promise made to the community that we would have an information item on this, and then it didn't happen, and then it blew up. It never, to me, was about whether the superintendent would have authority. Of course he has authority, absolutely. But a promise had been made, and then we didn't follow through on it. That's, to me,
We had
what
voted. We had gotten
as a-
three.
Yeah, so that to
We
me,
got a lot
so
of
I don't
criticism.
want it to be mistaken
Yeah.
about, this wasn't an issue about whether the superintendent had authority, for me.
Well, we've gotten sort of away from
Yeah.
what I was asking you guys about.
Well, I just want to go back to what Bill was saying, because I didn't want
I'm
there
happy
to be a
answer. Yeah, after Heidi's finished,
Well-
yeah, it's so
wrong impression about
So
that.
that, yeah.
Well, I think obviously, you lose credibility when you make a commitment and you don't do it. The question is, was the item going to be on the board just for information, or was it going to be on the board for board
So this is
discussion?
where we violated our agenda setting process. And this is, so it came up at the meeting, right? Let's put this on agenda, let's make this an agenda item. And I'm thinking, this is an administrative decision, this is not, and we can go rehash that, but I don't think it's worth, I mean, Camille's right, it's an administrative decision. So it did not, and then we brought it to our policy group and said, we're just gonna do this as part of the superintendent's report. I sent the board a note, said, this is what I'm gonna do, if you disagree, we'll put it through BPRC. And that was only a day before I made the decision. So my sense was that we did follow our protocol. And in other senses, we promised the community something. We had at a board meeting, I think, Ms. Godfrey maybe brought, somebody said, I'd like to have a mental health item as a standing agenda item once a month. We talked about that and said, no, we're not going to do that this year. We already have a busy agenda. That's something we can talk about in August. So when things come up like this at the meeting in a state of emotion or whatever, this was a very emotional issue. And for good reasons. I mean, there was. I mean, it's, we all want to do the right thing for kids. Even the kids acknowledged you want to do the right thing for us, even if they didn't agree with it.
Did the kids want to keep 0?
Of course they did. Yeah.
Well, some kids.
But, most of them did. But anyway, that's besides the fact. But the fact is that if all of a sudden during a board meeting we say, hey, this is going to be an agenda item, that's not the way we do business.
Right.
Or is it? Or if it is, then,
Well,
but it wasn't part of board operations. That came up, it didn't come back to board operations at the end of the meeting. And had I a do-over, I would have said, had I not been caught up in it at the time, I would have said, hey, we need to talk about this at board operations at the end of the meeting and have that discussion and make an agenda item.
So that's
maybe I
the
can take-
learning that we did.
I think
I do wish I had it.
I think I
that
can
is
take a
yeah.
little responsibility for that too,
Yeah.
because I should have
Yeah.
said, well, we shouldn't be voting now, we should vote at board
Exactly.
operations.
Yeah.
But part of it is the confusion of how we were really doing the agenda setting. I did ask a question that I'd like to hear Terry's response on.
Well, I think Heidi's not done yet. You finished.
Who's in the queue
What was
here?
the question?
The question was,
It's 11:30.
is there a way that,
Feels like 11:30.
is the behavior that's bothering me bothering anybody else, which is that the community seems to be primed to march on Washington every time that there's an issue, rather than first trying to work it out with staff before they bring it to us.
So, I guess I don't see that.
You don't feel that?
I feel like people come to the administration first. I do. And I know that's what happened with the EpiPen thing. And then when they're told no, then they come to the board.
Okay, I'm not sure the sleep deprivation thing happened that way.
Well,
But,
yeah, I don't
and I do know, well, I would like to hear your opinion.
So, many years ago, when I was a parent of elementary school kids and worked full-time, traveled a lot, and was PTA president at Escondido, I remember asking a board member, I have this topic I'm interested in, how do I get any traction on it? And the person at the time said, you get 30 people, you come to the board meeting, and you send 100 emails, and
That's right.
and then you get people's attention. And I was like, oh my God, have you seen my life? I'm done, can't do that. Not gonna happen. And at the time I thought, this is nutso. And then over the years, I've watched that very much be the method for many things that come to our attention.
Squeaky wheel.
And so there's certainly a silent majority who, as Camille had quoted the 95% earlier, who's happy with the performance. Whether their kids are in school or not, they have some perception that it seems to be going, oh, it's okay. So it has bothered me since then, because I do remember thinking, God, I feel really passionately about this, but if I lose any more sleep, I'm going to explode. So as we talk about now, finding ways to get stuff on our agenda, and even posting on the board materials spot on the website, this is like the rolling agenda, these are things under consideration, just so people know, like, I'm feeling this thing, I can go look and say, oh, at least it's on the list of things that we're interested in talking about. Or, oh, I can see it's coming in February or something. I think there's some comfort in that. But yes, I always think it should go to the administration first. And I can't remember even what my topic was, but I remember having come home from work early to go to somebody in the administration who just said no. And I was like, this is not a very student-centered decision. But, it's just out of moments in the day to get it done. So yeah, it's always bothered me.
Okay, well, so everyone has different opinions on the side of how Max feels about it.
No, I don't feel that they march on Washington. I mean,
You don't
I
feel
think,
like that's going on? Okay.
no.
All right, well, I'm sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting to the 11:30 hour. But are there any topics that have not been brought up? Role expectations, I think we talked about the role of the board and the superintendent. I alluded to the board president. Her primary responsibility is coordinating your efforts. The board member, his responsibility, her responsibility is to express a position at the table, support his or her position, listen intently, and try to reach a consensus or majority vote. What topic?
Yeah, the one I wanted to bring up, and we've not talked about it as a board, historically, the state convention is the one thing that all the board goes to, because it's the one event where we share, classes, you meet other school board members. It's the one, I hate to use the term bonding because that's too close, but it's the one event that we share together that helps us, I think, do our work better. And we've never had an opportunity to talk about that. When I came on the board, Kathy Kerman took me under the elbow and said, okay, this is what we do, this is how we do it. So I want to take the opportunity to talk about it a little bit and saying that's why I think in all my time on the board, all the board has always gone. And even though we had two new board members, they too went to the last school board meeting in San Francisco, and that was great because it's the one thing we do together. So there's never a time to really talk about this, but I think in the context of a board development workshop, it's one of the few times that we do board development, maybe not even necessarily together, but we'll stop in the same classes or not. We'll share some of the things we learned. It's the one event that really has been very helpful, I think, to our boards through the years to go to. Now I know it's in San continue this year, which is a little bit harder, but I encourage everybody to go. Yeah.
There are some residual benefits to being engaged
Yeah.
outside of outside of your school district, and that is to rub shoulders with people in other districts, and you don't feel so lonely then. You find out that many of them are grappling with the same things you're grappling with, but you also pick up some ideas, some good ideas. But so I've always encouraged board members to make sure they continuously improve.
It's really nice to have the network. You don't realize how nice it is till you have to pick up the phone and ask somebody, how did you deal with this situation? And I know that there are board members that feel that way in other districts because they call me. So, you know, it's good to have a way to reality check, and you can't get that just by going to someone's website and calling them up and they have no relationship with you. So I'm not really sure how to bring this up, but I'm not sure we understand sort of the parameters of risk. I don't think we've ever talked about the parameters of risk around that.
Well, the Brown Act is pretty specific about serial phone calls. I don't think the Brown Act, Max, maybe you could help me, maybe somebody else can help me. I don't think the Brown Act has addressed social media.
Yeah, the edges are toyed, are kind of being toyed with, but we really need an expert to.
So maybe I would ask if we could have somebody come and talk to us about this, because I know they've been giving sessions at CSBA, but you know, when there's 300 people in the room, you can't ask your question and be called on necessarily.
Who do they have giving the presentation?
Usually it's a lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are attorneys, school attorneys.
Yeah, I mean, I have a meeting with Lou
It's
tomorrow morning.
usually Harold gives that talk.
Yeah, they do, actually.
I've been to it several times
Yeah.
because I write a newsletter. I've been to it.
And what do they say about your newsletter? Yeah.
They said it's fine. You can't limit your First Amendment right to write whatever you want. You can write an editorial, op-ed, whatever. You can't speak on behalf of the board. I always have a disclaimer at the bottom of my newsletter that says this is my individual opinion.
So I think to make sure we all know what the rules are and we're doing the right thing, it would be nice for us all to hear the same thing, all to hear the same instructions around this.
Social media is really coming up I mean, it has been for the last 10 years. But right now, there's probably 50 different blogs on Palo Alto schools, right?
Yeah.
Different parents,
At least,
different- in the newspaper.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has their blogs now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's...
You can't limit it.
Well, just know to understand what the, how we should do.
The ramifications
I
to
appreciate that.
board
We should.
members having blogs and going on social media.
Right.
You can't, as I understand it, send an email to your colleagues, all of them at the same time, asking for input or giving them your opinion.
No.
So how does that differ from a Facebook page or a blog where you are sharing your opinions with everyone? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't go further on this because we don't know about information, but I would like to know, and I'd like us all to have the same information.
Yeah, it'd be good to have
You want to change the law? If it's public posting and you engage as a board members in the discussion, it's probably illegal by Brown law because it's not notified and such. However, it's certainly by the intent of Brown law because it's completely public. It's not like you're doing anything in secret. Go and modify Brown law.
So I'm not doing this to change the law. I just want to make sure we understand the law and we work within it.
Well, I think this whole area is emerging law across the country. And you've got different, even the foyability and whether they're foyable. Most states now say every email is foyable. And that you can't even have a confidential email, even if it is a confidential matter. If you do it over the email, it's foyable, period. And so it's a...
Does Illinois have a Brown Act kind of thing or not? I guess not, Max. You never had anything like a Brown Act.
Nothing this rigid, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Your Brown Act is more rigid.
Yeah.
Well,
What was it? We had an Open Meetings Act is what they call it then.
It's illegal for more than, in Illinois, more than 3 board members to convene.
couldn't have a majority of the quorum, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's similar.
That's right. No,
Well,
that's,
yeah.
that's the law. They have the same thing there.
Oh,
But the Brown Act appears to be more, maybe the consequences, you got rather hefty fines if you violate the Brown Act, don't you?
I don't know.
There's other remedies, yeah.
Yeah, I think they are. But, yeah, no, many states have board members. In Nashville, Tennessee, you can't have, they've got a 9-member board. 2 board members cannot meet with you at one time.
So we should just go around and make sure that any issue that you wanted to talk about, it hasn't been covered, that you bring it up.
No, I brought up my
Okay.
state.
Do you have any?
No, I was just, go ahead, you guys.
I kind of lost the thought of when we're going to talk about the budget process. Is that?
I guess tomorrow.
Well, we were going to do a special study session on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
I
talk
really
about it
lost the
tomorrow.
thought on that.
What would you like to talk about?
The budget process.
Yeah.
Okay, how it's developed or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, yes.
We heard a little about it, that it came in
Yeah.
piecemeal.
Yeah.
And so we built in, and Bill, maybe you can talk about, you did, I asked Kathy to do it like we used to do when we met, which we had 2 budget workshops a year that were just dedicated to the budget. One in the fall, and then, but it was one in the fall and then one in February with a staffing plan. What's different in California, there's iterations where you find out if you have a little more or less property tax money coming in. I mean, we basically knew early on. And the other complicating factor, at least in our district, is our contracts for the teacher and support staff are year by year, not long term. So that takes out some predictability. But so we because I think that, I mean, the board's absolutely right. I mean, it's kind of this little iterative process. We never get the whole staffing plan at once. We never get the whole program additions. It's almost month by month over a 3-month period, and it needs to change. So we have the rough outline of how we want these workshops, but maybe you can shed some light on how you did it too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
In Glenview. Yeah.
budgets, you want to do it right now? We got about
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Chair?
You wanna hear?
That's fine with me, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, school districts do budgeting different ways. I mean, the truth is, there's very little discretionary monies, percentage-wise.
Right.
What is your discretionary? 10% of your budget, 20%?
If that. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, 85% salary and benefits, but even that's, I mean, if real discretionary money is a few
Yeah,
$1 million
but
on
you gotta
a $180 million
Yeah.
budget, yeah.
You-
But it's something. I mean, it's not, you can do something with it.
But I think we have to, 85% is personnel, but then you've got
Right,
air conditioning,
infrastructure.
heating,
Yeah.
electricity, utilities, maintenance.
yeah.
So most school districts have about 10% discretionary, some are down to 8 or 9.
Yeah.
But you can
Right.
control and juxtaposition your budget quite extensively by how you deploy personnel.
Mhm.
And one of the reasons why I like the 2-year planning system for goal setting, which I understand you do use, is that you know before you develop your budget what your goals for that year are going to cost you in manpower, et cetera.
I'd say we are not using that.
You are not?
We're year by year right
We're
now.
year by year.
We need to go
have a
to.
5-year strategic plan, but budgeting and things are done year by year. We don't have that 2-year.
And your goal setting is year by year?
Our goal setting,
Focus
our
goals.
focus goals underneath our strategic plan are year by year. Yeah.
Okay, so the goals that you're setting tomorrow
Right,
are for the 15-16 school year?
yes.
Yes.
When do you set the 16-17
This
goals?
time next year.
See, I thought you did both of them, I'm sorry.
But that doesn't mean it wouldn't be a
That's not
good
a bad idea, though.
But we are doing that right now.
I've been telling, well, let's just talk about it and talk about it in relation to budget. If you, and that's why I put this 2 years, the planning and the executing. If this year because you don't have your 15-16, and also did 16-17, 15-16 goals would be implemented during this year, but this year would be spent for planning for the 16-17, which means when you get to budget time for the 16-17 budget, the plans would be done. You would know the people you need to execute those goals. You'll need the dollars you need for staff development and everything else. So you can build into next year's budget the goals you set now, so that you have the money, so that when this date comes, July 1st, the money's in the budget.
So you're optimistic with the dollars,
Yeah.
because as Max just said, we do our teacher contracts annually as well, right?
That's right.
And since it's 85%,
That's right.
1 percentage point is $1.3 million for us.
Right.
So.
Right, okay, but let me ask one, what is your budget cycle? When do you have to have your budget approved?
June 30th.
Right.
So at
This next
time, you have to have
meeting,
your budget
right.
approved.
Mhm.
And when do you finish your contracts with your employees?
We finished this year's
3
May
weeks ago.
27th, right? Well, we just ratified the last meeting, June 9th.
But we also do it
We have to do it
retroactively.
retroactively.
That's
So
true,
That's
yeah.
one problem. The other problem is 70-something% of our budget comes from property tax, and that is not necessarily predictable.
And when do you find out how much of that?
Well, that comes in iterations.
It trickles.
Yeah. We actually are going to find
We
out
have-
more about next
Yeah.
year's budget, how much property tax we have next year. Sometimes we've already, it comes in after
So
the
you've
fact.
already spent the money before it comes in?
Yes.
What kind of a balance do you have in your budget?
We have a decent sized balance. We have a
10%.
rule about 10%.
Keeping 10% reserve.
Okay, so that gives you a little bit of headroom.
Mhm.
Well, that's one of the problems with school budgets almost across the country, is many, in Illinois, we have to have a tentative budget by June 30th, the final budget by November, or September 30th roughly. But most contracts aren't negotiated, they finish negotiating until October, November. And so, you're doing guesstimates. So, but obviously in developing the budget, well, let me just finish this. The advantage here, though, is that the planning's out of the way. You get a full year for planning, so everything's in place for execution come July 1. I mean, if you're setting the goals today, there's no way in heck
Possible.
that you're going to be able to implement July 1.
Yeah,
Right.
so what happens is we end up making some decisions earlier on about staffing and things, because we want to make sure they're in place for September, but because we're not looking at the big picture, who knows what kind of trade-off decisions we're making,
Well,
right?
that's right. I mean, this does give you even with your budget cycle, it does give you planning for a year, execution for the year. The action plans are all made, ready to go when July 1 comes. And it gives you a chance to pace it. Now, with your budget, I mean, there are a variety of ways to budget. When you got these many variables, you almost have to budget after the fact. I hate to say that. It's a terrible way to budget.
Zero-based budgeting, so that you know kind of
Well,
what's about
you
people you're.
you could go to zero-based budgeting, but if you go to zero-based budgeting here,
Yeah.
you don't know what your personnel costs are going to be. You don't know you don't know neither,
What your
you don't know
property
what your
tax
income
revenue
is.
is, yeah.
And you don't know what your expenses are going to be. Now, the advantage of zero-based budgeting is it gives you a better opportunity to kill programs that aren't as effective as they might be. When you just perpetuate the budget, you tend to perpetuate programs. So if you go to a zero-based budget, and I don't say you need to do it every year, but if you go to a zero-based budget every 3 years or every 5 years, at least you have to revalidate that the Tiddlywinks program you have at one of your schools is still a valuable process. The other thing, of course, is in your goal setting, and when Max or the board or anybody else comes up with a new program that generally will require additional dollars, the question is, where do those dollars come from?
Right.
Mhm.
And that's what we're struggling with.
Normally, where do they come from?
The parcel tax.
Yeah, discretionary. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
those we
They
use.
keep on adding.
Yeah.
And I do think that some cycle of zero-based budgeting, or at least a analysis of where the budget is going, it'll give you a chance to probably validate the need for some programs.
Well, the other advantage of the zero-based budgeting is that you do know what's right on the edge. So if our property tax comes in and it's not as good as we thought, the next thing that we thought we were going to spend on, well, then we're just not spending on that.
But with most of your money going into people, you already make your commitment before July 1.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Now, so, I mean, that's the biggest, I mean, and it's not unique here, Terry, to your, Illinois is probably even worse than
Yeah.
you have it here. In Illinois, you run by the seat of your pants. It's
Yeah.
guessing.
Well, yeah, but this gets us in just this incrementalism where we go back out to the principals and say, oh, we have more money than we thought we were gonna have, what do you need?
Yeah,
Right.
Right, versus knowing what the next thing up
right.
our hierarchy of needs is.
Right. And you can go with a zero-based budget based on lowest estimate and add through the year.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, you can do it that way.
That's my preferred method, but my actual preferred method is that the CBO come and make a proposal for what she thinks we ought to do and do it. I mean, I don't want to tell her how to do it. I just want to say what I want is enough flexibility that what we get is a process that gives us something other than just incremental.
And that's how it is now. You know, last year we spent $10 million. This year we're going to spend 1% more, so we're going to spend $11 million. Is that how it's done right now?
Sort of like that. She's a little more analytical than that. She
Yeah.
goes back and she tries to figure out how
Yeah.
many teachers do we need based on the number of children we have?
Right.
How many schools do we have operating? And she does it more that way than this is the French program, this is the math program, this is the whatever. So it's not,
Yeah.
it's better than the worst case scenario, but it's not this.
It's better than just a percentage.
Yeah, she's better than that.
Yes.
Right. And, you know, probably, I mean, it's, my hunch is that, Terry, probably what you're getting at is that occasionally public bodies need to evaluate where they spend their monies. And I think there should be a process that you do that. I think being able to budget like you might budget at home, it doesn't work in a large organization.
I'm corporate control.
Yeah, so you know what it is.
Yeah, I'm not talking about how I budget my home,
Okay, yeah.
right?
I think we have
But
another
it's
issue
similar-
here.
But it's similar to corporations.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'm
Because you
interested
don't
in
know
the
what your
process.
income is. I mean, you do have better control of your expenses probably, but you don't know where your money's coming in. Does the legislature in California pass mandates throughout the year that you have to pay?
Yes,
No.
they do. Yeah,
Yeah,
they do.
but they do, but that's not, they don't have
It's not as
significant
big as
impacts.
Illinois. Okay.
I mean, the ones they've done have had the retirement, but no, the stuff they passed, that's not a big impact here.
There's
We get so
another-
little state
Another
money.
issue that we have here, yeah, we get almost no state
We
money.
get no state
It's-
money, it's
we get-
insignificant.
Yeah, it's horribly insignificant, and we really get no federal money. The data that we need to evaluate the programs that we have is sorely lacking. And so it's a lot of sort of anecdotal, oh, she
Well,
seems good.
I
Oh,
saw
they
that-
worked really hard.
Yeah, I saw that was an issue, but I understand you're getting that corrected, right? You got a new
Well,
system coming in.
that is one thing we're doing for next year. You know, we're bringing it all under one roof. That's been a long-standing problem.
Yes, it has been.
And also the acceptance of less than optimal data, making decisions on that. So I think we're in the process of correcting. And we'll have for example, we'll have a nice look at our strategic plan survey data tomorrow, which I think you'll really like the way we're analyzing this now. And I think we'll learn so much more than I learned in the past from reviewing your past reports on strategic plan data.
I do think, to
Yeah.
Terry's point, we have a cultural challenge to getting rid of
Mel's
stuff.
been waiting.
Yeah.
She's been waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I forgot. No, the point is about the budget and referring to our CBO. It really is a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
We want to see that collaboration because frankly, that CBO looks at the money, but it's our education side of the house that
Yep.
we want to see and where the growth and what the programs are. So it's not a neat thing.
So just to add on to that is, because we don't have good data, and because we have sort of a culture that if you're working really hard, it must be a good program, the only time we're able to stop programs is when we go into budget cuts. And that, I think, is made it very hard for us to look at big new initiatives, and to your point, like, why are we brainstorming all these things?
What you might want to do is, well, first of all, I would recommend that all future programs have these four requirements. What are the outcomes going to be with specificity? Where are you going to get the money to do it now? And more importantly, where are you going to get the sustaining dollars? And then there has to be an assessment component that is going to measure how well the outcomes are being achieved. Now, you may want to develop a matrix like that for all your programs, even currently.
We actually have a format or template for doing that, but truthfully, if I compared it to my corporate life, the assessments we do don't give us enough information to say up, down, stay, right? So it becomes sort of, we just need better data, and then we need to make decisions and stick to those decisions about how we use that data.
But developing a template, if you haven't already, you need something to assess zero-based budgeting.
Well, so we do have, I mean, in the strategic plan, we have a template that's very similar to that. I just don't know that we can decide based on the reports we get back whether we're happy to go forward, up, down,
and
keep.
There's a, when you're dealing with the human capital and people, it's a little different than widgets.
I mean, you don't start with that. It's zeros. I remember I was in the 80s when I was in DC when they had zero-based, and I remember the guy who created it saying, years later, saying, well, zero-based doesn't really work because you can't just drop off, start from scratch, because you just don't start from scratch. So, and we have 85% people, but Terry's absolutely right. I mean, trying to figure out this incremental here and there, sometimes it's a political thing. Okay, well, I'm going to add these 2 people, and that'll make them happy, and I'll add these 2 people, and that'll make them happy, and then we can move forward. And, frankly, I understand when that happens, too. Sorry.
In negotiations?
I think even when boards vote on new personnel, and superintendent who's smart, who's trying to meet the needs of many people, I think Max has been smart, and I think moving forward we'll have to figure it out. But
so I'm not opposed to zero-based budgeting. I don't know if anybody here is. I don't think there is as much value to it when you've got the tenure issue with teacher rollover, and you've got so many variables. If you're going to go into zero-based budgeting, you better develop your budget considerably earlier than it's required. Because when do you have to notify your staff? By March?
March, right.
15th. So your budget really needs to be done by then in an analysis.
It's more probably a conceptual framework in that taking a step back and looking every once in a while is great. And then knowing what's at the margin is important too. So I don't think every year we're going to go back and say, okay, Marilyn teaches kindergarten. Do we still need that?
No. Probably 80% of your 85% of personnel are the Marylands. You're going to have to provide. Now, where you will get change in that is if schools change dramatically, as people are talking about virtual instruction and all the other things. But right now, I think you've got brick and mortar schools.
It's not a budget question. So should I wait till the budget is
I think we might be done with that.
I think we're done
it's
with
pretty
that.
well done.
I think we're in support of at least having a list of what's on the margin and planning in advance.
Well, I think,
I know we're past
again, I don't know
6.
how the budget is structured in California, but we always gave the board, the ultimate budget was a line item budget.
No, you're not.
Yes,
And ours is too.
You're not.
But there are so many variables, and you have cushion in there.
Yeah, I mean, I just look forward to our CBO coming with a proposal of how we might do it differently. I
I think
an interesting
zero-based is
discussion.
one way, and Heidi, your question.
We never talked about evaluation, and we haven't done board self-evaluation ever. Anyway, and so I'm just wondering if we're going to talk about that.
So my suggestion was that this, for us, is sort of an evaluation of how we're doing. It's not a numerical evaluation, but the stack of cards people's wrote. Camille? Okay, you guys. Camille.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Okay. Just stay with us for a couple more minutes, okay? Can we have a stack of roadblocks? To me, that's our evaluation. If we can get that stacked down, if we can work through that, that's going to be an improvement on how we're working together. We can have a more formal structure for that. We've done this before where you have surveys you fill out and then you give a score, and we can do that. But it seemed to me that we had some actual work to do where we talked about what some of the challenges are. I want to make sure that everyone here, if you feel like you have a challenge, you have a way to share that, and you don't have to wait till next June to do that. I think that is one of the challenges that we have here today.
Yeah, well, one of the things, being a public body, you may want to consider a 360-degree evaluation and get the input from the public, the people who do come to board meetings and are interacting with you, or you may even do it over your television audience if you say you've got a large audience. And then your self-evaluation, and then get the evaluation of the administrative staff you work with. You may just want to consider that. A formal evaluation does have its place, because formal evaluation, people tend to be more self-critical than they are when they talk, as they are when they are in cards. And I think Melissa's right. This is something that you could use, but you may want to consider that in the future.
I think there's something else. I think Max has some feedback from staff that he could share with us. And you have to decide how comfortable you are in getting that, because it wasn't done in a really structured way. But it could be helpful. I mean, he shared a little bit with us at the beginning.
I'm going to share with you a recent experience. We were working on another school board, and they did a 360-degree evaluation of the superintendent.
We do that.
We do that.
We do that, yeah.
Does it go to the board or to you directly?
Goes to the board.
The interesting thing was, guess who rated the superintendent lowest of all the subgroups?
Superintendent.
The board. And they changed their evaluation of the superintendent based on the input from administrators, public officials, parents, teachers, and other staff. And the one, guess who was the one that rated him strongest? There were two groups that were pretty strong. Teachers and parents rated him strongest, which I thought was rather interesting.
Yeah, we've done this
We
for
haven't done
7
teachers.
years. We've done the 360.
Yep.
All right.
But, I think it wouldn't be a bad thing for us to talk about how we could do that for the board too. I mean, I think we have to have a planning session for an
Think about
evaluation
that, yeah.
tool.
Right. Develop an evaluation tool. But that board is now, because of that, is planning to go to an every other year superintendent 360 and an every other year school board 360.
An alternating years,
How
that's
often were there
interesting. Yeah.
elections?
Pardon?
How often were there elections?
Their elections are
Every 4 years?
every 2 years. Well,
4-year
it's
terms every 2
3-year
years.
3-year terms.
Oh.
Elected 3, 3, and 2. They have an 8-member board.
Where was that?
Pardon?
Where?
Greenwich.
So folks, tomorrow, the focus is on planning for the year
Yeah.
and looking at data that will help us plan for the year.
Is there anything else you'd want to put on that agenda tomorrow? We thought we'd really give it planning and goal setting, but if there's anything else, just so you can.
We'll need a screen tomorrow, so I'll take care of that.
Is it going to be here again, or?
Yeah, right. We have a projector, but we're going to show the data on the screen.
Do you want to have these kind of papers again?
Yeah, let's keep them. Yeah, and then I have a draft right now. It's 10, but it may be fewer by tomorrow. And I know board members have some goals that they want to bring in. So, at least if we can walk away with the first crack of, I like 2 to 4, and maybe 5, just because we have 5 different areas in our strategic plan. We have 5 goals, or it may end up being 5.
Every year, we
Yeah.
always say we need to get down to 3 to 5.
We did 5 this year.
It's
Yeah, we
always
did
been
5.
really, really a challenge,
Yeah.
so you can maybe help us with that too.
Well, the other thing you may want to do is consider looking ahead and doing 2 years.
That's not a bad idea.
5
We
now,
need to think
5 for
about
next
that,
year. Yeah, that's a good
So I
idea.
did get a text from Lainey. She's
Oh,
alive.
she's
good.
in
Oh,
Peru.
Greenwich?
She's not in Greenwich, but my Greenwich friend found her in Peru.
Got
Okay.
to her in Peru, okay. So you can tell that your daughter listens to others more than she listens to
I
you.
know, what does that say about me? Okay.
Well, no, that's true in all
It says you're a
cases.
mom. That's what it
Well,
says.
I hope you found this productive and helpful
Yeah,
today.
thank you very much.